In a tall hotel wrapped in dim darkness, a couple was getting it with each other. The atmosphere felt heavy and quiet, as if time itself slowed around them. However, the way they reached this moment required going back a few hours earlier to understand how everything unfolded. Inside the successful company of Venus, the CEO Jeongmu frowned while sitting at his desk. His secretary noticed his expression and mentioned he looked uncomfortable. She politely asked if he would like her to lower the blinds to make the room more comfortable. However, Jeongmu denied the suggestion, stating the discomfort was not because of the light. Instead, he tapped lightly on the resignation letter placed in front of him, indicating it was the real cause of his unease. The lady stepped closer to him, calmly questioning the matter. She mentioned she made sure to write the letter as neatly as possible, putting effort into presenting it properly. Jeongmu responded with an annoyed tone, affirming her writing was indeed impeccable. He added she always carried out every task with utmost perfection, addressing her formally as Miss Min. Despite acknowledging her excellence, he questioned the reason behind her sudden decision. Explaining it felt unexpected and left him unsure what to say. Seolha replied in a composed manner, stating her decision was based on personal reasons. Jeongmu reflected on the situation internally. Although he knew he could hire another secretary at any time, working with Seolha for the past 3 years created a level of efficiency he grew accustomed to. She always prepared everything before he even asked, functioning almost like a perfectly tuned machine. Her work consistently impressed him, and she never failed to exceed his expectations in any aspect. He recalled how chaotic the office became during the previous summer when she went on vacation. The environment turned into complete disorder, and he struggled to manage even basic tasks. That experience made him realize how essential she was to his daily work, and yet despite all this, she now stood in front of him with a resignation letter. Jeongmu ran his hand through his hair in frustration before calling out her name. He pointed out they worked together for around 3 years, and emphasized she was aware of how much he relied on her. However, Seolha remained silent, offering no immediate response. He then asked if something unfortunate happened, but Seolha quickly denied it, stating it was nothing of that sort. Her response made Jeongmu wonder if there was another underlying reason. He asked if she wanted a raise, suggesting he could increase her salary. Seolha calmly replied she already received the highest salary in the industry, leaving him momentarily speechless. Not giving up, he asked if she desired a promotion instead. Seolha responded such a move might lead to unnecessary gossip among others, as people could assume she received special treatment. Jeongmu continued searching for a solution, suggesting he could arrange a new car for her to use for commuting. However, Seolha gently reminded him she never drove, and he himself never allowed her to drive his car either. It became clear she would not easily change her decision. Jihyun muttered, tapped his fingers lightly against the desk, deep in thought before finally asking what he could possibly do to make her stay. He told her to simply name what she wanted, assuring her he would provide it without hesitation. Seolha clenched her fists slightly as she swallowed nervously. She quietly questioned what she truly wanted. Jeongmu firmly encouraged her to speak honestly and tell him everything. After a brief pause, Seolha called out to him. As she turned towards him, her face flushed red, and she hesitantly asked if he could sleep with her. An intense silence followed her words. The air between them felt heavy as Seolha slightly trembled, realizing what she just said. Confusion filled her mind, and she wondered how such words left her mouth. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, she quickly covered her face and apologized, asking him to forget everything she said. She insisted she must be out of her mind in that moment. However, to her surprise, Jihyunmu remained calm. After a short pause, he stated he would think about it carefully. He told her he would give an answer by the weekend, and asked her to wait until then. Later, at a cafeteria, Seolha's friend Yoonshim reacted with complete shock upon hearing what happened. She asked in disbelief if Seolha truly asked Cha Jeongmu, the same person they both knew, to sleep with her, confirming she referred to their young and highly competent CEO to which. Seolha quietly nodded. Jihyun described Jeongmu as someone who made every business venture successful and was admired by everyone for both his skills and his appearance. Hearing this, she struggled to process the situation and even spilled her coffee in shock. She admitted she herself could never gather the courage to confess her feelings to him, questioning how Seolha managed to say something so bold. Seolha sighed softly before revealing her feelings started 3 years ago. She recalled a moment when they walked together while she was informing him about his upcoming meeting with the Taikang group. During that time, Jeongmu noticed she might be feeling cold and suggested she could go ahead first. Seolha declined politely, stating she did not want to disrupt his schedule and even apologized for causing him concern. The next day, the receptionist informed her that the CEO had left a hand warmer on her desk. It was explained he gave one to everyone due to the cold weather and was very considerate. However, when Seolha saw the hand warmer along with a small note cheering her on, she felt something change within her. She believed it was that very day when she fell deeply for her boss. However, after that moment, she came to know Jeongmu was getting engaged to the youngest daughter of the Taikang group. The women around her remarked how the rich always married among themselves, living in a completely different world from people like them. Afterwards, Seolha became lost in thought. She believed she already knew she never had a chance with him, and everything unfolding felt expected, so she should not feel upset over it. Still, she wondered what kind of person he would marry, and imagined whether they would share intimate moments like kissing. While thinking about it, she unknowingly overpoured the tea in her cup. She once believed she was good at separating her personal and professional life, but she realized she was mistaken. Her emotions quietly interfered with her work more than she expected. Jeongmu later approached her, asking if something was wrong, as she appeared unusually distracted. He questioned if she felt unwell, but Siwa denied it calmly. In the end, after thinking through everything, she reached a firm decision. She decided she needed to quit. In the present, Moonseo questioned if that was the reason she gave him the resignation letter, to which Seolha quietly affirmed. She apologized, saying she felt like a poor excuse for a human being, which made her friend immediately ask her not to be so harsh on herself. Moonseo suggested maybe he also had feelings for her, explaining he would not have said those things if he truly had no interest at all. Seolha shook her head and dismissed the idea, saying he was only being polite because they worked well together. Her voice trembled as she grew emotional, questioning how she was ever going to face him again after everything. Yeamir Inshim insisted she genuinely believed he had feelings for Seol. Suddenly her expression changed as she looked ahead. She placed her drink down and told Seol to listen carefully to what she was about to say without speaking. She then spoke in a strange and deliberate tone, asking if Siwa was really going to refuse meeting him. She continued by saying she wanted to date him, describing him as tall, handsome, and someone with an amazing personality. She added she never met a man like him before, and mentioned he seemed very interested in her, asking for a chance. Siwa grew confused by this sudden behavior and questioned what her friend was trying to do. Before she could understand, a voice came from behind. Jeongmu appeared and called out her name, pointing out she was not checking her messages so as to make Siwa apologize for it. Afterwards, they entered the elevator together while Siwa's phone buzzed again, showing a message from Yoonshim, who commented Jeongmu looked completely jealous earlier. Siwa quietly switched off her phone, choosing to ignore it. Jeongmu then asked about work, questioning what time the meeting with Taekan Construction was scheduled. Seolha answered in a composed tone, saying it was set for 5. He asked if something urgent came up, adding she could take the call if it was work-related. Seolha denied it calmly, saying it was nothing important. Jeongmu then asked who was contacting her. The question caught Seolha off guard, making her pause briefly. She thought about how he was never the type to ask about her personal matters. However, noticing him staring at her, she turned her face slightly and said it was no one. She tried to steady her thoughts, reminding herself not to read too much into his actions. She told herself he was only asking out of simple curiosity. As the elevator doors opened, Siwa moved slightly forward, saying she would step out first. However, Jeongmu stopped her. He leaned forward and pressed the button, causing the doors to close again. The sudden movement made the space feel tense and quiet. He then brought up what she said earlier, stating he would give his answer now, making Seolha freeze in place as she listened. Jeongmu calmly affirmed he would sleep with her, but he added one condition. He explained there would be no limit to the number of times. As he spoke, he leaned slightly closer, making the distance between them feel even smaller. Afterwards, at the hotel, Jeongmu pulled Seolha closer as their lips met. Jeongmu kissed her deeply, while Seolha slowly responded, taking the initiative as she remembered his words from the elevator, that there would be no limit to the number of times. The thought still surprised her, yet it stirred something within her. Jeongmu then questioned if she truly wanted that, mentioning she appeared bold on the outside but might not feel the same inside. Seolha mumbled softly in response, her voice barely audible as she affirmed it. Jeongmu leaned slightly closer, saying he could not quite catch what she said. Gathering her courage, Seolha repeated herself, clearly stating there was no limit. In the present moment, Jeongmu looked at her carefully and asked if she was certain. His voice softened as he observed her expression, quietly asking if she wanted him to stop. Instead of answering with words, Siwa reached forward and tugged his tie gently, pulling him closer. She asked him not to stop, her actions speaking more than her voice. Jaehyung moved forward again, closing the distance between them as they shared the moment together. The atmosphere grew warmer, and both of them allowed themselves to get carried away, enjoying each second without hesitation. At night, Seolha sat inside a taxi as she protested that it seemed like an important meeting and asked if he was sure she did not need to attend. Jeongmu, standing outside, apologized, explaining he could not personally take her home. He reassured her he would handle everything on his own, and told her not to worry. He suggested she should get some rest, adding he was aware he gave her a hard time earlier. Siwa brushed it off lightly, though her face turned slightly red. Jeongmu then recalled her earlier comment about being too exhausted to even lift a finger, which made Siwa try to laugh it away. She gave a simple excuse and told him to call her if he needed anything before bidding him farewell. As the taxi began to move, Jeongmu glanced at the number plate, quietly noting it down before turning away. Later, inside her apartment, Siwa sat in her tub, lost in thought. She replayed everything in her mind, calling herself unreasonable and questioning how she would face him the next day. Her thoughts felt scattered as she muttered softly to herself. Her mind drifted back to his presence, recalling his appearance and the way his body and abs looked. The memory made her feel overwhelmed, and she quickly shook her head, lightly slapping her face as if trying to bring herself back to reality. She reminded herself she needed to stay grounded. Just then, her phone buzzed, catching her attention. She picked it up and saw a random message about claiming a November coupon, which made her feel overly suspicious about it. Letting out a tired sigh, she dropped onto her bed. She thought about how he was probably still in an important meeting. Trying to steady herself, she accepted the reality that nothing more could come from this. She reminded herself they could never truly be together, and it was better not to build false hope. She decided she would not let herself go any further emotionally, believing it was the best choice for her. As she slept, her phone suddenly buzzed again, making her groan in frustration, wondering who could be calling at such a late hour. With one eye barely open, she glanced at the screen and saw Jeongmu's name. Immediately, she sat up and answered the call. Jeongmu asked if he had woken her up, but Siwa quickly denied it. She then asked why he was calling so late, wondering if something went wrong at the meeting. Jeongmu reassured her everything went well. He explained he wanted to call earlier, but President Kim kept talking endlessly, leaving him no chance to step away. He added he called as soon as he could, though he noticed how late it had become. He admitted he felt a little guilty for not being able to drive her home himself. Hearing this made Siwa's heart beat faster. Jeongmu paused briefly before apologizing for speaking too much. He told her to get some rest and mentioned he would see her the next day. Siwa quietly agreed before ending the call. As she lay back on her bed, her heart continued racing and a faint smile formed on her lips. She realized sleep would not come easily that night. Meanwhile, Jeongmu found himself deep in thought. He reflected on how it had already been 3 years since he first met Seolha. Over time, there were always rumors surrounding the young CEO and his secretary, but most faded once people recognized her professionalism and skill. They spent nearly every day working together during those years, and he could not deny he felt something for her. Even so, he made sure to maintain clear boundaries, wanting to protect her from unnecessary gossip. While bathing, he tried to clear his thoughts, but her image lingered in his mind. He recalled the moment she made her request, and the memory stayed with him. He realized she affected him more than he expected, leaving him restless as he quietly muttered to himself. The next day at the office, Siwa walked in as usual and reported that she prepared the schedule for the day, along with all the documents required for the morning meeting. She also placed his breakfast on the table, sandwich and coffee arranged neatly as always. She continued by informing him that the afternoon meeting was moved to Friday as requested. Jeongmu observed her carefully and realized she appeared the same as always, calm and composed. He thanked her and mentioned it was almost time for the meeting, suggesting they should head down together. Inside the elevator, Jeongmu called out to Seolha, casually asking if she slept well the previous night. The question caught her off guard. For a brief moment, her thoughts drifted back to everything from the night before, and the memory sent a slight shiver through her. She felt awkward, but quickly composed herself and responded with a small smile, saying she slept very well. Jeongmu smiled faintly, saying he was glad to hear that. He then asked if she had heard about his supposed engagement. Siwa paused before nodding, confirming she heard about it. However, her mind grew restless. She remembered everything that happened and silently blamed herself, thinking she crossed a line she never should have. A sense of guilt filled her as she questioned her own actions. Jeongmu, however, seemed confused. He mentioned he was not sure who started such a ridiculous rumor and wondered if that was what led to her earlier suggestion. Seolha tried to respond, attempting to explain it was not like that, but she hesitated. Before she could continue, her phone rang. She quickly apologized and stepped aside, saying she needed a moment. As she checked her phone, she noticed a notification about an Angel Christmas Edition launch, which puzzled her. Jeongmu looked at her and asked if something was wrong or if it was work-related. Siwa shook her head and replied it was just something personal. Later, Siwa approached Jeongmu again and politely requested to take the next day off. She apologized for asking at such a busy time. Jeongmu reassured her immediately, telling her it was not an issue. Instead, he expressed concern, mentioning she did not look well and seemed a bit down. Siwa assured him she would not let it affect her work and quietly stepped out of the room. As she left, Jeongmu remained thoughtful, feeling something was off. He could tell she was not entirely fine, even though she insisted otherwise. Later, while sitting on a bus, Seolha stared outside the window as familiar thoughts returned. Every year, as winter began, she made a visit to see her father at the correctional facility. It became a routine she could not avoid, even if it weighed heavily on her heart. Inside the facility, an officer approached her with a hesitant expression. He apologized and explained her father refused to come out to see her again. Hearing this made Siwa tighten her grip, her emotions quietly building inside. Her thoughts drifted to the past. Her father was involved in a hit-and-run case, one that changed everything. She once believed he was a kind and upright man who would never commit such an act. However, the evidence against him was overwhelming. The case concluded he ignored the victim even after confirming the person was still alive, and that decision led to his sentence. 10 years passed since he went to prison, yet he continued to refuse to meet her. Despite everything, she kept visiting. The officer gently mentioned her father always seemed a little happier on the days she came, even if he never showed it openly. Siwa listened quietly and responded that she would come again. For her, winter always carried a heavy feeling. After leaving the facility, Siwa went to a Christmas series bakery. The receptionist greeted her warmly and congratulated her for getting a snowman item, mentioning many people wanted it and she was lucky. Siwa looked at it and questioned softly if she was really lucky, admitting she actually wanted something else. The receptionist suggested she could exchange it, but Siwa declined, saying she preferred choosing it herself. When asked what she originally wanted, Siwa answered she wanted Rudolph. A faint memory crossed her mind, one where it ended up crushed. She stepped outside, feeling the cold air brush against her face. At that moment, her phone rang, as it was her friend Yoon-shim. Yoon-shim asked how her visit went. Siwa-ha thought back to her past again. After her father, who was her only guardian, went to prison, she was sent to an orphanage. It was there she met Yoon-shim, who became her closest friend and someone who understood her completely. Yoon-shim tried to cheer her up, mentioning she made a large pot of soybean paste stew with plenty of crabs, and suggested Siwa should come over to eat. Siwa realized Ji-hyun was worried about her. She apologized softly, saying she did not feel like going out that night. Yuan-shim quickly told her not to apologize and explained she only asked because she cooked too much for one person. Siwa Stace then suggested they could have beer together instead. Yuan-shim immediately agreed, saying she would come over right away. Siwa thanked her sincerely enough to make Yoon-shim question why she was thanking her. Siwa replied she was simply grateful to have her as a friend who understood everything. Yoon-shim laughed it off, saying it made her feel strange, and told her to take a shower and wait while she brought the beer. Just as the call was about to end, Moon-seum suddenly remembered something important and quickly mentioned Jeongmu came by during the day. Later, Jeongmu continued to stare at his phone, waiting for Seolha's reply. He found it unusual. First, she suddenly asked for a day off, and now she was not checking her messages. A sense of concern grew in his mind as he wondered if something happened to her. Just then, his phone rang. Seeing Siwa's name, he answered quickly. Before he could say much, Siwa asked if there was any problem at the office. Ji-hyun-mu replied things felt slightly disorganized without her, adding she truly was an exceptional secretary. He mentioned he tried reaching her earlier but could not get through. Siwa responded, saying if anything urgent came up, she would handle it by the end of the day. However, Jeongmu assured her everything was fine. He explained he only called because he was curious about her sudden leave and wanted to check if she was alright. He added she did not need to explain if she did not want to, but he was simply worried. Siwa replied calmly it was nothing serious and thanked him for his concern. Suddenly, Siwa's doorbell rang repeatedly, the sound echoing through her apartment. Siwa quickly apologized over the phone, to which Jeongmu responded calmly, saying she must be busy and should get some rest, adding he would see her the following week. After the call ended, Jeongmu leaned back on his sofa, tapping his fingers lightly as his thoughts wandered. He wondered if calling her at such a late hour was a bit excessive. But on the other side, he was curious about who was ringing her doorbell so insistently so late at night. The following week, as Jeongmu prepared himself at the office, he overheard two employees whispering nearby. One mentioned it seemed like Seolha had a new boyfriend, while the other agreed, pointing out she suddenly took Friday off. They added she kept checking her phone during work hours, something she never used to do, and also noted she looked happier these days. Hearing this, Jeongmu paused. The words reminded him of something. He recalled Yoon-shim's conversation with Seolha about a man, describing him as tall, handsome, and someone with a great personality. While earlier, he too had noticed Seolha quietly looking at her phone more often than usual. Returning to the present, Ji-hyun-mu approached the employees and asked if they had seen Siwa-ha. They replied she was currently taking a call. His thoughts connected quickly, leading him to assume the person who visited her that night might be the same one they were talking about. He then walked toward his cabin and opened the door. Inside, Siwa called out to him, informing him Taekang Construction contacted them and requested a meeting as soon as possible. She added President Kim would personally attend. Jeongmu acknowledged it and asked if she could fit it into his schedule, and Siwa confirmed it, saying that it was arranged for the next evening, which he approved. After a brief pause, Jeongmu brought up lunch, but Siwa apologized, explaining she would not be able to join him that day. Jeongmu questioned her, slightly surprised, to which Siwa hesitated, appearing unsure how to respond, saying she had something to take care of. Before she could step away, Jeongmu called out to her again. His voice carried a different tone as he asked why she seemed to be avoiding him lately. The question caught Siwa off guard. Without hesitation, he followed it up, asking if she was done with him now that they spent the night together once. Siwa felt confused by his remark, wondering what he meant by being done with him. Jeongmu continued, pointing out she suddenly took a day off and kept leaving her desk earlier. He questioned if the man Yoon-shim mentioned had influenced her decision, asking if he told her not to have lunch with him. Siwa reacted with surprise and quickly tried to clarify. She explained there seemed to be a misunderstanding. She said she left her desk earlier only to arrange the reservation for the meeting scheduled for the next day. As for Friday, she mentioned she simply had a personal matter to attend to. She continued saying she was not introduced to anyone and did not know who he was referring to. Jeongmu then asked about the person who rang her doorbell. Siwa immediately answered it was Yuan-shim's. Hearing this, Jeongmu let out a quiet sigh of relief and repeated her name as if confirming it to himself. For a moment, he seemed lost in his thoughts. Siwa watched him and began to wonder if he truly believed she was avoiding him after that night. She tried to say something, but before she could continue, a knock came at the door. An employee stepped in and informed them an urgent meeting was arranged regarding a recent property issue, mentioning they were unable to reach the CEO earlier. Jeongmu gave a brief instruction to Seolha, telling her they should go. Without wasting time, they both stepped out and headed toward the meeting room. During the meeting, Siwa found it difficult to focus. She felt restless and kept glancing toward Jeongmu, but he avoided her gaze and remained fully engaged in the discussion. He continued speaking with the other employees, maintaining a professional tone without acknowledging her presence. At one point, Siwa softly called out to him, but he continued speaking as if he did not hear her. She lowered her voice and murmured to herself, realizing she would not get a chance to talk to him like this. Later that night, as the office grew quieter, Jeongmu walked past her desk and asked if she was still there. Seolha confirmed she had some work left to finish. Jeongmu nodded and told her to take it easy before heading into his cabin. Siwa felt this might be her only chance. She gathered her courage and walked inside. Standing in front of him, she spoke carefully, saying the suggestion she made earlier could be forgotten. She apologized, adding she did not mean to trouble him. Jeongmu looked at her, questioning what she meant. Siwa explained she did not fully understand what she said at that time, and thought it was better to leave it behind. However, before she could step back, Jeongmu leaned slightly closer and asked if he was really that disappointing. Siwa felt cornered by the question and quickly denied it, saying it was not like that. Jeongmu then asked what reason she had to push him away, now as his words left her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, Jeongmu revealed something unexpected. He admitted he had feelings for her. Hearing this made Siwa's face turn red. He continued, saying he held those feelings back for 3 years. He questioned why else he would agree to something like that if it meant nothing to him. Siwa felt overwhelmed as she processed his words. She realized he carried those feelings quietly for so long. Still, she turned her face slightly, saying she did not understand what he meant. Jeongmu spoke honestly, saying he felt anxious on Friday. He wanted to go to her but felt he did not have the right to. His words carried a sense of restraint he maintained for a long time. After a moment of silence, Siwa admitted she also had feelings for him. Her confession surprised Jeongmu. He looked at her carefully, then gently reached out and held her face. Siwa closed her eyes instinctively, expecting him to move closer. However, Jeongmu paused and gave a faint smirk, saying she was getting ahead of herself. His words caught her off guard. Feeling embarrassed, Siwa quickly tried to step back, saying she needed to return to her work. Before she could move away, Jeongmu held her hand and stopped her. He told her she would not be working overtime that day, mentioning she had other plans now. Siwa looked at him with confusion and asked what he meant. Jeongmu answered simply, saying it was a plan that had just been made. The scene shifted to the hotel, where Siwa felt her heartbeat quicken. She questioned why she felt even more nervous than before. Trying to calm herself, she pushed aside her thoughts and stepped closer to Jeongmu. She reached for him, closing the distance between them. Jeongmu responded with a teasing expression as he leaned closer. The moment between them grew intense as they moved closer, preparing to share another private moment together. After a long and intimate night, the next morning arrived quietly. Siwa kept her eyes closed as her heart beat unevenly, and she lay still while sensing a dull ache across her body. It seemed clear to her that they spent hours together the previous night, and as the memory returned, her face turned warm with embarrassment. She felt unsure at first, but then she thought it all made sense. She slowly opened her eyes and noticed that Jeongmu was still asleep beside her. His expression appeared calm and deep in rest. She found it hard to believe that she could see his face like this on a weekend morning. From such a close distance, he looked even more attractive than she expected. She hesitated for a moment, but then tried to reach out and touch his face. Before her fingers could move further, Jeongmu suddenly called out to her and gently held her hand. His sudden reaction surprised her. He asked in a teasing tone if the previous night was not enough for her. Jihyun felt caught off guard and did not know how to respond. He smiled lightly and added that they could continue from where they left off if she wished. Seolha quickly tried to deny his assumption, insisting it was not like that. However, Jeongmu pulled her closer without hesitation. He expressed that he wished he could see her like this every morning, and then he placed a soft kiss on her forehead. His words and actions made her heart race uncontrollably. She felt overwhelmed, and because of everything, she barely managed to rest afterward. By the time she reached work on Monday, she felt completely drained. As she recalled the events of that day, she remembered how they went out for breakfast at a luxurious restaurant. She thought she could have handled things on her own, but Jihyunmoo insisted on taking care of her. He carefully cut the steak for her, which made her feel slightly shy. When she questioned his actions, he simply replied that he always wanted to do something like this for her. His words caused her heart to skip a beat again. The next day, Sunday, passed in a calmer manner. They spent time walking together while holding hands. The moment felt simple yet meaningful to her. Before she left his apartment, Jihyunmoo reminded her to call him once she reached home safely. His concern stayed with her even afterward. Back in the present, Seolha quietly sniffled as she reflected on everything. To her, it all felt almost like a dream. Just then, Eunso called out to her from behind, breaking her thoughts. Eunso asked if she had not heard her calling multiple times. Seolha turned slightly and apologized, explaining that she felt a little distracted. Unseom looked at her with a teasing expression and pointed out how unusual it was for someone as attentive as Seolha to seem so absent-minded. Seolha felt slightly embarrassed and began to think about how much she had already told Unseom before. She remembered how messy it became when she previously admitted that Jeongmu agreed to spend the night with her. The memory alone made her feel flustered. Unseom gently tapped her shoulder and asked if she was thinking about that again. She then curiously asked if there was any good news. Seolha hesitated for a brief moment but then admitted, with visible embarrassment, that they were officially dating now. Unseom reacted immediately with excitement and asked if it was truly so. The two continued their conversation while walking together, their voices filled with curiosity and surprise. At the same time, the scene shifted toward the Korean International Airport. A blonde man arrived, looking slightly irritated. As he walked forward, he questioned on the phone whether he truly needed to stop by. While moving through the crowd, a child accidentally stumbled into his suitcase, causing it to fall. The man reacted with visible annoyance. Without much concern, he pulled his suitcase back and continued walking. Meanwhile, the child groaned softly and began to cry. The blonde man paid little attention and continued his call, casually mentioning that Jeongmu seemed to be doing quite well these days and appeared highly successful. Afterward, in the parking lot, Jeongmu and Seolha stood together while preparing to leave for their next meeting. Jeongmu mentioned that the meeting was scheduled for 6, and Seolha confirmed that it was the only time President Kim was available. Jeongmu responded calmly, saying it could not be helped since the matter was urgent. Jeongmu then asked if she would like him to book a suite on the way there. Leaving, Seolha paused for a moment, unsure of how to respond, and her hesitation made her expression stiffen slightly. Jeongmu leaned closer and remarked that she seemed to be having improper thoughts again, which caused her to feel embarrassed. He then explained that he worked late the previous night and barely managed to get any rest. He added that she already knew how exhausting President Kim could be during meetings. As he spoke, his hand moved slightly, as if intending to reach for her fingers. Seolha quickly turned her hand away and lowered her voice, asking what would happen if someone noticed them. Jeongmu responded that she was acting too distant and pointed out that the only way someone could see them was through the security camera. Seolha glanced around carefully, checking her surroundings before relaxing slightly. After a brief pause, she agreed, saying it would be only for that day. She slowly reached out and held his hand, though her movements remained cautious. She then suggested that if he was truly tired, she could drive instead, but Jeongmu immediately refused, saying it was unnecessary and that he was fine. Later, during the meeting, Jeongmu discussed the matter of purchasing the land. He explained that the process was taking longer than expected and stated that it should be resolved within the year. Seolha continued typing on her laptop, but she felt that the delay showed a lack of efficiency on their part. As she focused on her work, she noticed the old man across the table staring at her. His gaze remained fixed on her face, which made her uncomfortable. She felt irritated but knew she could not slap him across openly. She forced herself to remain composed while silently wishing the mating would end quickly. Jeongmu noticed her discomfort and shifted his attention toward Mr. Kim. He called out to him, bringing the discussion back on track. Mr. Kim seemed distracted and asked what they were discussing again. He admitted that he might be getting old, as he found it difficult to concentrate lately. Jeongmu clenched his fingers but maintained a controlled tone. He reminded him that they were discussing the timeline for purchasing the construction land. Mr. Kim nodded and explained that the approval process had not been easy. He mentioned that the land was currently being used as a tourist attraction and that there were height restrictions and several other factors to consider. After the meeting concluded, Mr. Kim assured Jeongmu that he would handle the purchase personally. Jeongmu responded by asking him to ensure it was completed within the agreed deadline. As the conversation ended, Mr. Kim turned his attention towards Seolha and suggested going out for drinks. He attempted to reach for her hand while thanking her for her hard work. Before he could proceed, Jeongmu stepped in between them and called out to Seolha. He told her that he believed he left his phone in the car and needed it urgently. He then asked if she could retrieve it for him. Seolha nodded without hesitation and said she would return shortly. She quickly left the room, leaving the two men alone. As soon as she was gone, Mr. Kim made a remark, saying it must be pleasant to work with someone as young and attractive as her. Jeongmu responded briefly, stating that she was his secretary. Mr. Kim smirked and added that he thought she looked even better with her hair tied up. Jeongmu's expression hardened slightly as he warned him, suggesting that her presence might have been the reason he failed to focus during the meeting. Mr. Kim chuckled and remarked that Jeongmu seemed unusually sharp that day. He questioned whether it was because of his secretary. His tone carried a hint of mockery, which caused Jeongmu to clench his fist. Mr. Kim then stated that he was already aware of what was going on between them. Ji-hyun-moo looked at him with clear displeasure and commented on what an eyesore he is, so as to infuriate Mr. Kim. The remark immediately angered Mr. Kim, who demanded to know what he meant. Without warning, a loud sound echoed as Ji-hyun-moo slammed his fist against the wall beside him. The sudden impact startled Mr. Kim. Ji-hyun-moo calmly clarified that he was referring to the wall. He pointed out visible cracks and stated that even a light strike caused damage, which suggested deeper structural issues. He stepped closer, cornering Mr. Kim as he continued speaking. Mr. Kim looked confused and insisted that it was a new building. Jeongmu responded that it had only been completed a week ago, which made the condition even more questionable. He knocked firmly against the wall again, and the hollow sound made the situation feel more tense. Mr. Kim visibly grew uneasy and asked him to stop. He tried to calm the situation, suggesting that there might be some misunderstanding. Jeongmu remained composed and stated that he was simply verifying facts. He then questioned whether the Royal Palace Hotel was aware that Taekang had hired a subcontractor for the project instead of handling the construction themselves. His words carried a clear implication, leaving Mr. Kim with no easy way to respond. As Mr. Kim asked him to simply state what he wanted, the scene shifted towards Seolha, who stepped outside. She thought she checked everywhere, yet she could not find the phone. Her expression showed slight confusion as she paused, wondering if she missed something. At that moment, her phone buzzed. She first assumed it was a message from Jeongmu, but instead, she noticed it came from Mr. Kim. The message contained an apology, stating regret for staring at her during the meeting. Seolha found herself puzzled, as she could not understand where such a message came from or what caused the sudden change in his behavior. Before she could think further, Jeongmu approached her and called out her name, telling her they should leave since he already found his phone. Seolha looked at him with mild confusion and asked if he was not planning to go for drinks afterward. Jeongmu replied calmly that the plan was cancelled. Although she found it slightly unusual, she chose not to question him further and quietly followed him. The scene then shifted back to Mr. Kim. He stood alone, visibly frustrated, and muttered angrily under his breath, calling Jeongmu an insolent person. His mind returned to the earlier moment when Jeongmu forced him to send that apology. He recalled how Jeongmu warned him, saying he must have already received Seolha's business card. Jeongmu then ordered him to send a message to her using that number and immediately delete her contact afterward. Mr. Kim initially tried to argue, saying the demand felt excessive. However, Jeongmu's expression made it clear that refusal was not an option. When Jeongmu questioned whether he intended to ignore the instruction, the pressure in his tone left no room for hesitation. Mr. Kim felt anger rise within him, yet he complied unwillingly. Afterward, his frustration only grew. He suddenly raised his voice and called out for his employee, demanding to know where he had been. His tone carried clear irritation as he waited for an answer. Mr. Han quickly responded, explaining that he went to escort the young master as instructed. Just then, another person entered the room casually and asked if it had been another difficult day. He walked in with ease, trying to grab the scattered documents in his hand, and offered to help if needed. The blonde man then took a seat without hesitation. Mr. Kim addressed him as Cho Taegun, his nephew. Mr. Kim complained about how difficult it had been to handle everything behind his father's back. He mentioned how many times he told him to stop interfering, yet Taegun never seemed to listen. Taegun, however, remained calm. He attempted to ease the tension, explaining that his actions were for his own benefit. He stated that he only wanted to secure a strong position within Taekang once he inherited it. He then shifted his attention to the documents in front of him, particularly the report related to the construction land purchase. After glancing through it, he remarked that, from what he could see, they both shared the same enemy. While they were in the car, Seolha looked toward Jeongmu and asked if he truly did not intend to tell her what happened in the meeting room. Jeongmu remained quiet for a brief moment before stating that nothing significant occurred and that he only asked for the work to be completed more quickly. Seolha did not seem fully convinced. She questioned him again, asking if he was certain he did not pressure Mr. Kim into apologizing. Jeongmu responded calmly, saying that Mr. Kim likely felt guilty on his own afterward. He added that she already knew how important the project was, implying that such behavior could be expected under pressure. Seolha tried to explain that she understood the importance of the project, yet she gently urged him to avoid causing unnecessary trouble in the future. Before she could finish speaking, Jeongmu suddenly increased the speed of the car. The abrupt change made her glance toward him with concern. Her eyes then fell on his hand. She noticed the injury and immediately asked what happened to it. Her voice rose in alarm as she questioned if he got into a physical fight. Once they reached the apartment, Seolha quickly focused on tending to his injury. She carefully treated his hand while saying that she already knew how President Kim behaved and that it would have been better to let the situation pass. She asked him once more if he truly did not hit him. Jeongmu turned his face slightly away and repeated that he only scraped his hand against the hallway wall. Seolha then nodded, saying she would believe him since she knew he was not the type to act recklessly. She added that if he truly fought him, they would likely be dealing with far more serious consequences by now. As she continued treating him, her grip intentionally tightened. Jeongmu quietly asked if she could be a little more gentle, but Seolha responded that she wanted him to feel some pain, though her tone carried more concern than anger. Jeongmu paused for a moment and then teased her lightly, asking if that was something she preferred. His remark made her feel embarrassed, and she questioned how he could joke at a time like this. Jeongmu replied casually, saying he only wondered and would adjust if needed. Before he could continue, he let out a small groan from the pain. Seolha immediately softened her actions and remarked that she hoped the injury would not leave a mark. Jeongmu then shifted the focus back to her. He gently held her hand and asked if she was alright. Seolha answered that she was fine, though she felt slightly annoyed, thinking she had already reassured him multiple times. She briefly thought about scolding him but chose not to. Jeongmu then admitted that he should have been more careful once he became aware of the unpleasant rumors surrounding President Kim. He apologized sincerely, expressing regret for not protecting her better during the meeting. Seolha shook her head and told him there was no need for an apology. However, Jeongmu insisted that if anything ever made her uncomfortable, she should inform him immediately in the future. Seolha agreed but added that he should promise not to create unnecessary trouble again. Jeongmu looked at her with mild curiosity and asked if he really left such a negative impression on her. Instead of answering directly, Seolha stood up and said she should head home. Jeongmu looked slightly surprised and asked if she truly intended to leave him alone. Seolha became a little uneasy and replied that they both had work the next day. Jeongmu loosened his tie and remarked that, as far as he remembered, there were no strict boundaries between them. His words caused Seolha to feel embarrassed as she recalled their earlier understanding. She hesitated, thinking about staying, though she also worried about feeling exhausted the next day. Jeongmu then said that she might feel tired if she stayed, so he would drive her home instead. Seolha attempted to stop him, saying she would be fine on her own. However, before she could move away, Jeongmu gently pulled her closer and guided her to sit upon him. He asked, with a faint smile, why she kept seducing him back when he was prepared to let her go. Seolha looked at his face and felt slightly flustered, thinking she should be the one asking that question instead. Jeongmu leaned closer and kissed her softly. He asked again if she believed she would feel too tired the next day. Seolha hesitated, then quietly asked if she could take his clothes off, which surprised him slightly. He let out a soft chuckle, causing her to question why he was laughing. Jeongmu responded that he appreciated the gesture. As Seolha began to unbutton his shirt, she felt embarrassed and briefly wondered that she should not have said anything. However, Jeongmu gently made her lie on the sofa, explaining that unlike during meetings, he found it difficult to remain patient around her. He spoke calmly, saying he would only proceed with her consent, as he did not want to make her uncomfortable. Seolha felt her heart race as she listened. After a brief pause, she gave a quiet nod, allowing him to continue. The atmosphere gradually softened, and the distance between them faded once again. The night unfolded with warmth and closeness, leaving both of them immersed in the moment they shared together. The next day, Seolha sat at her desk with complete focus, typing rapidly on her laptop. Her speed and precision caught the attention of the employees around her, who seemed surprised by her intensity. She kept her eyes fixed on the screen, fully absorbed in her work. In her thoughts, she reminded herself to focus only on her tasks and avoid thinking about anything else, especially the events of the previous night. Meanwhile, Jeongmu quietly observed her from a distance. Later, the two entered the elevator together. As the doors closed, Jeongmu leaned slightly closer and whispered that she did not give him even a single chance to hold her hand. Seolha lowered her voice and replied that they were at work, and besides, they had only been together for a week. Jeongmu questioned whether that really mattered. He mentioned Romeo and Juliet, saying they were in love for only 5 days, yet they went through so much together. Seolha responded that their story was different because they fell for each other at first sight. Jeongmu immediately replied that it was the same case with him, which caught her off guard. Seeing her reaction, he added that if she did not believe him, she could ask Director Kim. He explained that his behavior changed noticeably after she joined the company. Seolha looked at him with doubt and pointed out that he treated her harshly at first, even calling her ugly. Jeongmu admitted that he acted immaturely back then. He explained that it was not easy for him to hide his feelings and assured her that he was serious about her now. He asked her to be a little patient with him as he tried to reflect on his actions and become a better person for her. He then asked if she did not feel at least a little sympathy for him, considering how long he kept his feelings hidden. As he spoke, he gently reached for her hand and held it. He asked her to promise that she would not leave him later, assuring her that he would try to control himself while they were at work. Seolha looked at him and replied softly that she would not let him go, and she asked him not to think about leaving her either. Jeongmu smiled faintly and remarked that she sounded like she might actually hit him if he ever tried. Seolha affirmed confidently that she would. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. Seolha then mentioned that the meeting scheduled for the next day would take place in Incheon. However, as she glanced ahead, she noticed Jeongmu suddenly pause. Following his gaze, she saw a woman standing in front of them. Jeongmu looked visibly irritated and asked what she was doing there, addressing the woman as his mother. Inside the cabin, Mrs. Cha appeared cheerful as she gently lifted the cup and commented on how fragrant the tea was. She remarked that it was a fine choice, and praised Seolha's taste. Jeongmu looked at her with a restrained expression and asked what she was doing there. Mrs. Cha responded lightly, asking if he could not simply smile, considering it had been 3 years. Jeongmu corrected her calmly, stating that it had been exactly 2 years. She explained that although she moved to the United States 3 years ago, Jeongmu let out a quiet sigh as he corrected her again that his friend's wedding was 2 years ago. Mrs. Cha paused, then admitted that he was right, and said she could not believe she forgot about it. Jeongmu replied that it was probably because the moment was not important to her. Mrs. Cha groaned softly and asked him not to speak like that. She explained that she was simply getting older and sometimes forgot things. Jeongmu shifted the topic and asked if the chairman was doing well. Mrs. Cha answered that he was fine, though she recalled how he used to catch a bad cold every winter. Ji-hyun assured her that it was still the same, so she did not need to worry. He then asked why she suddenly came to Korea. Mrs. Cha replied that it should be obvious, as the date was approaching soon. Jeongmu's expression grew heavy as he understood her meaning. His gaze lowered slightly, and silence filled the room. Mrs. Cha's eyes grew moist as she told him he already knew the reason. Jeongmu responded in a restrained tone, saying she never cared about it before, so he did not understand why it mattered. Now, Mrs. Cha clenched her hands and explained that she recently saw her in a dream. She described how she appeared to be crying painfully, as if there were words left unsaid. After a brief pause, Mrs. Cha asked him if he still resented her. She admitted that she knew how close the two of them were, but she was also hurting in her own way. The scene shifted outside to Seolha, who continued typing at her desk. Her thoughts wandered briefly as she reflected that she had never seen Jeongmu behave like that before. When she was asked earlier for a tea recommendation, she chose camellia flower tea. Mrs. Chow later complimented it, and Seolha politely expressed her gratitude. However, Jeongmu maintained a stern expression and instructed her to return to work, which she accepted without question. Still, she felt that something about his interaction with his mother seemed distant and unusual. The phone suddenly rang, and Siwa answered it quickly. She listened carefully and felt concerned, thinking that Jeongmu might be experiencing another migraine, even though he recently took medicine. Afterward, she prepared a cup of vervain tea and brought it to him, explaining that she kept it stocked because she heard it was helpful. Jeongmu accepted it and thanked her. He then asked about the medicine. Siwa explained that she purchased it earlier and apologized for interrupting their conversation. Mrs. Cha gently dismissed the concern and told her not to worry. Siwa handed over the medicine but advised him to wait before taking it, as it had not been long since his last dose. Siwa then bowed politely to Mrs. Cha and said she would excuse herself before leaving the room. Once outside, Siwa let out a quiet sigh of relief. She thought she would feel more comfortable this time, yet the nervousness remained. She reflected on how awkward it felt to meet Jeongmu's mother, especially since he rarely spoke about her. The atmosphere inside still felt heavy, and it left her slightly uneasy. She also worried that he relied too much on migraine medicine. Back inside, Jeongmu stared at the medicine in silence. Mrs. Cha observed him and commented that it sounded like he experienced migraines often. Jeongmu replied that his workload kept him constantly occupied. Mrs. Cha mentioned that he seemed more relaxed when Siwa entered the room. She added that she did not expect anyone to soften his guarded nature. She admitted that she liked Siwa and believed she was a good person. Jeongmu responded quietly, saying Siwa was indeed a good person, perhaps even too good for him. His tone carried a hint of conflict as he looked away. Later that night, Siwa sat in her apartment, holding a pillow close. She thought about Jeongmu and wondered if he was feeling better. She believed he rarely expressed his emotions, even when something troubled him. As she remained lost in thought, Yoonshim suddenly spoke, asking who she was thinking about while spending time together. She jokingly told her not to make a single person feel jealous. Seolha smiled slightly and asked if Yoonshim no longer had someone who made her heart race. Yoonshim replied that she forgot such feelings a long time ago. She then hugged Seolha warmly and said she was happy that Seolha finally worked things out with someone she liked. At that moment, an emergency broadcast appeared on the television, warning that the roads had become slippery due to a snowstorm, and advising everyone to be careful while returning home. Ji-hyun Sib stood up and switched the channel, complaining about having to wear too many layers during winter. Seolha agreed, quietly noting that it was that time of the year again. Meanwhile, Jeongmu sat alone in his room, holding his head as a migraine slowly built. His thoughts returned to his mother's words about going together this year. He remembered how she spoke about the dream, where she seemed to cry as if something was left unsaid. His mind drifted further back to a snowy day 10 years ago. There had been a hit-and-run accident involving a drunk driver. The case ended with a penalty, though the driver ignored the victim despite knowing they were still alive. The memory stayed with him, which was why he always chose to drive himself, no matter how busy he became. He then looked at a photograph of his sister Hyun-young. His expression softened as he quietly wondered why she seemed to be crying in the dream. He questioned whether she felt lonely because he was the only one who visited her every year, or if there was something else troubling her. With growing concern, he reached for his phone and made a call. On the other end, someone answered. Jeongmu spoke in a serious tone and asked if they could talk. Jeongmu asked if they could talk for a moment. On the other side, the person questioned the reason for the sudden call. Jeongmu then asked if he was busy that weekend. His father replied that he had a golf meeting scheduled with Taekang's chairman. He mentioned that although it was called golf, it was mostly business in disguise. He then suggested that Jeongmu should join him and help him out. Jeongmu responded calmly, saying it seemed he was managing well on his own. His father insisted that it would not hurt to build connections and asked him to attend, but Jeongmu denied that he already had plans for the weekend. His father asked him to change them, saying the matter was important. Jeongmu repeated that his own plans were also important. After a brief pause, his father sighed and said it could not be helped. He then asked why Jeongmu called in the first place. Jeongmu answered that he simply thought he should start reaching out more often. His father dismissed it, telling him not to bother and to use the time to review another document instead. Jeongmu ended the call with a quiet sigh, thinking that his father seemed to have completely forgotten about her. The next day at the office, the employees talked excitedly about the company anniversary. Some expressed happiness about getting a day off, as they turned to Seolha and asked what she planned to do. Seolha replied that she intended to rest and sleep in. Her tired expression made her colleagues concerned, and they encouraged her to take proper rest. One of them handed her an energy drink, which she accepted while shivering slightly from exhaustion. Inside the cabin, Jeongmu focused on his documents while Seolha appeared slightly more energetic after the drink. As she observed him, she noticed a faint sadness in his expression. She considered asking him what was wrong, but before she could speak, Jeongmu called out to her. He mentioned that she looked tired and asked if she was all right. Seolha assured him that she was fine. Jeongmu then suggested that she should leave early, since he still had work to complete, to which she agreed and quietly stepped out. Leaving outside, Yuan-shim expressed her excitement about the upcoming day off, saying it was one of the best things about working there. Seolha nodded, though her thoughts remained elsewhere. She felt uneasy, realizing she did not get the chance to ask Jeongmu anything, and was now even more worried. After a moment, she turned to Yuan-shim and apologized, saying she needed to go back to see Jeongmu. Yuan-shim smiled and said she already suspected something like that, adding that there was no need to apologize. She encouraged Seolha to go, and Seolha quickly left. Back inside the cabin, Jeongmu sat alone, his expression tense as memories surfaced. He recalled his sister's voice asking if he bought the item she wanted. She sounded cheerful as she mentioned finally getting Rudolph, something she wished for the previous year. Jeongmu remembered apologizing, explaining that he could not accompany her due to a last-minute meeting. Jeon responded gently, saying it was all right. Suddenly, a loud screeching sound echoed, and a huge accident occurred. He remembered calling out to her, asking if she was okay, but no response came. He continued shouting her name, hoping she could hear him. Jeongmu suddenly returned to the present, his body tense and covered in sweat. Before he could gather himself, Seolha's voice came from behind, asking if he was all right. Without thinking, he pulled her into a tight embrace. He called her name softly and then asked what she was doing there. Seolha replied that she came back to wait for him. Jeongmu noticed a coat placed over him and questioned it. Seolha explained that she did not want him to feel cold. She also added that he could talk to her if something was troubling him, even if she might not be able to help much. Jeongmu assumed she was still thinking about his mother's visit. Jeongmu admitted she might be a little sensitive, but he tried to reassure her, saying he was simply tired and did not intend to worry her. He apologized, but Seolha shook her head, saying it was fine. Jeongmu then held her hand gently and said that something felt different. Seolha looked at him, confused. He brought her hand closer and rested it against his face, saying he did not think he could ever let it go. His words made her blush as she questioned what he was saying. He then asked if she had any plans for the night. Seolha replied that she came back only to wait for him. Jeongmu nodded and said they should leave. Seolha asked where they were going, but Jeongmu simply placed the coat around her shoulders and said there was something more important than work. Later, at his apartment, Jeongmu prepared a meal while Seolha changed into more comfortable clothes. When she returned, he asked if the clothes fit her. He mentioned they were the smallest he had. Seolha replied that they were slightly loose but manageable. Seeing her in his own clothes, Jeongmu immediately averted his gaze in a blush. Seolha looked around and noticed how clean and organized his home was compared to hers. Jihyunmu then served her a beautifully prepared dish. She felt slightly nervous as she sat down. Jihyunmu asked why she seemed uneasy and encouraged her to eat. Seolha tasted the food, and Jihyunmu watched her reaction closely, asking if it was good. She nodded, appreciating the effort. Afterward, they sat together watching television. A horror movie played, and Seolha seemed quite engaged, enjoying the scenes. Jeongmu, however, appeared more scared, as he covered his eyes. At one point, Seolha pointed at the screen excitedly, and without realizing it, her hand brushed against his thigh. She quickly pulled away and apologized, feeling embarrassed, but Jeongmu looked at her and remarked that if she wanted to touch him, she could simply say so. Seolha tried to deny it, insisting it was accidental, but Jeongmu gently held her hand. He asked if she truly intended to keep her distance, then pulled her slightly closer. Seolha remained caught in her thoughts, as one side of her mind questioned whether she truly intended to touch him at all, while the other affirmed that she needed to touch him. Before she could settle her confusion, Jeongmu gently pulled her closer, though his tone softened as he remarked that he would not force her if she did not wish to continue. His words took her by surprise, and she quickly responded that she never said she did not want to. Jeongmu then asked whether it would be alright if they did not finish the movie. Seolha quietly nodded in agreement. A moment later, she leaned forward and placed a soft kiss on his cheek. In response, Jeongmu lifted her chin with a gentle touch and moved closer, closing the distance between them as he kissed her. He drew her onto him, and the quiet tension between them slowly melted into warmth. The night passed in a blur of shared closeness, leaving both of them wrapped in a sense of comfort and unspoken understanding. The following morning felt calm in contrast. Seolha stood near the kitchen, drinking water slowly, when Jeongmu approached her from behind and wrapped his arms around her. She questioned how long he intended to remain like that. Jeongmu responded lightly, explaining that he had strained himself the previous night, so he was merely offering his support. He added that she should not forget it was her decision to take the lead. Seolha immediately tried to cover his mouth, denying his claim and insisting it did not happen in the way he described. Her cheeks turned red as Jeongmu continued teasing, asking whether she enjoyed touching him so freely. She lowered her gaze, unable to hide her embarrassment, and remarked that he was teasing her again. After a brief pause, Jeongmu asked whether she wanted to take a bath. Seolha hesitated and asked if she was expected to go alone. He replied with a faint smile, saying he would gladly join her, though he admitted he was not confident he would behave himself if they shared the bath. His words made her hesitate further, and she quickly responded that she could not manage anything more. Jeongmu reassured her in a calm tone, stating he would simply hold her and do nothing else. When she questioned whether he could promise that, he gave his word without hesitation. He then stepped back, mentioning that he would prepare the bathtub himself. Seolha seemed surprised and asked whether he truly intended to do it alone. He nodded, telling her not to lift a finger, as she already took care of enough at work. His gesture left her smiling softly. Soon they found themselves sitting together in the warm water. Seolha felt the heat ease her tension, and the quiet atmosphere brought a sense of peace. Jeongmu leaned closer and spoke in a low voice, thanking her sincerely. He admitted that he had been trapped in a cycle of struggles and burdens for a long time, and her presence felt like an unexpected gift in his life. Seolha listened carefully before responding in a gentle tone. She expressed her gratitude as well, saying she felt the same way. Jeongmu looked at her with quiet relief and drew her closer, stating he was glad to hear it. After a brief silence, he brushed his hand over her face and leaned in, pressing a soft kiss against her. Just as the moment deepened, Seolha suddenly flinched as her stomach made a faint sound. Both of them paused, and Jeongmu could not help but let out a small laugh. Embarrassed, Seolha lowered her head and warned him not to laugh, saying she felt extremely awkward. She blamed him, mentioning that he had completely drained her energy. Jeongmu smiled at her reaction and told her not to look at him with such an expression, as it only made him want to kiss her again. Seolha responded with mild frustration, asking whether he always needed to joke in such moments. He replied honestly, saying he meant every word, which only made her splash water toward him in playful protest. After finishing their bath, Seolha stepped out and began to dry herself. When her phone suddenly rang, it made her check the screen as she noticed it was Director Park calling. She answered promptly, maintaining a composed tone as she spoke. While moving around, she accidentally tumbled across her box placed nearby. As Jeongmu opened it slightly, a figurine slipped into view. While Seolha informed Director Park that she would recheck the matter and provide an update the next day before ending the call. Meanwhile, Jeongmu paused as his gaze fell upon the Rudolph figurine inside. His expression changed subtly as he continued to stare at it. Seolha noticed his silence and called out to him, asking whether he was all right. Jeongmu rose slowly, trying to steady his thoughts as he mentioned that he was unsure whether she liked the figurines from that particular company. Seolha looked slightly surprised and asked if he actually knew about them, adding that they were not especially popular. Jeongmu replied in a calm tone that he had seen them around from time to time and then asked whether she collected them every season. Seolha shook her head and clarified that she did not collect every season, only the winter editions. Jeongmu then asked if there was any specific figurine she wanted. Seolha nodded without hesitation and said it was Rudolph. Her answer seemed to catch him off guard for a moment. She added softly that she found it the cutest among all the designs. Sensing the shift in mood, Jeongmu tried to ease the moment and asked whether she felt hungry, telling her to inform him if she wanted anything. Seolha quickly denied it and suggested that she could make something for him instead. However, Jeongmu refused politely, saying it was not necessary, though she still insisted lightly before letting the matter drop. The next day, Jeongmu sat at his desk, tapping his fingers against the chair in a restless rhythm. His thoughts lingered on the figurine he had seen earlier, and he could not help but feel unsettled. He never expected her to own such a piece, and the realization stayed with him longer than he intended. He let out a quiet sigh, trying to focus back on his work. At that moment, Mrs. Cha called out to him. She mentioned that she had been thinking about preparing something for him, questioning what he wanted to eat. Jeongmu declined calmly, stating that he was fine and could manage his meals on his own. He added casually that she still went grocery shopping whenever there were sales, even though he had given her his credit card. Mrs. Cha responded with a small smile, saying it felt wasteful to spend too much on food, as she could not easily give up her old habits. She continued, mentioning that she planned to stay at her hotel over the weekend. Mrs. Cha then added cheerfully that she would prepare stir-fried anchovies for him when he visited, as she knew it was his favorite. Hearing this, Jeongmu raised a hand to his eyes, his expression briefly shifting. He murmured quietly that it used to be Hyun-young's favorite. Then he quickly brushed it off, telling Mrs. Cha not to trouble herself with cooking for him and to simply enjoy her stay in Korea. Later, Taegun went shopping as he entered confidently. His presence immediately drew attention, and several employees glanced at him in admiration as he walked toward the kelbemas section. His gaze briefly fell upon Seolha, who remained focused on choosing some gift. She was lost in her own thoughts as she imagined how each outfit might look on Jeongmu, which caused her to shake her head in mild embarrassment. She reminded herself to stop thinking that way, though the thoughts continued to return. She wondered which item would make a suitable gift for him. At the same time, she recalled how last year, he had instructed her to return all the birthday gifts he received that year. He had explained that once he started accepting gifts, it would never end, and he had asked her to issue a notice about it. She had followed his instructions back then, even though she had also bought something for him. Now she reflected on how she had been unable to give him anything because of that policy. Yet things were different now. She was no longer just his employee. She was his girlfriend, and the thought made her feel both nervous and quietly happy. Her thoughts were interrupted when Taegun let out a small laugh upon noticing her expression. He approached her and asked casually who she was choosing the clothes for, wondering if it was for her boyfriend. But the words didn't even land on her ears as her phone rang. She excused herself quickly, saying she would return shortly, leaving Taegun slightly surprised as he watched her leave after completely ignoring him. Seolha met Yoonshim outside. Yoonshim stretched slightly and remarked how refreshing it felt to get some fresh air, to which Seolha asked if she had dealt with many customers that day. Yoonshim immediately expressed her frustration, mentioning a customer who kept insisting a product was new even though it had clearly been used. She added that the customer even claimed there was a fault, which only made the situation more exhausting. Jiwon-shim then mentioned that the customer happened to be none other than Taegun, the eldest son of Taekong Group. Hearing this, Seolha recalled the rumors connected to Jeongmu's engagement. The thought made her sob for a brief moment. Jiwon-shim quickly added that it was not the main issue and moved on, mentioning that a new limited edition watch had arrived and he had come to purchase it. Seolha asked whether it suited his style, and Yoonshim nodded, saying it matched him quite well. She even joked that he carried himself like he was a prince and was just as attractive as Jeongmu. Seolha immediately disagreed, stating firmly that no one could compare, as she believed Jeongmu was the most attractive man in the world. At that moment, a voice from behind asked if she truly believed that. Without thinking, Seolha affirmed it again. She then opened her eyes, only to find Jeongmu standing there. Her eyes widened in surprise. Yoonshim teased lightly, asking if he had come to pick Seolha up, to which he affirmed, mentioning that it was impossible to reach her whenever she was with her. Seolha apologized, explaining that she had not noticed her phone ringing. When she looked around again, she realized Yuan-shim had already left quietly, which confused her. Jeongmu remarked that he should thank Yuan-shim for giving them time to walk together. Seolha hesitated, expressing concern about possible rumors if they were seen together. Jeongmu responded calmly, saying it would not be a bad thing, as it meant they would no longer need to hide their relationship. As they walked, Ji-hyun-moo asked if he could hold her hand. Seo-lee refused firmly. He then suggested a kiss, which she rejected even more strongly. Ji-hyun-moo let out a soft laugh, and then mentioned that he would not be able to meet her over the weekend, as he had a personal matter to attend to. Seolha asked about it, and he explained that he planned to meet his mother. He admitted that they had not seen each other in a long time, making the situation feel somewhat awkward. Seolha understood then why he had appeared uneasy earlier. Jeongmu added quietly that he was already looking forward to finishing work for the day, to which Seolha affirmed in response. Not far away, someone secretly captured a picture of them together. The employee who took it giggled softly, commenting on how interesting their relationship seemed. The photo was quickly sent to Taegun. Taehyun looked at the image on his phone and paused. As he studied it more closely, recognition slowly appeared on her face. He realized that he had seen the girl before. A faint smile formed as he understood the situation, that she was Jeongmu's girlfriend. In the office, as Ji-hyun was signing his documents, he was seen thinking quietly. He took a moment to lean back and relax, glancing at the calendar as the weekend seemed close. Meanwhile, Seolha was typing at her desk when she suddenly received a call from Ji-hyun regarding the pen. He mentioned that he liked the one he was currently using and asked her to let him know where it was, adding that he would find it himself. Seolha refused, stating that she would come immediately. She soon entered the cabin and opened the drawer, explaining that she had bought several refills after noticing that he always used that particular fountain pen. Ji-hyun looked at her and asked her to hand it to him, saying he would take care of it himself. He thanked her for coming even though she must have been busy, and remarked that it was nice to see her. Seolha became embarrassed and avoided his gaze, reminding him that she had told him not to look at her like that during work hours. Jeongmu leaned forward and held her lightly, teasing, as he asked if she did not want to leave work early. He mentioned that he would prefer to leave at that very moment. Seolha refused, saying she had something urgent to handle and would be leaving now. She hurried out of the cabin, clearly flustered, while Jeongmu watched her with a faint grin. Outside, Seolha felt that she needed to be more careful at work. Suddenly, she overheard employees talking nearby. They mentioned that Jeongmu and his fiancée were going to meet each other's parents for dinner that week. Another person added that it would probably take place at an expensive restaurant and expressed jealousy. The other commented that they would make a beautiful couple and mentioned how attractive the Taekong siblings were. Seolha listened as they discussed Jeongmu's dinner plans with his fiancée, though she recalled that he had previously dismissed it as a ridiculous rumor. She clenched her hands, thinking that she should have asked him directly for a clear answer. She remembered that he had mentioned having personal plans for the weekend. Then again, she also had plans during the same time, so she tried to convince herself that it might simply be something similar. The next morning, Seolha was at Yoonshim's apartment, looking exhausted. Yoonshim complained that she always ended up going alone, and mentioned that she had even woken up early to go with her without informing her beforehand. However, she noticed that Seolha had already made the trip herself and jokingly called her Miss Quickfeet. Seolha explained that she did not want to trouble her, and thanked her for always caring about her, As she sat there, her expression frowned, and her thoughts drifted to a memory from the past. She recalled the moment when the prosecutor had questioned Mr. Min, her father, about whether he still could not remember anything after seeing the evidence. The prosecutor had stated that the victim had been returning home with a figurine she had always wanted, though it was now completely shattered. Mr. Min had remained silent for a while before apologizing, saying that he did not remember. Seolha had flinched at his words. Since that day, she had developed a habit of bringing a figurine to the cemetery. She always visited a day before the death anniversary to avoid encountering her family. She understood that this did not change anything, yet the image of the broken figurine stayed in her mind, making it difficult for her to move on. Back in the present, Yoon-seom asked what had happened with the dinner plan involving Jeongmu. Hee-hwa replied that she had not asked him about it yet. Yoon-seom stated that from the way he looked at her, she doubted that he would ever be interested in another woman. She added that Siwa had already met his parents, though Siwa laughed lightly and said it did not count. Yoon-seom responded firmly, saying that regardless of the situation, he should not hurt her. She added that she did not care if he was their CEO and that she would be ready to quit her job if necessary. Yuan-shim then mentioned that the Amor Hotel was hosting a year-end event the following day and suggested they should go there. Siwa asked whether they would need an invitation since it was a luxury hotel. Yuan-shim explained that it was open to the public for free because it was their 50th anniversary and suggested they should watch the fireworks. She then added that they should rest for the day. Later, at the Amor Hotel, the place was filled with people and lively activity. Jeongmu felt pleased that he had arrived early, as it gave him time to look around. He even considered the idea of starting a hotel business himself. Suddenly, a voice called out to him from behind, addressing him as Oppa, which made him stop. A young woman approached, recognizing him immediately. Jeongmu greeted her and mentioned that it had been a while. She responded that this was likely their first meeting since she graduated from college. She said she had missed him and asked how he had been. She moved closer and held on to him, becoming affectionate. From a distance, Siwa witnessed the interaction. Yoon-shim suggested that they should go closer to look at the fountain, mentioning how beautiful it was. Siwa, however, remarked that the woman looked exactly like the person she had seen in an article. Cho Kang-hee, the youngest daughter of the Taekang group, she remembered that Jeongmu had said he had plans with his mother and thought that he might not have been ready to introduce her to his fiancée. Siwa then called out to Yoon-shim, saying that she needed to use the restroom quickly before they continued. Yoon-shim noticed her pale expression and pointed it out, but Siwa noted that she had come to enjoy the day with her and suggested they discuss everything another time. She added that she would ask about it the next day. As she moved toward the restroom, Taegun stepped out towards the restroom. He appeared frustrated, wondering where Kang-hee was, as she had been the one who insisted he attend the event. At that moment, a lipstick rolled near his foot, which irritated him. He stepped on it and moved forward. Ji-hyun-shim immediately shouted at him, questioning why he would kick someone else's belongings, and stopping him in his tracks. She stated that the least he could do was pick it up. Taegun scoffed and replied that it should not have been dropped in the first place, which surprised Yoon-shim. But noticing her beautiful face, he smirked as he added that if she was truly upset, he would apologize. He handed her his visiting card and told her to call him if she wanted compensation. Yuan-shim, confused by his words, questioned what he meant. Taegun responded with a faint smirk, giving off an unsettling impression. Yuan-shim dismissed the matter, stating that she did not need any compensation. However, Taegun slipped his card into her hand and told her to call him whenever she needed it, before walking away. Yuan-shim stood there, wondering why he had forced his business card on her. As she looked at it, she realized he was Taegun. It then occurred to her why he had seemed so familiar. She recalled hearing rumors about him. Although he was known as a young businessman and the prospective successor of the Taekang group, he was also described as someone difficult to manage, often causing trouble for the company. She scoffed quietly, thinking that even if he was capable at work, his unpleasant personality could not be hidden. At that moment, Siwa approached from behind and called out to Yoon-shim, asking where she had been going. Yoon-seo replied that she had been trying to avoid someone she described as a piece of trash, which left Siwa confused. Yoon-shim then cleared her throat and suggested they should go and look around the venue. Siwa agreed, though she felt a quiet heaviness inside. She decided not to let her feelings ruin the mood of their outing. She thought it would be better to set aside what she had seen earlier and bring it up at another time. The scene shifted to Jeongmu, where Kang-hee was lightly brushing his coat, saying that something seemed to be on it and asking if it was lint. Jeongmu asked her to leave it, mentioning that people might misunderstand the situation. He noted that others were already talking about the daughter of the Taekang group and the CEO of Venus, suggesting that the rumors about their engagement might be true. Kang-hee commented that he appeared to be as popular as ever. She added that a small misunderstanding did not bother her. Jeongmu cleared his throat and avoided her gaze, stating that it bothered him. Kang-hee then asked if he had a girlfriend, mentioning that he had never dated anyone during their school days, making a sad face. The expression stuck Jeongmu as his sister's face flashed before him as to make him sigh. He remarked that he was expected to meet someone soon, adding that he needed to leave. Kang-hee suggested that they should have dinner together sometime, to which Jeongmu replied that he was currently seeing someone and suggested they could catch up if they met again at a future event. He then excused himself and walked away, leaving Kang-hee heartbroken. She reflected on his words, noting that he was seeing someone. Meanwhile, Jeongmu found himself wondering if Hyun-young would have grown into someone like that after 10 years, and he let out a quiet sigh. The scene then shifted, where Mrs. Cha mentioned that nuts were said to help with migraines and handed him some supplements as well. She also gave him a coat to wear at work during colder days, and mentioned that another item was for Seolha. Jeongmu appeared slightly taken aback by this. Noting his reaction, Mrs. Cha asked whether the two of them were dating, mentioning that she had enjoyed the tea served at the office, and that she would visit again when she had the chance. Jeongmu replied that they would visit her as well when they could next time. Mrs. Cha felt touched upon hearing this and expressed her happiness. Jeongmu cleared his throat and suggested that they should get going. At the cemetery, Mrs. Cha sat toward the tombstone, saying that it was her first time visiting and that she had brought several things along. Her eyes filled with tears as she mentioned that the items had not even been expensive and that she should have bought such things earlier. Jeongmu looked away, unable to manage his emotions. Mrs. Cha then called out to him and apologized, saying that she had left him to carry everything on his own. She admitted that she should not have left him like that, but explained that she had been unable to accept Hyun-young's death. She continued to apologize, her voice breaking. Jeongmu responded that he regretted it every day, saying that he should not have allowed her to go alone and that things might have been different if he had gone with her. Mrs. Cha shook her head and told him that it was not his fault, asking him not to blame himself. Later, the scene shifted to Jeongmu's apartment. Seeing the bag, he recalled Mrs. Cha asking whether he had placed a certain item inside, mentioning that Hyun-young had loved that particular figurine. She had suggested that perhaps one of Hyun-young's friends had left it. Jeongmu reflected on how, every year on Hyun-young's death anniversary, someone left a figurine at his grave, and he had always assumed it was from a friend or acquaintance. He noted that this year it was a snowman figurine. He remembered that Seolha had a similar one, and thought about how coincidental it seemed. Suddenly, he received a message from his mother, thanking him for driving her and expressing her appreciation. Jeongmu responded by suggesting that they should meet a little earlier next time and perhaps have tea together. Mrs. Cha smiled upon reading the message, thinking that even if he appeared awkward, he remained the same at heart. The following day at the office, Jeongmu was accompanied by Seolha during a field inspection. Jeongmu asked about how the employees were being treated, noting that there had been issues that required attention. He gave instructions regarding the frequency of hygiene inspections as well. After reviewing several reports, he mentioned that he had likely covered all the necessary locations and that the reports would be sufficient. Seolha appeared exhausted, having been unable to sleep due to thoughts about the rumored fiancé. She felt that she could not continue like this and decided that she needed to speak with him that day. Just then, Jeongmu called her name and asked if she had time later. Seolha paused and a sudden thought crossed her mind. She wondered if he intended to have a serious conversation, possibly even to dump her or inform her about his wedding with Kang Hee. Observing his serious expression, she felt uneasy. At that moment, an employee approached and asked if the CEO had a moment. Ji-hyun turned to him and inquired about the matter. The employee reported that Taegun from the Taekang group had arrived, which surprised Ji-hyun. As Seolha served tea in front of them, she politely stated that they could call her if they needed anything before stepping out of the office. Watching her leave, Jeongmu remarked that he did not remember arranging any meeting with Taegun. Taegun casually replied that he merely missed his old friend and wished to see him again. He further added that they might even become brothers-in-law someday, causing Jeongmu to pause briefly. Noticing the reaction, Taegun questioned what was wrong and remarked that although Kang Hee could sometimes be excessive, she was still a good person. Jeongmu quietly stated that he had not realized the two of them were that close. Taegun remarked that Kang Hee had been disappointed that their meeting at the hotel had ended so quickly, and questioned why Jeongmu never seriously considered dating her. Jeongmu remained silent at the remark. Taegun then mentioned that he wished to work together as partners, though Jeongmu inwardly concluded that Taegun simply wanted to establish connections with Venus rather than compete against them. Taegun urged him to think about it carefully, remarking that even the chairman would likely approve since it would benefit both sides unless there was some reason he could not accept. He then questioned whether the reason involved the secretary from earlier. Later, after leaving the office, Taegun's secretary questioned whether he wished to look around before departing, but Taegun declined, stating that there was no need. While smoking outside, he reflected that everything had unfolded exactly as he had predicted. He recalled Jeongmu's expression when he had brought up the subject earlier and wondered how frustrated he might eventually become. He also remembered how Jeongmu had remarked that Taegun seemed interested in Miss Seolha, though unfortunately she already had a boyfriend. Taegun had questioned whether that was truly the case, inwardly noting how calm Jeongmu had appeared throughout the conversation. Even now, he thought that Jeongmu had never once allowed him to stand above him during their school years, and today was no different. In the present, Taegun notes the Taekang department store would soon open, and if he could not establish ties by becoming family, then another method would be necessary. At that moment, a message arrived on his phone informing him that the overseas shipment had been secured. Taegun calmly instructed them to leave it in the trunk for now. Kim Sung-chan informed him that the Venus chairman still appeared unaware of the matter. causing Taegon to smirk as he remarked how fitting the headline would sound if news spread that Venus CEO Jeongmu had cheated on his fiancée with his secretary. At that moment, Seolha called out to Eunshim nearby, drawing Taegon's attention toward them. Eunshim brightly questioned how Seolha had known she had been craving strawberries, remarking that she truly resembled an angel. Seolha softly replied that she had only noticed it earlier and mentioned that she would be leaving work with Jeongmu that evening because they planned to have dinner together. Though she smiled outwardly, Seolha inwardly worried about Director Tae's unexpected visit earlier that day. Eunshim, however, held her hand and comforted her by stating that she needed to honestly express everything on her mind that night. She further remarked that honesty had always been Seolha's best quality and that she should not forget it now. Seolha thanked her sincerely and promised that she would settle everything that very day. Later that evening during dinner, Seolha found herself unable to bring up the subject, despite repeatedly preparing herself to do so. Feeling nervous, she suddenly coughed, causing Jeongmu to question whether she was alright. Embarrassed, Seolha replied that she had merely swallowed incorrectly. Afterwards, as they walked outside together, Seolha quietly clung to his arm while they moved down the street. Jeongmu suddenly apologized, causing her to freeze in confusion. He explained that he had been worried the rumors regarding his engagement had affected her. He admitted that he had not considered the matter serious at first, though many people appeared to have misunderstood his weekend plans. He revealed that he had actually gone to visit his sister's grave alongside his mother. Surprised, Seolha quietly questioned him about it, prompting Jeongmu to explain that his sister had passed away 10 years earlier due to an accident, and that he usually visited her alone every year. However, his mother had chosen to accompany him this time. Hearing this, Seolha's eyes filled with tears as she embraced him tightly, apologizing for misunderstanding him and admitting that she had no idea about his past. Jeongmu gently reassured her that it was understandable for such thoughts to trouble her. Seolha tearfully admitted that she should have asked him sooner but had been afraid that the rumors might truly be real. She apologized again for making him revisit such painful memories. However, Jeongmu calmly remarked that he would be more careful in the future so misunderstandings like this would not spread again, gently asking her not to cry anymore. That night, the two of them spent a long time talking together. Jeongmu spoke about his childhood, his life with his mother, and the experiences that had shaped him while growing up. Through the conversation, Seolha gradually felt that she had come to understand him far better than before. The following morning at Venus, several colleagues cheerfully remarked that the weekend was finally approaching, while another jokingly stated that she intended to spend the entire time sleeping. However, their attention quickly shifted towards Seolha as they approached her desk and questioned what she wanted for breakfast. Seolha apologized softly while attempting to stand, though the coworkers immediately stopped speaking after noticing how exhausted she looked. They quietly whispered among themselves, wondering whether she was sick or perhaps suffering from a difficult breakup. Shortly afterwards, Seolha entered Jeongmu's office and handed him the organized reports for next week's meeting, explaining that she had printed and arranged all the necessary materials beforehand. Jeongmu thanked her before carefully observing her face. Gently touching beneath her eyes, he remarked that they looked badly swollen. Seolha awkwardly replied that she had applied ice before sleeping the previous night, prompting Jeongmu to lightly scold her by remarking that he had specifically told her not to continue crying. Embarrassed, Seolha quietly replied that once she started, it had become difficult to stop. Attempting to change the subject, she asked him to review the reports and inform her if anything else was required. After briefly glancing through them, Jeongmu stated that the reports were already more than sufficient. He then pulled her slightly closer and remarked that what he truly needed now was Min Seolha. Confused by the sudden statement, Seolha questioned what he meant, only for Jeongmu to casually remark that lunchtime was approaching soon and that they could always lock the office door. Seolha immediately became flushed, her thoughts turning chaotic as she quietly remarked that it was true. Jeongmu pulled her slightly closer and teasingly stated that she truly was a mischievous person, remarking that she seemed to entertain increasingly improper thoughts whenever he looked at her. Embarrassed, Seolha whispered that she had only been trying to explain herself. However, before the conversation could continue further, a sudden knock sounded at the office door. An assistant's voice came in, stating that the department head was currently away and questioning whether Jeongmu had received the report yet, asking if he could quickly confirm it. Jeongmu calmly replied that he would check it shortly since he was slightly occupied at the moment, additionally thanking him for bringing it over. The moment the knock had sounded, Seolha had hurried behind Jeongmu and concealed herself behind his shoulder just in time. Letting out a relieved breath afterward, she quietly remarked that she had barely managed to hide in time and that it had been far too close. Jeongmu, however, looked slightly disappointed as he remarked that the situation was unfortunate. He admitted that he disliked the fact that they constantly had to conceal everything from others. Seolha softly pleaded with him to endure it for a little longer, reminding him that things would become troublesome if anyone discovered them now. After the assistant's footsteps faded away, Jeongmu questioned what plans Seolha had for the upcoming weekend. Seolha replied that she did not really have anything planned. Hearing this, Jeongmu smiled faintly and remarked that he had already finished his work in advance, specifically so he could spend more time with her. He added that there were still many things the two of them had yet to do together, causing Seolha to quietly look away in embarrassment. Seolha became slightly embarrassed as she realized that Jeongmu truly took advantage of every opportunity he could find. Tugging lightly on his tie, she called out to him and warned that if he continued seducing her like that, she would refuse to kiss him anymore. However, before Jeongmu could properly respond, Seolha leaned closer and placed a quick kiss upon his forehead instead, immediately leaving him flustered. Jeongmu awkwardly remarked that they should not behave like that inside the office, but by the time he finished speaking, Seolha had already hurried away toward the hallway. She waved goodbye while running off, leaving Jeongmu staring after her with a helpless sigh as he remarked that she always managed to leave him completely worked up before disappearing. As Seolha stepped outside, she overheard several colleagues thanking the security team nearby. Her attention shifted toward one particular guard, who strangely seemed familiar to her. The man suddenly glanced back in her direction, causing Seolha to quietly decide that it would be better for her to leave quickly instead of lingering there any longer. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Taegun impatiently tapped against the table while waiting. Kang-hee questioned who exactly the woman was that had caught his interest so much. Taegun casually replied that she was far better than her, instantly irritating her. Kang-hee sharply remarked that he practically said the same thing about every woman he encountered. However, Taegun remarked that if she remained that curious about Seolha, then she should accompany him to the next meeting with Jeongmu. Kang-hee immediately refused, stating that she would figure things out on her own. Before leaving, she coldly warned him that things would not end well if he continued provoking Venus and reminded him that his own record was far from clean. She additionally remarked that he should abandon his drug habits while he still could. Taegun merely smirked after she left, quietly stating that even if things ended badly, it was still preferable to doing nothing at all. Later that night, Seolha lay awake upon her bed while staring toward the ceiling, her heartbeat refusing to calm down. The thought of traveling together with Jeongmu filled her with so much excitement that sleep no longer seemed possible. She had already mentally planned nearly everything they could do together during the trip. While she remained lost in those thoughts, her phone suddenly rang beside her. Surprised, she quickly picked it up and realized that Jeongmu was calling. Jeongmu immediately questioned whether he had accidentally woken her up, but Seolha softly denied it, admitting that she had not fallen asleep yet. Hearing that, Jeongmu remarked that it was fortunate. Curious, Seolha questioned why he had suddenly called her so late at night, only for Jeongmu to casually confess that he simply missed her. The unexpected answer caused Seolha to smile unconsciously. Jeongmu then remarked that he wished tomorrow would arrive faster and jokingly added that perhaps he should have simply stayed the night at her place instead. Embarrassed, Seolha questioned whether she should come over immediately. Her response briefly caught Jeongmu off guard before he remarked that there would not even be anywhere to park at this hour and that she was likely already tired. However, he quickly added that she should simply remain where she was because he would rather come to her himself since he missed her too. Still teasing her, he questioned what would happen if she became too sleepy by tomorrow to spend time with him properly. Seolha immediately denied that possibility, insisting that she would absolutely not be sleepy at all. The following day, during their trip together, Seolha excitedly pointed toward the distant sea and remarked that the water looked beautiful, even from afar. However, Jeongmu suddenly questioned whether she was feeling unwell. Seolha denied it, though Jeongmu immediately followed up by questioning whether she was hungry instead, so as to make Seolha admit that she was. Despite her words, the two of them spent the day enjoying themselves together. They shared lunch and snacks, walked peacefully alongside the beach, and spent hours simply talking with each other. As evening approached, Seolha softly remarked that she had truly enjoyed the day, and that it had been a very long time since she had last visited the beach like this. While they stood together near the shore, Jeongmu quietly called out to Seolha before honestly confessing that he truly liked her. The sudden sincerity in his voice caused Seolha to fall silent. Jeongmu continued by admitting that his feelings for her were far stronger than she probably realized. Hearing those words, Seolha gently tightened her grip around his hand and confessed that she truly liked him as well. Jeongmu quietly remarked that he wished they could remain there for several more days instead of returning so soon. Seolha smiled softly and replied that there would always be another opportunity in the future. Later that night, the two of them stopped by a grilled and steamed food shop before heading back. After finishing the meal, Seolha remarked that she was already completely full, prompting Jeongmu to state that they would probably need to skip dessert afterward. However, Seolha quickly denied that suggestion, insisting that there was always room for dessert and mentioning that she thought she had noticed a cake shop nearby earlier. Just as she prepared to leave, Seolha suddenly realized that she had accidentally left her phone back at the table. Embarrassed by her carelessness, she hurried back inside while quietly scolding herself for forgetting something so important simply because she had been having too much fun. However, upon returning, she noticed Jeongmu speaking with another woman nearby. Immediately, Seolha called out toward him and jokingly questioned whether he had started flirting with another woman the moment she stepped away. Jeongmu smiled at the accusation and questioned whether she had become jealous. Seolha instantly denied it, though Jeongmu explained that the woman had merely asked him for directions and that he had informed her he was unfamiliar with the area himself. Seolha crossed her arms and remarked that she already knew because she had overheard everything. Jeongmu then teased her by remarking that she had still looked prettier. Seolha let out an embarrassed groan, only for Jeongmu to chuckle and clarify that he had been referring to his girlfriend, who had approached him earlier with a jealous expression on her face. Afterwards, fireworks illuminated the night sky nearby. The two of them spent the rest of the evening in the car, enjoying themselves privately. As they were about to proceed, Jeongmu questioned whether things felt too cramped around them, saying that it would not take too much time to reach the hotel. But Seolha simply wrapped her arms around him and replied that it was too far. Jeongmu gently kissed her forehead before quietly admitting that, truthfully, he completely agreed with her. As fireworks illuminated the night sky, Seolha and Jeongmu continued enjoying themselves. Jeongmu quietly remarked that things were becoming dangerous because she truly needed to learn a little more patience. Embarrassed by his teasing tone, Seolha asked him to stop tempting her like that. However, Jeongmu simply smiled and admitted that he honestly wanted to continue tempting her, though for now they should simply enjoy the evening together since he had already left certain things back at the hotel. Later that night, after returning to the hotel, the two of them spent peaceful and private time together, enjoying each other's company without interruption. Meanwhile, Taegun sat alone at a hotel bar while drinking. His expression gradually darkened as memories resurfaced in his mind. He recalled being slapped by his father, who had angrily questioned how much longer he intended to continue wasting investments. His father had demanded to know what was supposedly so special about Venus and had sharply remarked that the chairman had suddenly begun favoring Jeongmu simply because the two of them had attended the same university. Taegun still remembered being questioned about why he could not become just as successful as Jeongmu and whether he would ever manage to reach the same level. Even now, the memory irritated him deeply. Thinking back on the way Jeongmu had looked at Seolha earlier, Taegun quietly concluded that Jeongmu was genuinely serious about her. At that moment, a knock sounded at the hotel room door before a man entered carrying a briefcase. The man nervously explained that he had brought everything Taegun had requested. Taegun coldly questioned why it had taken so long just to deliver a few drugs, causing the man to quickly apologize and explain that avoiding the authorities had recently become increasingly difficult. He additionally informed Taegun that the rumors involving Jeongmu and Seolha had already begun spreading throughout Venus and that Chairman Chow would likely hear about them soon. However, before he could continue, Taegun suddenly struck him with an ashtray so as to make him groan. Taegun angrily remarked that he had ordered the task to be completed much earlier and questioned whether the man even understood how much money he was being paid. He further stated that he would personally tell Chairman Chow himself since they were already scheduled to play golf together later that week. After calming down slightly, Taegun mockingly remarked that perhaps falling for secretaries simply ran within the family. Though his tone sounded casual, he inwardly wondered just how badly he should destroy the relationship between Jeongmu and Seolha. The following day, Seolha sat together with Jeongmu while opening a can of beer. Cheerfully, she admitted that she had always wanted to casually sit and drink beer together with him someday. She questioned whether he was actually a good drinker since she had never once properly seen him drink alcohol before. As Jeongmu sat beside her, Seolha pointed out that even during formal dinners he would usually order alcohol but barely touch the glass at all. In response, Jeongmu calmly explained that he disliked losing control of himself and did not wish to end up doing something he might regret afterward. He additionally admitted that he simply did not enjoy becoming drunk. However, barely 10 minutes later, Jeongmu completely passed out after drinking only a single can of beer. Startled, Seolha called out to him before realizing in disbelief that one can truly seem to be his limit. Sitting down beside him, she smiled helplessly while thinking that he could have simply admitted it honestly from the start. Moments later, Jeongmu softly mumbled in his sleep while calling out for Seolha. In a dazed voice, he asked her to say his name the same way she had earlier. Hearing that, Seolha immediately became flustered as she recalled herself calling him by his actual name earlier that evening after teasing him about speaking to another woman. She quietly thought that eventually she would not be able to keep calling him Mr. Cha or Sir forever. Hesitating briefly, she softly whispered his name, Jeongmu, causing a faint smile to appear across his sleeping face. Elsewhere, moving out of the bar, Kim Songchan questioned how much longer he would continue handling such dirty work for others. Thinking carefully, he realized that he still possessed several other options available to him as well, while scrolling through Jeongmu's contact information on his phone. As he walked out, he accidentally stumbled into another man nearby. Irritated, Kim Songchan warned him to watch where he was going, prompting him to quickly apologize before moving aside. Watching the man leave, Kim Songchan quietly noted that the stranger appeared to be the owner of the establishment. He then inwardly guessed that Taegun had likely become tangled in his own conflict involving Jeongmu too. The next morning, right at the usual time of 7, the alarm rang loudly beside Seolha's bed. She slowly reached out and turned it off before sitting upright with a quiet sigh. Her thoughts drifted toward the schedule for the day as she recalled that it was Director Choi's wedding. After brushing her teeth and getting ready, she hurried out while thinking that Jeongmu had most likely already arrived. She remarked to herself that she should not be late. While walking down the narrow street, a racing van suddenly sped around the corner far too quickly. Before she could properly react, someone quickly pulled her backward by the arm. The man remarked that drivers really should not speed through streets like those, since someone could easily get hurt. He then questioned if she was all right, to which Seolha quietly affirmed. The man stared at her for a brief moment before apologizing, stating that she resembled someone he once knew. Seolha lightly affirmed that such things happen sometimes, and politely excused herself, thinking once more that Jeongmu must already be waiting for her. As she walked away, the man continued staring silently in her direction. The scene shifted toward the wedding venue, where Jeongmu arrived alongside Seolha. The elegant atmosphere around them immediately made Seolha feel somewhat awkward and nervous. She questioned internally whether weddings naturally made people feel uneasy. Just then, a woman approached them and warmly called out to both of them. Seolha greeted her politely and questioned how she had been doing lately, while Jeongmu quietly glanced toward his phone after it suddenly vibrated. Seeing that it was a call from his mother, he stepped outside to answer it. His mother questioned whether he was busy, though Jeongmu denied it. She then reminded him that tomorrow was his birthday and stated that she wished to prepare miyeokguk for him. Jeongmu calmly affirmed that he would visit together with Seolha, which immediately delighted his mother. She remarked that she would prepare everything extra deliciously for them. Jeongmu then questioned whether she needed anything from him, though she denied it and simply told him not to bring anything for her. Meanwhile, back inside the hall, Seolha quietly stood near the guests while thinking that Jeongmu had been gone for quite some time. She wondered if the call had been urgent when President Kim suddenly approached her. Seolha politely greeted him, though President Kim immediately questioned where Jeongmu had gone and sarcastically remarked that he could not believe a man would leave his girlfriend behind alone at an event. President Kim continued speaking in an unpleasant tone, remarking that Jeongmu acted as though he were some impressive young CEO when, in reality, he had merely been lucky enough to enter the company due to family circumstances. He further stated that Jeongmu was nothing more than the chairman's illegitimate child and questioned what other reason he could possibly have had for joining Venus besides money. Hearing those remarks caused Seolha's grip around her purse to tighten slightly. However, instead of reacting emotionally, she calmly interrupted him and remarked that President Kim truly had never changed. She even thanked him for continuing to show so much interest in their CEO. Seolha then stated that she had heard about Jeongmu's difficult childhood, including how he had been unable to live with the chairman because of backlash from the family. Even so, she continued, he still managed to enter one of Korea's top university law departments and graduate with honors without receiving proper support from anyone. She further remarked that every business venture he had handled afterward had become successful, questioning whether such accomplishments were not truly remarkable. President Kim took a small step back before awkwardly remarking that anyone could achieve such things if they were desperate enough. Seolha calmly affirmed that he himself had likely never experienced desperation before, and gently remarked that enduring such hardships also required talent and skill. Standing a short distance away, Jeongmu overheard the entire exchange and quietly grinned at her response. Later that evening, the scene shifted toward the car ride home. Seolha leaned back against the seat and quietly remarked that the entire day had passed by unbelievably fast. Jeongmu observed her tired expression and remarked that she must be exhausted, suggesting that she return home and rest properly. Seolha hesitated for a moment before sighing softly. Jeongmu then questioned whether something was bothering her, though Seolha quickly denied it and explained that she had simply wanted to give him something. After nervously searching through her purse, she carefully pulled out a small gift and wished him a happy birthday. Jeongmu stared at the gift with visible surprise, while Seolha explained that she had always wanted to give him a birthday present before, though she never had the chance since he never accepted personal gifts from employees. Jeongmu quietly questioned whether that had been the reason she had continued fiddling with her purse throughout the evening. As he prepared to open the present immediately, Seolha quickly stopped him and shyly requested that he wait until he returned home, because opening it there would embarrass her. Jeongmu teasingly replied that her reaction only made him want to open it even more. However, Seolha insisted that it was truly nothing special and reminded him that he already possessed everything he could possibly need. Hearing her words caused Jeongmu to smile warmly as he thanked her, remarking that anything she gave him would already be perfect to him. Seolha immediately felt her face grow warm at his response and internally remarked that such words were genuinely unhealthy for her heart. She quickly told him once more to wait until she had completely left before opening the gift. After stepping out of the car, she reminded him that he still had a long day ahead and gently told him to rest well before stating that she would see him tomorrow. As Seolha began walking toward her apartment building, Jeongmu questioned whether she was truly certain that she did not want him to walk her the rest of the way. Seolha simply replied that her place was already nearby and continued walking. Just before she disappeared from view, Jeongmu called out to her and remarked that he would contact her later, Seolha turned back with a small smile and affirmed, reminding him to return home safely as well. Once she was finally gone, Jeongmu slowly opened the gift inside the quiet car. Inside rested a carefully knitted muffler, with the initials JM stitched neatly onto it. A faint smile appeared on his face, though the peaceful moment lasted only briefly before his phone suddenly buzzed again. As he looked down at the screen, a news article immediately appeared before his eyes with the headline that Venus CEO cheats on fiancé with secretary. Jeongmu let out a tired groan upon reading it. Elsewhere, inside his home, Taegun calmly stared at the same article displayed across his phone screen. A faint smirk slowly crossed his face as he quietly wondered what Chairman Cha's reaction to such news would be. Inside the colossal office building, Jeongmu stood silently before Chairman Cha, while the old man stared at the news article, reporting that Venus had officially denied the affair rumors. After letting out a low cough, the chairman questioned whether Jeongmu understood how difficult it had been to quiet the press. He then directly asked whether it was true that Jeongmu had been fooling around with his secretary. Jeongmu calmly replied that he had never fooled around with Seolha. Instead, he stated that he was involved in a wholehearted and serious relationship with her. Hearing those words caused the chairman to scoff coldly as he remarked that such feelings never lasted. Jeongmu quietly replied that not everyone was like him. The chairman's expression darkened before he instructed Jeongmu to think back to the day he officially became part of the Cha family. He reminded him how desperately he had begged back then, and promised to do whatever was asked of him. The chairman repeated how Jeongmu had agreed to learn the business, become his successor, and marry whoever was chosen for him, without complaint, because it was supposedly his duty as a member of the family. Jeongmu clenched his fist tightly before affirming that he had indeed promised all those things because he had been willing to do absolutely anything to save Hae-yeon. The chairman coldly remarked that it sounded as though Jeongmu was trying to blame him now, even though Hae-yeon's death had not been his fault. He stated that the accident had happened before her treatment could properly continue. However, Jeongmu immediately replied that he knew exactly why the accident had happened and remarked that it could have been avoided if Hyun-young had been sent to the American hospital immediately. Jeongmu's thoughts drifted back toward the painful memories of that winter, when the first snowfall had arrived unusually early. That had been the same season when Hyun-young was diagnosed with leukemia. At the time, Jeongmu had stared blankly in disbelief while questioning how such news could possibly make sense. His mother had quietly explained that Hyun-young had suddenly collapsed one day, which led them to take her for a medical examination, and the test results had only recently returned. Even then, Jeongmu had desperately tried convincing himself that leukemia was treatable and that she could still recover. However, he later realized that the only thing he could do was approach Venus and beg his father for help. As humiliating as it had felt, he still knelt before Chairman Cha and pleaded for Hyun-young to be saved. The chairman had merely stared down at him before questioning what Jeongmu planned to offer in return. Even then, Jeongmu understood that accepting such a deal would eventually return to haunt him, yet he still accepted the opportunity without hesitation. He clenched his fist and affirmed that he would do anything demanded of him if Hyun-young could be saved. Internally, he suppressed the disgust he felt while watching his father tower over him as though he were some untouchable god, deciding another person's fate. The chairman remarked that since Jeongmu had attended law university, he should already be intelligent enough not to disappoint him. Jeongmu quietly affirmed, convincing himself that his father could continue playing God for as long as he wanted if it meant Hyun-young could survive. At the time, that belief alone had kept him moving forward. Yet afterward, even Hyun-young disappeared from his life. On the day of her funeral, Chairman Cha had refused to appear because he did not want the public learning about his illegitimate children. Remembering that moment caused bitterness to rise within Jeongmu once again as he questioned whether his father understood how abandoned he had felt back then. He coldly stated that the only reason he even possessed the Cha surname was because of his father's blood, so the chairman should stop using their relationship as an excuse to interfere with his life. Jeongmu then firmly declared that he no longer held any obligation to keep his promises, because Hyun-young was already dead. Later, while driving alone through the city, Jeongmu's emotions caused him to lose control of the steering wheel for a brief moment before he quickly steadied the car again. He let out a strained breath while trying to calm himself when his phone suddenly buzzed. Seeing his mother's name appear on the screen caused him to close his eyes briefly before answering. He quietly apologized and stated that he did not think he would be able to visit her that day. He explained that he would come together with Seolha another time instead. The following morning at Venus, Seolha immediately called Jeongmu after hearing he was unwell. She gently questioned whether his condition was truly serious. Jeongmu replied that he would likely recover after some rest. Seolha quickly questioned whether he had visited a doctor and asked whether she should bring him medicine. However, Jeongmu interrupted her and softly apologized, stating that she must have been shocked after seeing the news article. Seolha immediately denied it and remarked that the article had not even been true anyway since the situation had died down rather quickly. Jeongmu quietly replied that the rumors were technically true because they actually were dating in secret. He then admitted that simply hearing her voice already made him feel slightly better. Seolha softly told him that he needed to recover quickly for her sake. Jeongmu responded that he would try coming into the office later that afternoon once he felt a little better, and remarked that he would see her soon. However, Seolha denied it and insisted that he should properly rest for the day instead. She jokingly remarked that the employees were probably thrilled to have a day without their strict CEO around. Jeongmu faintly affirmed that he would think about it. Seolha once again instructed him to rest before ending the call. Even afterward, she could not stop worrying because Jeongmu had never taken a day off before, making her wonder whether he might actually be seriously ill. Meanwhile, Jeongmu sat alone while coughing repeatedly, internally thinking that he still needed to see Seolha later despite his worsening condition. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a new message. Irritated, Jeongmu questioned what kind of nonsense it was this time before opening it. The message cruelly stated that his dead twin sister must surely be crying in the afterlife while watching every decision he made now. Elsewhere inside the office, Seolha focused carefully on her work until she sensed someone approaching from behind. For a brief moment, she thought the figure resembled Jeongmu. However, the man suddenly cleared his throat and remarked that she must be Seolha Min. Seolha immediately stood and politely greeted Chairman Cha. Inside the cabin, the chairman calmly questioned how long she had worked beside Jeongmu. Seolha replied that it had been slightly over 3 years. The chairman coldly remarked that such a period was already far too long, and stated that it was no wonder Jeongmu had ended up involved in such a mess. Confused, Seolha quietly apologized, though the chairman continued speaking without concern. He remarked that since she was around Jeongmu's age and spent nearly every hour with him, feelings naturally would begin developing between them. He then informed her that Jeongmu would soon become engaged to the youngest daughter of Taekong Group because the families were already arranging a date. He instructed Seolha to ensure that no ridiculous rumors like the previous day spread again, and coldly remarked that she should already know her place after enjoying herself long enough. The scene shifted toward Kim Sung-chan, who was responsible for spreading the rumors online. Kim Sung-chan casually remarked that he had not expected Jeongmu to arrive so quickly, to which Jeongmu merely glared coldly at him, before questioning exactly what kind of game he believed he was playing. At the Venus, Seolha departed from the office. She glanced at her phone and noticed a message from Jeongmu. He stated that something urgent had come up, so he would not be able to see her today. He also apologized for informing her at the last minute. Seolha quietly noted that something like this had been bound to happen sooner or later. She paused for a moment, thinking about how their relationship had begun out of her own selfish desires in the first place. Deep down, she had always known it would never last forever. Even so, after recalling all the memories they had shared together, she realized she had only partially prepared herself for this moment. Still, the pain felt far heavier than she had expected, and tears slowly rolled down her cheeks. The scene then shifted toward Jeongmu. Kim Sung-chan introduced himself first before handing over a card. He stated that he was Kim Sung-chan from the Venus department store security team. He remarked that they were essentially on the same side, causing Jeongmu's expression to stiffen in irritation. Jeongmu coldly replied that he did not care who he was, and asked him to get straight to the point. He questioned why he had contacted him in the first place. Kim Sung-chan casually responded that Jeongmu seemed quite impatient. He then questioned how much Jeongmu truly knew about Seolha. Jeongmu frowned and questioned what he was trying to imply. Kim Sung-chan explained that he had once stayed at the same orphanage as Seolha, though only for around a year. Hearing this made Jeongmu tense immediately. It was the first time he had ever heard something like this. Seolha had never spoken about her family before. Jeongmu questioned what exactly his point was. He remarked that he was done entertaining the conversation and warned him never to contact him again. However, Kim Sung-chan calmly remarked that Jeongmu should also be careful with his words. He stated that unlike privileged people like him, Seolha did not have a past she could speak about freely. As Jeongmu prepared to leave, Kim Sung-chan suddenly brought up a man named Min Dong-woo, instantly freezing him in place. Kim Sung-chan stated that Min Dong-woo was currently serving a life sentence for a drunk driving hit-and-run case. He remarked that it had been snowing heavily that night as well, if Jeongmu remembered correctly. Then, without hesitation, he revealed that he was referring to the night Seolha's father had killed his sister. The scene shifted back towards Seolha, who was sitting alone on her bed. Seolha quietly thought about how Jeongmu still had not contacted her since then. She wanted to send him a message first, yet she could not figure out what she was supposed to say. Her eyes slowly drifted toward a button lying on the floor nearby. She gently picked it up, recalling how Jeongmu had accidentally dropped it the night before their trip when he visited her apartment. The memory resurfaced clearly in her mind. Back then, Jeongmu had entered her apartment and remarked that it was his first time seeing her room. Seolha had awkwardly replied that she would have cleaned more thoroughly if she had known he would be coming over. Jeongmu casually stated that the room already looked quite clean. Seolha responded that it was usually even cleaner than this. Shortly afterward, Jeongmu had wrapped his arms around her from behind and remarked that if she lived with him, she would never need to clean again. Seolha had immediately tried to deny it, stating that she could at least handle dinner. However, Jeongmu simply responded that he would gladly take care of that as well. Afterward, they spent time talking together while looking through old photo albums. The atmosphere had been warm and comfortable, and they had laughed together quite a lot. At one point, Jeongmu teasingly remarked that looking through albums was not the real reason he had come over. Seolha had softly questioned if that was truly the case before hugging him and admitting that inviting him over had actually been her intention from the beginning. The two of them had continued teasing each other afterward while spending time together happily. Back in the present, Seolha quietly reflected on how she had always lived alone in this apartment without issue. Yet today, the entire place strangely felt emptier than usual. The following day at Venus department store, Jeongmu sat with a troubled expression while recalling the conversation from yesterday. Back then, after Jeongmu had questioned Kim Song-chan about why he was telling him all of this, Kim Song-chan had calmly explained that he understood better than anyone what people needed in order to live comfortably. Jeongmu had immediately questioned whether he wanted money. Kim Song-chan straightforwardly affirmed it. He demanded 100 million won as a starting amount and instructed Jeongmu to deliver it within 3 weeks. He further warned that if he failed to hear from him by then, he would go directly to Seolha instead. Recalling those words caused Jeongmu to let out a frustrated groan. He bitterly noted how well Kim Song-chan understood negotiation tactics. He targeted a person's weakest point and continued digging into it relentlessly until there was no escape left. Jeongmu thought that if money truly was Kim Song-chan's only objective, then fine, he would simply pay whatever amount he demanded. However, another part of the conversation continued weighing heavily on his mind. He recalled Kim Song-chan warning him not to assume it was the only card he had hidden up his sleeve. That remark continued troubling him deeply. Jeongmu quietly wondered what else Kim Song-chan could possibly be hiding. More importantly, the mention of Min Dong-woo would not leave his thoughts alone. The person he hated more than anyone else in the world was Seolha's father. Although he understood he should not blindly believe every word Kim Song-chan said, the matter continued lingering heavily in his mind. Finally, Jeongmu called for one of his employees and instructed him to run a complete background check on Min Dong-woo. He ordered him to find out exactly who he was and whether he had truly been responsible for the incident. At the Venus department store, Yoon-shim politely attended to a customer before thanking them for their purchase. After the customer left, she stretched lightly and quietly thought that she desperately needed a break. Just then, someone approached from behind and casually remarked that she had never called him. Yoon-shim turned around with a welcoming face, prepared to ask what the person wanted, only to freeze in surprise after recognizing Taegun. After purchasing an order, she immediately explained that refunds and exchanges could be processed within 1 week of purchase. Taegun calmly questioned whether she truly did not need any sort of compensation, remarking that he could give her as much as she wanted. However, Yoon-shim politely declined and thanked him before bidding him farewell. Taegun simply affirmed it and remarked that he would see her again before finally leaving the store. Shortly afterward, Yoon-shim noticed a small gift resting on the counter. Curious, she picked it up and was immediately shocked after recognizing the brand of the lip balm inside. It was extremely expensive, leaving her in pure chaos about why Taegun would give something like this to her. Meanwhile, outside the building, Taegun shoved the remaining gift package to his guard while casually smoking. He quietly remarked that Yoon-shim was tougher than he had expected. Even so, he appeared amused rather than frustrated. As smoke drifted through the air, he thought that if he waited patiently long enough, he would probably encounter Seolha as well. The scene then shifted toward the office, where Seolha informed Jeongmu that Taeyeon Corporation still had not sent a response regarding the matter they had discussed earlier. Jeongmu remarked that the company was taking longer than expected before instructing her to contact President Kim's secretary and ask when they planned to return the proposal. Seolha quietly affirmed and prepared to leave. However, as she spoke further, a light cough escaped from her lips. Jeongmu immediately remarked that she must have caught his cold. Seolha quickly denied it and insisted that it was only because of the weather. She then stated that she would return to her afternoon tasks and politely asked him to let her know if he needed anything else before stepping out of the office. After she left, Jeongmu sighed quietly before calling her back again. As he stepped closer, he gently held her hand and remarked that he was at least relieved she did not have a fever. Looking at her carefully, he softly instructed her to go home without him tonight. Seolha hesitated before questioning whether he had plans for the evening, to which Jeongmu simply affirmed it. Although disappointment briefly crossed her face, she quietly accepted it before leaving. Once outside the office, another cough escaped her lips as she slowly walked down the hallway. She could not ignore how differently Jeongmu had been behaving lately. He appeared anxious for some reason, causing her thoughts to wander toward the possibility of him having a serious conversation with the chairman. Gradually, darker thoughts began filling her mind. She imagined Jeongmu apologizing to her before suggesting they end their relationship. Even while imagining it, she quietly thought that if he truly said those words, she would simply walk away without regrets. Perhaps he would offer her money, or perhaps she would return to focusing entirely on paying off the bank debt. Even so, Seolha firmly decided that she needed to speak with him later that night, even if it ended up being over the phone. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted her thoughts from behind, questioning whether she was referring to her boyfriend. Seolha turned in surprise, only to realize it was Mrs. Cha standing there. Mrs. Cha warmly remarked that Seolha did not need to feel awkward around her before casually asking whether she had eaten dinner yet, because she herself had not. The scene shifted toward Jeongmu, who sat alone in his office while staring at his phone. He quietly wondered whether any pharmacies were still open at such a late hour. Moments later, a knock echoed through the room, and he instructed the person outside to come in. Soon, Mu-young entered the office. Jeongmu remarked that it had been a long time since they last met, to which Mu-young casually responded that meeting him after high school had become nearly impossible. Once seated, Mu-young questioned whether Jeongmu was truly certain about investigating this matter again. He then revealed several documents and photographs connected to the accident scene. One set contained information about the man involved, while another detailed the injuries suffered during the accident. As Jeongmu looked through the papers, his grip slowly tightened. Realizing there had been a possibility she could have survived, caused a painful expression to appear on his face. Bitterly, he thought that if she had died instantly, she would not have suffered so terribly. Mu-young then carefully explained that based solely on the autopsy report and medical opinions, nobody truly knew what happened immediately after the accident occurred. Furthermore, because there had been no visible security cameras in the area at the time, the investigation itself had been extremely difficult. However, while reviewing the case again recently, they discovered there had actually been a rooftop camera attached to a nearby building. Even so, by the time it was discovered, the case had already been settled through other evidence. Mu-young explained that a video analysis expert had reviewed the footage and concluded that the man in the recording matched Min Dongwoo's physical description. Although there remained a small margin of error due to the vehicle not officially being registered under Dongwoo's name, the evidence still strongly suggested he had caused the accident. Silence gradually filled the room as the ticking clock echoed in the background. Even after hearing all of this information, Jeongmu quietly realized one painful truth remained unchanged. He still had lost someone precious because of Seolha's father. Yet the emotions inside him no longer felt as simple as hatred alone. What had once been a single feeling had now divided into countless complicated emotions he could barely understand. He recalled his mother's words from earlier, when she confessed that she had recently seen his sister in a dream. She had been crying miserably while quietly repeating that she hated winter more than anything else. Soon afterward, another memory surfaced within his mind, the judge's cold statement during the trial, declaring that because the defendant had ignored the victim despite confirming she was still alive, he deserved the sentence handed to him. Those memories twisted painfully together inside Jeongmu's heart. One moment he felt overwhelming rage. Next, sorrow and grief consumed him, followed by traces of pity he desperately wished to reject. Yet above all else, the strongest feeling lingering inside him was the unbearable unfairness of everything. His sister had deserved nothing but love and happiness. At the same time, despite knowing all of this, his feelings for Seolha continued growing stronger with every passing day. That realization frightened him more than anything else. Tears slowly slipped down his face as he quietly questioned why something so painful had to happen between them. Loving her now felt like an unforgivable sin, and the unfairness of it all became almost impossible for him to endure. Later that night, Seolha sat quietly at the bar while absent-mindedly staring into space after Mrs. Cha excused herself to go to the restroom. While waiting alone, Seolha recalled how enthusiastically Mrs. Cha had suggested they visit a bar together instead, proudly mentioning that she knew a really good place nearby. In the end, Seolha had unexpectedly agreed, though she still found it slightly awkward being alone with her like this. Meanwhile, inside the bar, several women quietly whispered among themselves after noticing a man entering the bar. They remarked that he was the owner of the place. The man calmly informed one of the employees that the whiskey shipment would arrive the following day. The manager respectfully affirmed it and explained that the delivery had been delayed until evening because of the heavy snowfall outside. As the owner casually glanced around the room, his attention unexpectedly landed on Seolha, who was quietly smiling while talking with Mrs. Cha. Shortly afterward, the manager questioned whether he planned to head home soon, but the man denied it and remarked that he intended to check the storage room before leaving. Back at the table, Mrs. Cha warmly remarked that the place was lovely, to which Seolha agreed while adding that the cocktails were surprisingly good as well. She admitted that she never realized a bar like this existed so close to her home. Mrs. Cha explained that the place had recently been renovated, though it had actually been around for many years. She fondly recalled how she used to visit the bar frequently with Jeongmu's father in the past. Then, with a soft smile, she admitted that it was one of the reasons she sincerely supported Seolha and Jeongmu's relationship. She further revealed that Jeongmu even appeared to be seriously thinking about marriage before asking Seolha how she personally felt about it. Hearing those words left Seolha completely stunned. Sensing her reaction, Mrs. Cha softly remarked that although Jeongmu rarely spoke much after the accident, he truly was a warm and kind person. Curious, Seolha quietly questioned what accident she was referring to. Mrs. Cha then explained that Jeongmu once had a twin sister who had been born only 2 minutes after him. Unfortunately, a hit-and-run accident had taken her life far too early. The moment Seolha heard this, she immediately realized the accident Jeongmu had mentioned before was actually a hit-and-run case involving his sister. The scene then shifted toward Taegun, who was casually spending time with another woman while having fun. However, despite the cheerful atmosphere, his thoughts unexpectedly drifted back toward Eunshim. He quietly scoffed to himself, thinking that she truly acted difficult to approach. Meanwhile, the woman beside him playfully questioned when they should meet again. Taegun coldly responded that there would not be another meeting, remarking that he never slept with the same woman twice. Offended, the woman questioned whether he was openly calling himself a jerk, before angrily leaving. Left alone once again, Taegun leaned back while irritation slowly crossed his face. He quietly wondered why Kim Sung-chan still had not contacted him yet. Frustrated, he thought that if this was all the information Kim Sung-chan planned to provide, then the entire situation would become useless. He bitterly remarked that Kim Sung-chan only had one simple task to complete. Meanwhile, after leaving the bar, Mrs. Che warmly reminded Seolha to return home safely and message her once she had arrived. Seolha politely bid her farewell before stepping outside into the snowy streets. The snowfall had grown heavier than she expected, causing her to quietly wonder whether Jeongmu was still busy with his meeting. Taking out her phone, she sent him a message asking him to contact her once his meeting was over, because there was something she truly wanted to discuss with him. Since he still had not replied to her messages, Seolha quietly decided that she wanted to settle the uneasy matter between them tonight no matter what happened. Suddenly, a voice from behind casually questioned whether her boyfriend was giving her a hard time. Startled, Seolha turned around to see the person from that day. He lightly remarked that he could practically hear her sighing from across the street. Feeling slightly awkward, Seolha questioned whether he had come outside for a drink or something similar. The man casually responded that it was something along those lines before admitting that, now that he thought about it, they did not even know each other's names. He introduced himself as Kim Wo-wee, and Seolha politely introduced herself in return. Noticing the heavy snow continuing to fall, Wo-wee questioned whether she was heading home alone and offered to drive her there instead, explaining that the roads nearby were dangerous because of frequent sliding accidents during winter. However, Seolha politely declined and explained that she still had somewhere else she needed to stop by first. Even so, Wo-wee stopped her and insisted on at least giving her an umbrella, remarking that he would feel more comfortable sending her off safely since she might become a regular customer in the future. Seolha accepted the umbrella with gratitude before realizing he actually worked at the bar. She admitted that she initially assumed he had simply been another customer. Thanking him once again, she questioned what his bank account number was, because she intended to repay him for the umbrella later. However, Wo-wee casually chuckled that she could simply keep it. After thanking him sincerely, Seolha opened the umbrella and slowly walked away into the snowy night. As Wo-wee quietly watched her disappear into the distance, he let out a heavy sigh while recalling the image of another woman from his memories. Deep inside, he quietly wished that person could somehow return to the world as well. Elsewhere, Jeongmu remained alone while silently staring at a small figurine resting nearby. As countless thoughts overwhelmed him again, he quietly reflected on the accident involving his sister. He painfully realized that if Hyunyoung had been taken to the hospital immediately, there still would have been a chance she could have survived. Merely thinking about it filled him with unbearable anger. Until now, he had never once stopped to consider what the driver's family might have gone through afterward. Yet fate had cruelly revealed that Seolha belonged to that very family. Because of this, Jeongmu honestly no longer knew what he was supposed to say to her. Just then, his attention shifted toward his phone. After noticing several missed calls from Seolha, he quietly realized that if he continued avoiding her, she would probably remain awake all night waiting for him. Finally making up his mind, Jeongmu immediately called her back. On the other side, an unfamiliar voice suddenly answered the call and questioned how he knew Seolha. Instantly alarmed, Jeongmu questioned who the person was. The stranger quickly introduced himself as a paramedic and explained that they were currently transporting Seolha to the hospital. Hearing those words caused Jeongmu's breathing to falter completely, as despair immediately consumed him. Without wasting another second, he rushed out immediately. While running through the snowy streets, Jeongmu quietly realized something he had probably known from the very beginning. No matter what kind of past Seolha carried, and regardless of who her family was, she remained the only person capable of completely filling his world, while also shaking it apart at the same time. Those thoughts consumed him entirely, as he finally arrived at the hospital and saw Seolha there. Jeongmu once recalled hearing somewhere that it supposedly took only 3 seconds for someone to fall in love at first sight. Back then, during the intern interviews 3 years ago, countless applicants sat before him while repeating nearly identical answers. Most of them proudly stated that Venus was known as one of the finest companies in the industry and claimed they had always dreamed of working there. Listening to them, Jeongmu quietly thought it was painfully obvious they had either memorized prepared scripts or were trying far too hard to leave a favorable impression. At the time, he even questioned whether he would truly be able to find the right person among them at all. However, after personally experiencing it himself, he eventually realized something different. A person did not even need 3 full seconds. The moment Seolha calmly spoke during her interview, something about her naturally caught his attention. She confidently explained that she believed the company's greatest strength was its deep understanding of what consumers truly wanted. Jeongmu still remembered the confidence in her voice and the sincerity visible in her eyes. Those qualities alone had quietly drawn him toward her without him even realizing it. Then, as time passed, her actions slowly began settling deeper and deeper into his thoughts until she eventually became someone permanently engraved within his heart. Before he noticed it himself, she had already become a person he could no longer imagine living without. Yet now, in the present, all those memories only made the situation feel even crueler. Earlier, he had suddenly been informed that a major traffic accident had occurred because of the dangerously slippery roads. During the chaos, Seolha had also been caught up in the accident while attempting to cross the street, and she was currently unconscious. Hearing those words caused Jeongmu to rush toward the hospital without a second thought. While driving through the snowy streets, countless thoughts overwhelmed his mind. He bitterly questioned how he could have allowed something like this to happen again. The accident had happened near his house, making him feel as though everything was somehow his fault once more. The moment he arrived at the hospital, he hurried toward the reception desk and anxiously questioned where the patient named Min Seolha had been taken after the accident. The receptionist briefly thought before asking whether the woman had long hair. After Jeongmu quickly affirmed it, she directed him toward one of the beds nearby. As Jeongmu approached, he immediately saw Seolha lying unconscious with an oxygen mask covering part of her face. Slowly reaching forward, he carefully held her hand before pressing it against his face. The warmth of her skin instantly overwhelmed him. Her hand still felt warm, unlike Hyunyoung's hand all those years ago. The memory alone caused tears to slowly gather in his eyes. At that moment, all he could do was feel grateful that he could still feel her warmth beside him. The following morning, the doctor informed Jeongmu that she was relieved he had stayed nearby because Seolha apparently had nobody else who could come for her. Immediately, Jeongmu questioned her condition. The doctor calmly explained that Seolha had only suffered a light concussion. Fortunately, the car had not directly hit her. Instead, she had fallen backward while trying to avoid the collision. Since she received treatment quickly enough, there was no serious danger to her condition. Even so, Jeongmu quietly questioned why she still had not awakened yet. The doctor explained that Seolha was simply sleeping and added that she had likely been under severe stress lately or had accumulated too much fatigue over time. Combined with the physical shock from the accident, her body had simply shut itself down temporarily because it desperately needed proper rest. After hearing those words, Jeongmu silently sat while recalling the doctor's explanation. It almost sounded as though her body itself had finally reached its limit and was pleading for a break. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway before Unsim suddenly rushed in, calling out for Jeongmu. Clearly worried, she immediately questioned how Seolha was doing and whether she was all right. After Jeongmu explained the doctor's words to her, Unsim sighed in relief after learning Seolha had not actually been hit by the car. She remarked that it was unbelievable something like this had happened while Seolha was simply walking outside. She also thanked Jeongmu for immediately coming to the hospital for her. However, Jeongmu quietly blamed himself and remarked that Seolha should have answered his calls earlier. His voice trembled slightly as he questioned what he would have done if she never woke up again. Hearing him speak like that caused Unseo to quickly reassure him. She firmly stated that Seolha was the strongest person she knew. Back in high school, Seolha had once carried her all the way to the hospital herself, while Unseo had been seriously sick. Because of that, Unseo confidently believed Seolha would recover and return to normal very soon. Suddenly, a nurse came in and questioned whether Seolha's guardian was present because the patient had finally regained consciousness. The moment Jeongmu heard those words, he immediately hurried toward her room. As he approached her bedside, he anxiously questioned how she was feeling before finally letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Meanwhile, after seeing the exhausted expression on his face, Seolha quietly realized she had never seen him look so tired and worried before. She even wondered whether he had stayed awake beside her the entire night. Despite everything, Seolha softly reassured him that she only needed a little rest and asked him not to worry too much. However, Jeongmu tightly held her hand before quietly thanking God that she had awakened. He gently instructed her to lie down again because she still needed rest. Seeing the atmosphere between them, Unsim quietly stepped out, deciding that she needed to give them some privacy for now. She thought she could always leave Seolha a message and return later because the two of them clearly needed time alone together. Later, while Seolha slowly ate some soup inside the hospital room, Jeongmu softly questioned whether she wanted him to feed her instead. Embarrassed, Seolha quickly denied it and insisted she could manage on her own. Even so, Jeongmu teasingly remarked that he genuinely wanted to feed her himself. Seolha lightly laughed before changing the topic and remarking that the hospital room looked far too luxurious. Jeongmu explained that the doctor strongly emphasized how important proper rest was for her recovery. Looking around the spacious room again, Seolha quietly admitted it truly was surprisingly large and comfortable. A moment later, Jeongmu gently clasped her hand before apologizing for everything. However, Seolha immediately denied that he had done anything wrong. Instead, she softly admitted she felt genuinely happy seeing him as the first person beside her when she opened her eyes. Then, with a faint smile, she remarked that she had never seen him cry before, instantly leaving Jeongmu embarrassed and speechless. Meanwhile, elsewhere at the bar, Yoonshim quietly entered while recalling Seolha mentioning this place before. Looking around, she immediately thought the interior looked far fancier than she expected. She quietly decided she would only stay long enough for 2 cocktails before leaving again. However, while walking, she accidentally bumped into someone and immediately apologized. The moment she lifted her head, she froze after realizing it was Taegun standing in front of her. Startled, Yoonshim questioned what exactly he was doing there before awkwardly apologizing once again. Yet instead of answering normally, Taegun suddenly grabbed her wrist and sharply pulled her closer. The sudden movement startled Yoonshim completely, causing her to internally curse him while thinking she already knew the man was crazy. However, she never expected him to be reckless enough to behave like this publicly. Before she could even properly react, Taegun tightly pulled her forward and suddenly kissed her, leaving Yoonshim completely stunned. As Yoonshim found herself trapped in Taegun's embrace, she questioned what in the world he was doing and why he was so unexpectedly strong. Irritated, she bit his lips as to push him out. She cursed at him and remarked that being drunk was no excuse to harass someone. Taegun merely stared at her in silence while Yoonshim stated that he should stay where he was because she was about to call the cops. Before she could move any further, an assistant quickly rushed over and pleaded for her to wait. Bowing repeatedly, he apologized on behalf of his boss and explained that Taegun had consumed far too much alcohol. Yoonshim groaned and questioned whether she was simply expected to forgive everything because he happened to be drunk. The assistant continued apologizing without raising his head. Watching the exhausted man bow over and over again reminded Yoonshim of herself whenever she had been forced to deal with difficult customers. She realized the poor man had done nothing wrong and probably could not even go home because of this situation. Letting out a tired sigh, Yoonshim told him to forget the apology and simply keep a close eye on Taegun next time, since there was no telling what he might do in such a state. Afterwards, she quietly stepped outside. The following day, Seolha walked onto the terrace to get some fresh air. Suddenly, a warm coffee lightly touched her cheek. Jeongmu questioned whether she was feeling cold, though Seolha denied it before taking a small sip of coffee. After a brief silence, Jeongmu mentioned hearing about her meeting with the chairman the previous week, causing Seolha to grow slightly anxious. Noticing her reaction, Jeongmu calmly stated that he already understood what she was worried about, but he would never allow such things to happen. He advised her not to let other people's words affect her and instead focus only on him. Hearing those words caused Seolha's eyes to turn teary as she suddenly began crying, drawing the attention of nearby patients and onlookers who whispered among themselves about how terrible her husband must have been for making his wife cry. Jeongmu immediately embraced her and apologized, remarking that she could blame him for everything instead. However, Seolha shook her head and admitted she simply felt grateful, though once she had started crying, she could no longer stop herself. Jeongmu gently wiped her tears and remarked that her eyes would become swollen again. He added that even if she tried pushing him away, he still would not let her go, asking her to promise she would never leave him. Seolha softly asked to promise her, and Jeongmu quietly affirmed that he needed to keep such a promise. As he lifted her chin slightly, the surrounding people remarked that the couple must have made up after their argument. Meanwhile, Seolha could only think about how many people were surrounding them at the moment. Just then, Jeongmu's phone suddenly buzzed. Glancing at the screen caused his expression to darken slightly. He told Seolha to head back inside first because he needed to answer the call, and Seolha obediently agreed before walking away. Although she attempted to ignore it, she still wondered whether the call was something urgent. Not long after Jeongmu stepped away, several elderly women gathered around Seolha and complimented her for having such a dependable husband. They remarked that the two of them looked exactly like newlyweds. One of them recalled how Jeongmu had previously introduced himself as her fiancé, though now he was openly referring to himself as her husband. Hearing their words left Seolha completely embarrassed as she wondered what in the world they were talking about. Meanwhile, Jeongmu answered a call from Kim Sung-chan, who casually greeted him and remarked that it had been a while. Kim Sung-chan joked that he was thankful it was not snowing before questioning how Jeongmu had been feeling lately. Jeongmu coldly responded that he doubted Kim Sung-chan had called merely to ask about his condition, and told him to get to the point immediately. Kim Sung-chan then questioned whether Jeongmu had thought about his earlier offer since the promised deadline was quickly approaching. Jeongmu questioned what promise Kim Sung-chan was referring to because he did not remember making any promises at all. In response, Kim Sung-chan mockingly asked whether he should instead refer to it as a violent threat. He reminded Jeongmu once again that if he refused to comply, he would go directly to Seolha. Jeongmu remarked that Kim Sung-chan seemed convinced he held the upper hand, though he was gravely mistaken because he did not believe a single word coming from him. However, Kim Sung-chan merely laughed and advised him to sit back and watch everything unfold. He admitted he could hardly wait to see what would happen next. Immediately afterward, Jeongmu ended the call. Back inside the room, Seolha recalled the elderly women mentioning how Jeongmu had previously claimed they were engaged. Lying on the bed, she found herself unconsciously imagining what it would truly feel like to become engaged to him. Yet, along with those thoughts came worries about whether his family would ever accept her. She even began wondering where a proposal would happen and who might eventually give speeches at their wedding. Her thoughts continued wandering until Jeongmu suddenly waved a hand in front of her face and questioned what she was thinking about so deeply. Caught off guard, Seolha immediately blushed and almost admitted she had been thinking about their wedding before quickly correcting herself and awkwardly claiming she had merely been thinking about their Wednesday plans instead. Jeongmu questioned her suspiciously while Seolha nervously remarked there was simply too much to prepare. Jeongmu gently called out for her and asked her to stop thinking about unnecessary things and focus only on him. Hearing those words caused Seolha's heartbeat to quicken uncontrollably. Slowly, she reached out and placed a hand against his face before suddenly leaning forward and kissing him, completely catching Jeongmu by surprise. The moment their lips separated, Seolha immediately pushed him away and nervously admitted she did not know what had suddenly come over her. Jeongmu let out a quiet sigh and questioned whether she truly intended to push him aside immediately after kissing him first. Seolha hurriedly attempted to deny it, though Jeongmu simply grasped her face gently before kissing her once again. Seolha let out a soft breath while Jeongmu admitted he had been trying his best not to touch her too much because she was still recovering. However, Seolha lightly tapped against him and shyly remarked that he could touch her whenever he wanted. Hearing those words deeply moved Jeongmu. As he looked down at her small face, he found himself completely captivated by her presence and unable to look away from her any longer. As the two of them continued spending time together, the atmosphere between them became increasingly playful. However, the moment was suddenly interrupted when several nurses rushed into the room after hearing the emergency alarm. One of them quickly called out for Miss Seolha and explained that they had arrived because the emergency button had been pressed. Seolha immediately apologized and awkwardly explained that it had only been a mistake. Meanwhile, Jeongmu sat beside the bed, completely out of breath and silently cursing under his breath because he could barely even speak properly at the moment. The nurses exchanged relieved looks before one of them remarked that she was glad it had not been an actual emergency. After bidding them farewell, the nurses finally left the room. Seolha immediately let out a deep sigh of relief, feeling as though she had barely escaped a dangerous situation. Later, after finally being discharged, Seolha returned home with Jeongmu accompanying her. Standing outside the house, Seolha thanked him sincerely for dropping her off and remarked that she would call him once she got inside safely. Just as Jeongmu was about to leave, he suddenly pulled out a bouquet of flowers and handed them to her, congratulating her on being discharged from the hospital. Seolha looked genuinely surprised and questioned when he had even prepared something like this. Smiling brightly, she thanked him and remarked that the flowers were beautiful and smelled wonderful. Seeing her reaction delighted Jeongmu because she clearly liked them far more than he had expected. While holding the bouquet carefully, Seolha hesitated for a moment before awkwardly mentioning that a few of his clothes were still at her house. Jeongmu questioned her curiously, causing Seolha to explain that he could simply take them back while he was already there. She also shyly offered him a cup of tea if he was feeling all right. However, Jeongmu calmly declined and remarked that she could return the vases another time since both of them still had work the next day. After saying so, he quietly stepped inside the car. Watching him leave, Seolha thought he must have been extremely tired after everything that had happened recently. Meanwhile, inside the car, Jeongmu let out a frustrated sigh and admitted to himself that he would not be able to control himself if he entered her house right now. Deep down, he knew he was not confident enough to simply retrieve his clothes and leave peacefully. For the moment, he felt it was better to hold himself back. After some days at the office, Seolha finally returned to work after her leave. Sitting at her desk, she thought about how much unfinished work had piled up during her absence. Before long, several employees approached her one after another with questions regarding different reports and documents. One employee called out to Seolha and questioned whether she still had the report template from the previous year. Seolha immediately affirmed and politely stated that she would send it shortly. Not far away, Jeongmu quietly observed her from a distance. Seeing her calmly return to her normal routine caused a faint smile to appear on his face as he entered his office. As Seolha continued organizing her work, her phone suddenly buzzed with a message. Yoonshim had texted her, suggesting they should celebrate her recovery and offering to buy her dinner later. Seolha smiled softly while typing a response. However, before she could finish, someone knocked lightly against her desk. Another employee called out for her attention. Seolha quickly yoonshim from her seat and questioned how she could help. The employee then reminded her about the report she had requested earlier. Meanwhile, inside his office, Jeongmu found himself thinking that since both of them would likely leave work early today, perhaps he should invite Seolha out for dinner. The thought alone improved his mood slightly, but as he glanced outside through the glass walls, his expression slowly changed. He noticed Seolha smiling brightly while speaking with someone unfamiliar. Jeongmu narrowed his eyes slightly and questioned who the man was because he had never seen him before. Watching the stranger stand so comfortably near her immediately irritated him. The look on the man's face especially caused Jeongmu to groan quietly in displeasure. As Jeongmu found himself in quite a difficult situation, he questioned what he should tell the man. Part of him wanted to step forward and admit that he was Seolha's boyfriend, while also making it clear that there was no reason for anyone to do anything reckless. However, he did not wish to place Seolha in an uncomfortable position, even though the sight before him irritated him greatly. As Seolha called out to Jeongmu to wake him up, he just noticed the employee had already left. He questioned if she was done for the day, to which Seolha affirmed that she had finished her work. Jeongmu smiled softly and praised her for doing a great job before suggesting that they should head out together. As they left the office, the scene shifted toward Taegun, who touched his lips while recalling the kiss he had shared with Unshim. He awkwardly questioned Kang-hee about whether she had ever bitten someone's lip before. Kang-hee immediately questioned why he kept saying strange things and asked if he had gotten dumped. Taegun remarked that he was not someone like her, which only annoyed Kang-hee further. He then revealed that the chairman had called and wanted to meet him for dinner later that evening. The following day at Venus, Seolha picked up a heavy package and remarked that it weighed far more than she had expected. She could not believe the wrong package had been delivered, and quietly thanked God she did not have to carry it on an empty stomach. Suddenly, a hand reached over and lifted the box for her. Seolha turned around and saw Jeongmu standing beside her. He reminded her that her wrist had not fully healed yet, causing Seolha to thank him warmly as they walked inside together. At the same moment, someone secretly took a photo of them. Nearby, Kim Song-chan smirked to himself before another person suddenly appeared behind him, questioning whether he was enjoying himself. Startled, Kim Song-chan demanded to know who he was. Moo-young calmly told him to relax and remarked that traitors like him deserved to rot in prison. He questioned Kim Song-chan about how much Taegun had paid him. Kim Song-chan attempted to deny everything and claimed he did not know what Moo-young was talking about, but he grabbed him firmly and remarked that perhaps they should have a proper conversation instead. As Moo-young glanced to the side, he noticed Jeongmu smiling beside Seolha. He quietly admitted that he had never seen Jeongmu smile like that before, and finally understood why Jeongmu had looked so anxious that day. Later in the evening, Seolha stretched her arm and thought that it was finally time to head home. Just then, the employee from earlier approached her and questioned whether she had finished work for the day. He admitted that he had been wondering if she had any dinner plans because he wanted to thank her for helping him earlier that morning. Before Seolha could properly respond, another voice suddenly called out to her. Jeongmu approached and remarked that he thought she already had plans tonight. The employee immediately stated that he had not realized Mr. Cha was still around, while Jeongmu calmly explained that he and Seolha already had dinner plans together. Seolha chuckled softly at the situation. The employee quickly affirmed that he understood and stated that he would ask another time instead. He politely told them to enjoy their evening before running off. Seolha waved farewell and remarked that she would see him again next week. However, once the employee disappeared, Jeongmu turned towards Seolha and questioned what they had been discussing. Seolha explained that they had only talked about the reports needed for tomorrow's meeting and insisted that their conversation had been entirely work-related. Jeongmu acknowledged her explanation, but Seolha still questioned why he seemed bothered. Jeongmu admitted that even though he knew the two of them had not spoken about anything important, it still irritated him. He confessed that he became jealous and constantly wanted to interfere whenever another man approached her. Half seriously, he even remarked that he wished he could order everyone to contact her only through the company messenger. He further stated that he no longer wished to hide the fact that he was her boyfriend. Hearing those words, Seolha quickly placed her hand over his mouth and questioned what he was saying. However, after glancing around the empty office, she let out a relieved sigh and remarked that thankfully everyone had already left for the day. The moment her guard lowered, Jeongmu gently grabbed her hand and pulled her closer before kissing her lips. He quietly questioned what she had been so worried about since nobody else was there. Seolha shyly questioned what he meant, but Jeongmu simply smirked and remarked that they should head home soon. He added that he only needed to grab his car keys first before leaving together. As Seolha waited, she found herself recalling how long it had been since they had properly kissed. The last time had been during her stay at the hospital, and even then Jeongmu had refused to come too close to her. All they had done was hold hands. While thinking about it, Seolha suddenly noticed the key, noting that Jeongmu must have forgotten his keycard outside. She stepped into the cabin after spotting it on the desk. Just then, he slowly stepped closer and remarked that he had been wondering where it had gone. Before Seolha could properly react, Jeongmu gently pulled her into his embrace. As he wrapped an arm around her waist, he leaned down to kiss her once more, while quietly locking the office door behind them. As Jeongmu and Seolha moved toward the sofa together, Seolha quietly mumbled whether the reason he had left his car key outside earlier was because he had already planned all of this. Jeongmu admitted that he had simply reached his limit. Hearing his response, Seolha noted that he seemed surprisingly prepared. However, she then recalled their previous beach trip and remembered how she herself had secretly carried protection just in case something happened between them. The thought embarrassed her slightly. Soon, Jeongmu gently called out to her as the two of them continued spending time together in each other's embrace. The following morning, Seolha stepped out from the bath, only to freeze in surprise. The entire room sparkled with cleanliness, and everything looked perfectly organized. Meanwhile, Jeongmu calmly sat nearby while reading a book, as though nothing unusual had happened. Seolha stared at him in disbelief and remarked that he really did not need to clean the entire place himself. However, Jeongmu casually replied that he had barely done anything at all. His relaxed response only made Seolha feel slightly guilty for leaving the mess behind. A moment later, Jeongmu looked toward her and questioned whether she wanted him to dry her hair, to which Seolha quietly agreed. As Jeongmu carefully dried her hair for her, he softly remarked that her hair felt incredibly soft. Seolha affirmed his words, but as his fingers gently brushed through her hair, she could suddenly feel her heartbeat quickening. She questioned why something so simple was making her heart race so much. Before she could dwell on the feeling any longer, the doorbell suddenly rang. Seolha assumed the food had arrived, and Jeongmu agreed before heading toward the door to receive it. Soon, various dishes began arriving one after another. Jeongmu placed fried chicken and several other foods onto the table, but before they could even start eating properly, the doorbell rang again. Delivery workers continued appearing repeatedly with even more food. Watching the growing pile on the table, Seolha could not help but question how they were supposed to finish all of it. Around 30 minutes later, Seolha leaned back with a deep sigh and remarked that her stomach was about to explode because she could not eat another bite. However, Jeongmu teasingly stated that there was still dessert left before leaning closer and kissing her cheek. Seolha immediately looked shocked and questioned whether they had not already done enough the previous night. Jeongmu replied that it still had not been enough for him. He complained that he had endured the entire night by himself and therefore deserved some sort of reward for being patient. He even admitted that he had struggled not to handle things on his own. Hearing such shameless remarks, Seolha burst into laughter and questioned whether he really did things like that while alone. Jeongmu casually affirmed and questioned why he would not. Seolha admitted that she simply could not imagine him acting that way. In response, Jeongmu gently made her lie down and remarked that she did not need to imagine anything because they could simply continue spending time together instead. Seolha immediately protested and warned him to stop teasing her, threatening to scream if he continued. Jeongmu only smirked and pointed out how she had been staring earlier before questioning whether she truly did not want him near her. Embarrassed by his teasing, Seolha quickly told him to behave himself properly instead. The scene shifted towards Taegun, who greeted Kim Hwa-wi after unexpectedly running into him. Taegun remarked that it had been a long time and admitted that he had not expected Kim Hwa-wi to come there personally. Kim Hwa-wi calmly explained that he had a few things to check himself. Taegun then casually questioned how Wo-hyun had been doing lately and curiously asked whether her younger sister had been well too. His words immediately earned him a cold glare from Kim Hwa-wi. Sensing the hostility, Taegun remarked that there was no need to look at him so frighteningly. Kim Hwa-wi coldly replied that he did not see how any of it was Taegun's business. Taegun eventually shrugged and remarked that Kim Hwa-wi could simply pass along his greetings instead. He added that he wondered what Wo-hyun had been doing recently, and hoped she had been doing all right after shutting herself away for so long. He even suggested that Kim Hwa-wi should bring her outside sometime. However, those remarks only made Kim Hwa-wi more irritated, causing him to crumple the paper in his hand out of frustration. Meanwhile, back with Seolha and Jeongmu, the two stopped by a small shop after work. Seolha looked genuinely delighted, and remarked that she could not believe the shop was still open because she had been wanting to try their food for quite some time. Jeongmu smiled and admitted that he was glad she looked so happy. However, after a brief pause, he suddenly questioned her about the man who kept approaching her at work lately. Seolha quickly realized he was referring to Minhyo and calmly explained his name. The moment she addressed him by his first name, Jeongmu immediately looked annoyed. Seolha noticed his reaction and explained that she had met Minhyo through a study group some time ago, and that he had only recently joined Venus. Jeongmu let out a quiet sigh before questioning why she cannot call him by his name as well. Seolha questioned whether he truly wanted her to call him by his first name. She remarked that it was not exactly difficult, but the thought still felt embarrassing to her. After hesitating for a moment, she softly called him Jeongmu, only to stiffen up immediately afterward. Seeing her reaction, Jeongmu could not help chuckling. Seolha quickly grew embarrassed and complained that he was the one who had asked for it in the first place, though suddenly calling him that felt strange. Jeongmu gently took her drink from her hands and calmly remarked that she could call him whatever she felt comfortable with. He explained that he was not trying to pressure her, and admitted that he had only gotten a little jealous earlier. Hearing such an honest confession caused Seolha's heart to race again. She quietly affirmed his words, but her voice came out so softly that Jeongmu questioned whether she had said something. Flustered, Seolha suddenly raised her voice and remarked that she understood already and that they should just leave. Even so, she still shyly called him Jeongmu once more. Jeongmu noticed how red her face had become and teasingly asked her to repeat it again. However, Seolha immediately refused and turned away in embarrassment. The next day at Venus, Seolha prepared herself a cup of coffee while thinking about how sore her entire body felt after sitting and working all day. However, she quietly admitted to herself that work was probably not the only reason behind her exhaustion. As she glanced around the office, the other employees also looked completely drained from the busy schedule. One of the female employees suddenly approached Seolha and mentioned that the CEO had apparently been looking for her earlier. Before Seolha could respond properly, the employee hesitantly questioned whether she and the CEO were dating by any chance. Startled by the sudden question, Seolha immediately denied it and questioned where such a rumor had come from. The employee explained that there had already been articles online mentioning the two of them together, although the reports claimed it was probably a misunderstanding. Seolha quickly insisted that it truly was a misunderstanding. However, the employee only laughed and remarked that misunderstanding or not, the two of them would honestly make a very cute couple. The other employee agreed and openly stated that they fully supported the idea. Hearing everyone react so naturally left Seolha unsure whether anyone actually believed her denial anymore. Before Seolha could dwell on it further, Ms. Han suddenly revealed that she had exciting news to share. She happily announced that her boyfriend had proposed to her and that they were planning to get married early next year. Seolha's expression immediately brightened as she warmly congratulated her. Ms. Han then mentioned how terrifying last Friday had been for her. Hearing those words instantly made Seolha panic internally. Han had somehow overheard her private moments with Jeongmu. However, Ms. Han quickly explained that she had lost her engagement ring that day, and that Ms. Yoon had thankfully helped her find it. Relieved, Seolha smiled and remarked that she was glad everything had worked out. The employee admitted that losing something so precious would have devastated her completely. As Seolha looked at Ms. Han's bright expression, she quietly thought about how happy she seemed. Watching her speak so lovingly about marriage made her wonder if this was what it truly felt like to prepare for a future with someone one loved. To her, it looked genuinely beautiful. Meanwhile, the scene shifted toward Taegun, who carefully examined several photos presented before him. He questioned Kim Song-chan about why he was only receiving this information now. Kim Song-chan explained that he had only recently managed to uncover everything. Taegun then questioned whether Jeongmu had failed to take the bait after all, though he admitted that it made sense because Jeongmu was never the type to be easily manipulated. Nearby, Kim Song-chan silently clenched his fist while thinking bitterly that he would never have ended up in such a miserable position if it had not been for Muyong. He angrily questioned when Jeongmu had even managed to investigate his background in the first place. He noted that the drug addiction of this person has got him into this mess. Meanwhile, Taegun casually tossed the photos aside and thanked Kim Song-chan for bringing him something entertaining at last. He admitted that he had been getting bored lately and wondered what kind of reaction Seolha would have once she eventually discovered the truth hidden inside those files. Back at Venus, Seolha entered Jeongmu's office and calmly reported that she had already emailed all the necessary files to him. She also informed him that tomorrow's afternoon meeting had been scheduled for 5 o'clock exactly. Jeongmu thanked her for handling everything so carefully before suddenly questioning how she was feeling today. Seolha immediately affirmed that she was completely fine. However, Jeongmu still apologized for keeping her awake late the previous night even though she had work the next morning. Embarrassed by his concern, Seolha quickly denied that he needed to apologize for anything. Still, she quietly thought about how much pent-up frustration he seemed to have been holding in and wondered just how many times she had ended up paying the price for it. Despite feeling shy, Seolha admitted that she had genuinely enjoyed spending time with him. As she awkwardly prepared to leave the office, her eyes suddenly landed on a hairpin resting on the sofa nearby. Embarrassed, she immediately rushed over and snatched it away before anyone else could notice it. While leaving the office, she quietly thanked God for finally finding it because she had been searching for it everywhere earlier. After Seolha stepped out, Jeongmu glanced toward the sofa and found himself recalling the intimate moments they had shared there together. The memories alone were enough to embarrass him slightly. He quietly admitted to himself that Seolha somehow managed to stir him up more and more every single day. Feeling the need to clear his thoughts, he eventually stepped outside for some fresh air. Later that night, Seolha lay comfortably on her bed after finishing her shower. Exhausted from another busy day, she reflected on how peaceful everything currently felt. She wondered what Jeongmu might be doing at that very moment. As she looked at her phone, she recalled the employee's earlier words about how the two of them would make a cute couple together. Seolha quietly realized that they probably would not be able to hide their relationship forever. Just then, her phone suddenly buzzed with an incoming call from Jeongmu, causing her to quickly sit up and answer immediately. Jeongmu questioned whether she was free to talk and admitted that he had been wondering what she was doing. Seolha replied that she had simply been lying in bed after her shower. She shyly admitted that she had actually been about to call him herself because she wanted to hear his voice. Her honest confession immediately made Jeongmu blush. Trying to hide it, he jokingly remarked that perhaps he should have waited a little longer then. A moment later, he questioned whether she had decided where she wanted to go during the weekend. Seolha replied that she was still thinking about it, though she admitted she had already planned out the entire day in her head. Curious, Jeongmu questioned where she wanted to go, and Seolha mentioned a small place near her house. Hearing that, Jeongmu sounded surprised and questioned whether she truly meant there. Deep down, he even found himself wondering whether he should simply skip work altogether for her. As Seolha mentioned wanting to visit a nice and steamy place together, Jeongmu found those words lingering in his mind for days. By the time their outing finally arrived, he had already filled his head with countless assumptions without even properly asking where they were actually going. However, the moment he arrived, all of his expectations disappeared at once. Standing inside the sauna, Jeongmu silently admitted to himself that the place was indeed warm and steamy, though certainly not in the way he had imagined. Meanwhile, Seolha looked completely relaxed as she remarked that the atmosphere felt surprisingly nice. Jeongmu questioned how she was able to remain inside the sauna for such a long time without struggling. Seolha calmly affirmed that enduring the heat longer somehow made her feel more refreshed afterward. Jeongmu then remarked that she had looked so focused earlier that he had not even been able to speak to her properly. He added that the hot and steamy atmosphere had unexpectedly put him in a certain mood while leaning slightly closer toward her. Hearing his teasing tone, Seolha immediately groaned and asked him not to phrase things like that. Pretending innocence, Jeongmu questioned what she meant and clarified that he had only been talking about challenging her to see who could stay inside the sauna longer. Meanwhile, Seolha quietly fanned herself, feeling her face grow warmer as she thought that he had truly become far more mischievous these days. At that moment, a small ball suddenly rolled across the floor nearby. A little boy hurried over and remarked that he was certain it had rolled in their direction. Seolha quickly picked up the ball and handed it back to him, making the children beam with happiness as they thanked her politely. Watching the children happy, Seolha softly remarked that they were adorable. Jeongmu quietly observed her expression while she watched the children with obvious affection. A little later, Seolha returned to sit beside him and revealed that the children had even given her a small gift in return for helping them. Seeing how genuinely happy she looked, Jeongmu questioned whether she liked children very much. Seolha immediately affirmed that she loved children and admitted that becoming a teacher had always been her dream. Hearing that answer made Jeongmu question how many children she wanted if she ever got married someday. However, the moment the word married left his mouth, Seolha suddenly processed the direction of their conversation. Her cheeks immediately turned red, and she awkwardly admitted that she was not sure before quickly suggesting that they should move to another room instead. Jeongmu teasingly questioned whether the next room was another hot and steamy one too. Seolha groaned once again and explained that it was simply the ice-cold sauna room there, and that they could continue their challenge inside. Later that night, the two quietly walked down the road together while holding hands. As the city lights glowed around them, Seolha softly remarked that Christmas was already approaching soon. Curious, she questioned what Jeongmu had done during Christmas the previous year. Jeongmu explained that he had originally wanted to have dinner with her back then, but Unshim had ended up taking her away first instead. Hearing that, Seolha chuckled softly before admitting that she had already made plans with Unshim ahead of time this year. That way, she explained, she would be able to spend Christmas together with her boyfriend instead. Her honest words immediately caused Jeongmu to smile without realizing it. Seolha then questioned whether he already had something special planned for the two of them, to which Jeongmu admitted that he was still thinking about it because there were simply too many things he wanted to do together with her. However, before the conversation could continue further, Jeongmu's phone suddenly buzzed. The moment he checked the screen, he saw a message from the chairman informing him about a meeting with Taekwondo Group scheduled for later that night and ordering him to attend without fail. Seeing his expression change slightly, Seolha questioned whether something important had happened. Jeongmu quickly denied it and casually claimed that it was nothing more than spam. Although he hid his true thoughts well, the message clearly lingered in the back of his mind. Meanwhile, Seolha suggested that they head inside somewhere warm and watch a movie together, to which Jeongmu immediately agreed. Once inside the theater, the atmosphere around them became quiet and comfortable. However, while the movie continued playing on the large screen, Jeongmu found himself paying far more attention to Seolha than to the film itself. Watching her smile so naturally beside him made him quietly wish he could protect moments like these forever. As the movie continued, Jeongmu found himself staring at her more and more. Deep down, he wished that Seolha could remain the very first person he saw every morning and the last person beside him every night. He wanted to spend ordinary days together with her without constantly worrying about everything surrounding them. Suddenly noticing his gaze, Seolha glanced toward him and softly whispered whether the film was good. In response, Jeongmu simply smiled faintly. Although he knew there was no exact way to measure love, he quietly believed that his feelings for her had already grown far deeper and stronger than he could properly express. Resting his head gently against her shoulder, he silently admitted to himself that Seolha was far too good for someone like him. Even so, despite all his fears and insecurities, one thought remained absolutely certain in his heart. No matter what happened in the future, he did not want to lose her, and he had no intention of ever letting her go. Elsewhere, the chairman Cha sat at the dining table together with Taegun and Kang-hee while quietly checking his phone. The screen showed that Jeongmu had already read the message he had sent earlier. Kang-hee casually remarked that his son must be very busy tonight. In response, the chairman Cha calmly explained that Jeongmu had mentioned something urgent coming up unexpectedly. He suggested that they simply enjoy a light dinner for the evening and arrange a proper meeting with all the parents another time instead. Hearing those words, Taegun silently found the situation amusing. He thought about how the chairman could not even control his own son properly and internally remarked how pathetic it seemed. Meanwhile, the scene shifted toward Jeongmu, who was instead spending time with Seolha and completely ignoring everything else around him. That night, Seolha groaned softly while hugging a pillow tightly in bed. Nearby, Jeongmu quietly placed a cup of coffee beside her before sitting down. The moment Seolha looked at him, her face immediately turned red again. Jeongmu noticed her expression and questioned why she kept glaring at him like that. Seolha immediately replied that he already knew the reason and told him to look at the current situation properly. Jeongmu casually remarked that it was only 11, but Seolha quickly argued that they had arrived home around 7 earlier and complained that she was definitely going to do whatever she wanted next time instead. She even warned him that she would make things difficult for him on purpose. Hearing her complaints only made Jeongmu smile as he calmly remarked that he was already looking forward to it. His response caused Seolha to groan once again in embarrassment. Eventually, Jeongmu gently told her to rest properly because he still had some work left to finish. Seolha questioned whether he needed any help, but Jeongmu denied it and assured her that everything was fine. He explained that he would return soon before quietly leaving the room. Left alone, Seolha lay there for a moment while thinking about how familiar this situation had become. However, she quickly realized there was absolutely nothing for her to do because Jeongmu's house was unbelievably clean and organized. Feeling slightly bored, she eventually decided to take a look around the place instead. As she quietly wandered through the house, she eventually peeked into another room and froze at the sight before her. Jeongmu sat there calmly while working, with a pair of glasses resting on his face. The sight immediately caught Seolha off guard. A faint blush crossed her cheeks as she stared at him in silence while thinking about how good he looked wearing glasses. Noticing her presence, Jeongmu glanced toward her and apologized, remarking that his work was taking longer than he had expected. However, instead of replying normally, Seolha immediately told him not to remove the glasses. Deep down, she could not stop thinking about how attractive he looked like this. To her, it genuinely felt unfair how he somehow managed to look good in absolutely everything he wore. On top of that, he had a perfect body and excelled at his work too. The more she stared at him, the more unreal he seemed in her eyes. Suddenly, Jeongmu reached out and gently pulled Seolha onto his lap while questioning whether she planned to keep staring at him forever. Embarrassed, Seolha quickly denied it and explained that it was simply not every day she got to see him looking like this. In response, Jeongmu leaned closer and placed a brief kiss against her lips before quietly asking her to stop affecting him like this all the time. Seolha immediately denied doing anything at all, but Jeongmu only wrapped his arms around her more tightly. Resting his chin against her shoulder, he admitted that he genuinely did not want her to leave or go back home anymore. Hearing his honest words made Seolha smile softly. She calmly reminded him that she could always come over whenever possible. However, Jeongmu seemed unwilling to settle for something so simple. After thinking for a moment, he casually suggested that perhaps he should move into the house next to hers instead, or that maybe the two of them should simply live together. Seolha became slightly surprised by Jeongmu's sudden remark about living together. The thought immediately began forming in her mind before she could stop it. She imagined the two of them waking up in the same house every morning, going to work together, spending the entire day side by side, and returning home together afterward. Just imagining him being the first person she saw every morning caused her heart to race uncontrollably. The thought alone made her chest flutter with warmth. However, as those feelings grew stronger, the chairman's harsh words from before suddenly resurfaced in her mind. She recalled him coldly remarking that she must have enjoyed herself enough already, and that it was time for her to know her place. The memory caused Seolha's expression to dim slightly. Jeongmu immediately noticed the change on her face and quietly assured her that he would make sure his father would never interfere with them. Seolha quickly denied that it was not because of that. Hearing her hesitation, Jeongmu questioned what was truly bothering her and asked her to tell him honestly if there was anything he could do better, because he was willing to work on it. Seolha immediately denied that there was anything wrong with him at all. She softly admitted that the idea of their future together simply made her overwhelmingly happy. Hearing those honest words caused Jeongmu to lean closer against her while quietly admitting that he felt exactly the same way. As his gaze drifted toward the ring box nearby, he silently thought that he had once again failed to hold himself back. Deep down, he knew he was becoming impatient because he constantly wanted to confirm their love over and over again. The following day, the scene shifted toward the cafeteria, where Unsim happily remarked that nothing felt better than drinking a cup of coffee during lunch. Seolha questioned whether the shop had been busy earlier, and Unsim immediately affirmed that customers had been coming in non-stop all day. While chatting casually, Unsim suddenly mentioned that their father's birthday was approaching soon. She suggested letting her prepare something special this year, and proudly stated that she planned to cook using only the highest quality beef. However, Seolha immediately denied the idea and insisted that Unsim should simply rest during the weekend instead of overworking herself. Unsim tried protesting again, but Seolha firmly refused once more. While listening to Unsim speak about family preparations, Seolha quietly realized that she would eventually need to tell Jeongmu about her father properly someday. Suddenly, Unsim noticed something else and teasingly questioned why Seolha's man was actually spending time with a friend for once. Seolha replied that Jeongmu had mentioned meeting an old high school friend. Unsim immediately questioned whether the friend was a man or a woman. To Unsim's shock, Seolha admitted that she had not even asked. Unsim stared at her in disbelief and remarked that although she was happy they could spend time together today, she could not understand why Seolha had ignored the most important question entirely. Seolha eventually replied that she would ask him after work later. In response, Unsim warned her that she absolutely better ask him properly. Later that evening around 6 o'clock, Jeongmu quietly prepared to leave, while Seolha stood nearby feeling strangely uneasy. Noticing her expression, Jeongmu questioned what she had been thinking about so seriously. Seolha hesitated for a moment before admitting that she had been wondering whether his friend was a man. She quickly added that she did not particularly care even if it turned out to be a woman, though her nervousness clearly betrayed her words. Hearing this, Jeongmu let out a faint hum and teasingly questioned why she suddenly seemed so concerned about it. Seolha awkwardly tightened her grip on her laptop and quietly remarked that as long as the person was truly just a friend, everything was fine. In response, Jeongmu gently lifted her chin and assured her that he would introduce the two of them next time. However, he also reminded her not to run off somewhere while he was gone, because she was the one constantly making him anxious lately. Hearing those words immediately caused Seolha to blush. At that moment, she quietly concluded that the mysterious friend was probably a man after all. Meanwhile, Jeongmu eventually arrived at a restaurant where Moo-young was already waiting for him. Moo-young waved casually the moment he saw him. Jeongmu remarked that Moo-young must have arrived early and questioned whether he had been waiting long. Moo-young admitted that he had been there for a little while already and had even finished his first drink. While looking at him carefully, Moo-young suddenly questioned what was with the scarf, because Jeongmu had always complained about scarves being uncomfortable before. Jeongmu casually replied that it had been a gift. Soon afterward, the conversation shifted toward Kim Song-chan. Jeongmu questioned whether Moo-young had not previously claimed he would completely handle Kim Song-chan himself. Moo-young calmly explained that dealing with Kim Song-chan had not been too difficult, because there was already plenty of dirt connected to him. However, he warned that Kim Song-chan might eventually side with Taegun again, and perhaps already had. Moo-young then added that he had also investigated Taegun further and had brought the files with him so they could discuss everything later. Elsewhere, Seolha eventually returned to her apartment feeling completely full after overeating once again. As she stood near the entrance, her phone suddenly rang. At first, she assumed it was probably Unsim calling her. However, the moment she checked the screen, she realized it was Jeongmu instead. She quickly stepped outside after hearing him mention that he was nearby and missed her. Wondering what was happening, Seolha hurried out while recalling the sound of his voice from the call. Soon she spotted Jeongmu standing nearby waiting for her. Seolha immediately called out to him and questioned what he was doing there so suddenly. At that moment, Jeongmu quietly recalled his earlier meeting with Moo-young. He remembered Moo-young mentioning the files and suggesting they discuss everything further later on. However, Jeongmu had stopped him and requested that he forget everything he was about to say along with everything he had already mentioned before. Moo-young had replied that he had not truly uncovered anything new, though he questioned whether Jeongmu was genuinely okay with burying it all. Back in the present, Jeongmu approached Seolha while silently thinking that, of course, he was not truly okay. However, one thing remained certain in his mind. The accident involving Hyunyoung would never have happened if he had been there beside her that day. Since he believed himself to be the cause of everything, he decided that he alone should continue carrying the guilt. As he wrapped his arms tightly around Seolha, he firmly recalled his final decision from earlier. He had already instructed Moon-seung to bury the matter completely, destroy every file, and pretend none of it had ever happened. Jeongmu believed this was the decision despite the risks involved. As Jeongmu recalled his earlier conversation with Moo-young, he remembered Mu-young questioning whether he was truly certain about his decision since nothing completely new had been discovered yet. After remaining silent for a moment, Jeongmu quietly questioned whether Mu-young had ever wanted something so desperately in his life before. He admitted that it had already been 10 years since he had begged and prayed for Hyunyoung to survive. For 10 whole years he had lived without wanting anything for himself again until Seolha entered his life. Jeongmu confessed that he did not think he would be able to continue living with himself if he lost this as well. Because of that, he firmly decided that everything should be buried completely. He instructed Mu-young to get rid of all the files and pretend none of it had ever happened. No matter the consequences, this was the decision he had chosen for himself. Back in the present, Seolha carefully looked at Jeongmu's face while hugging him and questioned whether everything was truly alright because he hardly ever drank alcohol. Jeongmu smiled faintly and replied that he had simply missed her. Seolha immediately mumbled that he was clearly lying. However, Jeongmu calmly affirmed that he truly meant it and admitted that he had missed her so much that he could not stop himself from coming to see her. Seolha softly remarked that he smelled strongly of alcohol. Hearing that, Jeongmu questioned whether he should leave then. Instead of answering properly, Seolha immediately hugged him tighter and denied wanting him to go anywhere. She quietly admitted that she had missed him a lot as well and felt happy that he had come to see her. Jeongmu remarked that the weather was cold outside and suggested that they should hurry inside together. Once inside the apartment, Seolha mentioned that it was fortunate they still had some office clothes there because he could simply wear them the next morning. As she carefully looked through his shirt, Jeongmu suddenly approached from behind and wrapped his arms around her waist. She quietly questioned how long he intended to keep hugging her so closely instead. In response, Jeongmu gently kissed her cheek and calmly replied that he intended to hold her forever. Hearing that caused Seolha to chuckle softly before telling him to at least wash up first. However, Jeongmu lowered his head slightly and questioned whether she could not simply help wash him instead. The moment he looked at her with those eyes, Seolha felt herself becoming flustered again. Deep down, she admitted to herself that it became difficult refusing him whenever he looked at her like that. Even so, she quickly pushed him toward the bathroom and firmly remarked that he was sober enough to wash his face by himself. After he disappeared inside, Seolha quietly let out a relieved sigh. She thought it was strange how he had gone out to meet a friend for once, only to come back drunk afterward, especially when he normally never drank at all. Although she felt relieved nothing bad seemed to have happened, she still found herself slightly worried about him. Later that night, Seolha eventually fell asleep beside him while Jeongmu quietly stroked her hair and held her close. The following morning at the office, Jeongmu helped Seolha organize several documents and took care of some work alongside her. Seolha remarked that she could finish the remaining tasks alone, but Jeongmu denied it and explained that things would be completed faster if they worked together. While watching him organize the files, Seolha suddenly questioned whether he remembered anything from the previous night. Hearing her question caused Jeongmu to pause briefly before questioning why she was asking that all of a sudden. He cautiously asked whether he had done something wrong while drunk. Seolha quickly denied it and replied that she had only been curious about whether he remembered anything at all. Her words caused Jeongmu to recall fragments of his drunken behavior from earlier, immediately making him blush slightly in embarrassment. Trying to escape the topic, he awkwardly remarked that she had said she needed to finish something urgent and could leave first if she wanted. However, Seolha immediately smiled and pointed out that he clearly did remember after all. She teasingly reminded him how stubborn he had been while repeatedly asking her to hug him. Flustered, Jeongmu quickly denied her words and insisted that all they had done was fall asleep while holding hands together. Seolha merely continued teasing him and remarked that her memory of the night sounded quite different from his version. Meanwhile, the scene shifted toward Yoonshim, who was organizing some documents at the store. As her eyes landed on the gift Taegun had previously given her, she quietly recalled their earlier conversation together. She had originally planned on returning the gift to him, though now she felt like simply throwing it away instead. Before she could think further, a customer suddenly approached the counter and demanded a refund. Yoonshim immediately noticed that the neckline of the clothing item appeared stretched and stained. She politely apologized and explained that they could not provide refunds for damaged products. However, the customer angrily argued that the stain had already been there when he purchased it the previous day. Yoonshim immediately grew irritated because she clearly remembered the item being completely new at the time of purchase. Just as the argument escalated further, footsteps approached nearby. Taegun appeared and questioned what all the noise was about, remarking that the man was not the only customer inside the store. The customer angrily questioned who Taegun thought he was and threatened to file a complaint because he was furious. Taegun simply sighed and pointed out that not only was the shirt stained, but even the neckline had clearly been stretched afterward as well. Hearing that caused the customer to hesitate slightly. The man then attempted to argue that the fabric quality itself must have been poor. In response, Taegun calmly questioned that if the man felt so confident about his claim, then why not settle the matter in court instead? Nearby, Eun-seo silently cursed inwardly and wished the troublesome customers would simply leave already. Around 15 minutes later, Eun-seo politely bowed and told the customer to have a good day despite his continued complaints. The man stormed out furiously while shouting that he would never return to the store again. Once he finally left, Taegun immediately questioned whether Eun-seo had lost her mind because there had been no reason to offer the man a refund in the first place. However, Eun-seo calmly explained that she simply did not want to turn the issue into something unnecessarily large. Afterwards, she firmly asked Taegun to leave as well, and warned him that if he continued standing around there, she would call security herself. Just as she turned to leave, Taegun quickly stopped her and admitted that he had actually come there to apologize. Eun-seo questioned what exactly he meant by that. Taegun quietly explained that he felt sorry for the way he had treated her that night, because he had been drunk at the time. He then carefully added that if she was willing to give him another chance, he would like to take her out to dinner sometime. Afterwards, late at night at a hotel, where Eun-seo lay down onto the bed while she remained half undressed while a smug smile appeared across Taegun's face as he looked at her. After spending the night with a girl, Taegun sat quietly while smoking a cigarette. As the smoke Eun-seo into the air, he recalled their earlier conversation together. He remembered apologizing for the way he had treated her before and questioning whether she would allow him to take her out for dinner sometime. However, Eun-seo had calmly accepted his apology while firmly refusing the invitation. She explained that she had no intention of becoming just another one of his toys. The memory lingered in Taegun's mind in silence. At that moment, the same woman from before suddenly approached him from behind and wrapped her arms around him. She questioned whether he had sobered up yet, and complained that he would not even give her a kiss. Although she admitted that she already understood their relationship was only meant to last one night, she still remarked that he was being unusually cold toward her. Taegun merely took another drag from his cigarette and coldly told her to be quiet. The next day, the scene shifted toward the correctional facility. Seolha nervously checked her phone while messaging Eun-seo, who asked whether she had arrived safely. Shortly afterward, Eun-seo added that she had prayed all night for Seolha to receive good news today. As Seolha waited quietly outside, she found herself wondering whether her father would truly agree to meet her this time either. However, before she could continue thinking about it, the door suddenly opened. The sight before her immediately shocked her into silence. Seolha trembled in disbelief before softly calling out to her father. The emotions she had suppressed for years instantly overwhelmed her, causing her voice to shake as she admitted how much she had missed him all this time. Seeing her cry, her father gently told her not to cry like that. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jeongmu quietly recalled what Mu-young had told him earlier about Seolha not seeing her father for the past 10 years. He wondered whether she had successfully met him today. Deep down, he quietly assumed she had probably cried the moment she saw him. Just then, his phone suddenly buzzed. Without hesitation, he immediately checked the message and saw Seolha informing him that she was currently waiting for the bus home. A moment later, Jeongmu called her directly. As Seolha answered the phone, Jeongmu immediately remarked that the weather was cold outside and offered to pick her up personally instead. However, Seolha denied needing help and explained that the bus would arrive soon anyway. Jeongmu calmly replied that if traffic became too heavy, he would still come to get her. Seolha softly affirmed his words before telling him that she would see him later that night. After ending the call, Seolha quietly reflected on how relieved she felt after finally seeing her father again. However, another thought continued lingering in her mind. She could not stop wondering about the mysterious letter her father had mentioned earlier. She recalled asking him whether there was anything he needed or wanted. In response, her father had warmly replied that he already had everything he needed as long as his beautiful daughter was there with him. However, he also admitted that some people were not as fortunate as he was. He then confessed that no matter how hard he tried, he still could not remember anything about the day of the incident itself. He questioned how someone could fail to remember his crime. Because of that guilt, he admitted that he could never bring himself to face her all these years. Recently, however, he had received a strange letter asking him to regain his memories of the incident and reunite with his family again. Remembering those words caused Seolha to quietly question who could possibly have sent such a letter. As snow slowly began falling around her, Seolha looked upward and softly remarked that it was snowing already. She quietly regretted not bringing an umbrella with her earlier. The falling snow suddenly reminded her of the man who had lent her an umbrella before, though it had eventually been crushed during the accident near the restaurant. Meanwhile, the scene shifted toward the restaurant itself, where Kim Wo-wi questioned his assistant about Director Cho because he had not heard anything from him recently. The assistant explained that Director Cho had not visited even once since the previous week, and the same situation applied to Kim Song-chan as well. Hearing that caused Kim Wo-wi to wonder whether the two had suddenly found some new hobby instead. Just then, his attention shifted toward the entrance as he noticed Seolha standing nearby. Seolha awkwardly greeted him while quietly admitting that she could not properly remember his name. She apologized and explained that she had come to thank him for lending her the umbrella before, even though she could not return the same one because it had been damaged. Kim Wo-wi calmly replied that he had already prepared an even better umbrella for her instead. Seolha smiled politely and remarked that she was glad to hear that before preparing to leave. However, before she could walk away, Kim Woo questioned whether she was feeling all right now. He explained that he had heard about the major accident that had happened nearby earlier and wondered whether she had gotten caught up in it somehow. He further admitted that since she never returned to give back the umbrella, he had remained curious about her situation. Kim Woo also pointed out that the woman Seolha had come with previously did not seem to know much about it either. He teasingly questioned whether it was supposed to be a secret. In response, Seolha chuckled softly and admitted that she simply had not wanted her to worry unnecessarily. Kim Woo then remarked that if Seolha and her friend ever returned together again, he would gladly prepare drinks for them free of charge. Suddenly, another voice interrupted the conversation and casually remarked that he would like to join them as well. At that moment, Jeongmu stepped forward and gently pulled Seolha closer beside him. Earlier, only 5 minutes before arriving, Jeongmu had been quietly worrying while wondering whether Seolha had reached home safely. She had mentioned making a quick stop to return an umbrella first. However, irritation immediately surfaced inside Jeongmu the moment he saw Seolha standing beside another handsome man while handing over the umbrella. For a brief second, he had even considered turning the car around entirely. Back in the present, Kim Woo simply grinned as he looked between the two of them before casually remarking that he must be Seolha's boyfriend. As Seolha affirmed that he was, she called out to Jeongmu and explained that he worked at the bar his mother liked visiting. Kim Woo then reached out his hand and introduced himself with a polite smile, remarking that it was a pleasure meeting him. However, before the conversation could continue, someone suddenly called out for the boss, making Seolha realize that Kim Woo was actually the owner of the bar. His assistant quickly approached and began reporting something regarding one of the guests staying in the rooms upstairs. Hearing this, Kim Woo apologized and stated that he had to leave for now. Before walking away, he smiled warmly at Seolha and remarked that he hoped to see her again soon. As he headed inside, Jeongmu glanced towards Seolha and quietly suggested that they should leave as well, to which she agreed. After arriving at her place, Seolha thanked him for dropping her off. However, she quickly noticed the faint frown resting on his face, since earlier he had remained unusually quiet, making her wonder what had been bothering him. After a brief silence, Jeongmu questioned how her visit with her father had gone. Seolha responded that it had gone really well, and admitted that she had been extremely happy seeing him again after such a long time. Jeongmu then remarked that he had heard she had not seen her father in nearly 10 years, so he was glad they had finally reunited. Seolha smiled softly and stated that she would introduce the two of them properly next time. Jeongmu calmly replied that he would come whenever she wanted. A quiet warmth settled between them before Jeongmu suddenly leaned slightly closer and remarked that he had noticed something earlier. He pointed out that she had stopped calling him Jeongmu. With a teasing smile, he asked her to say it again. Seolha immediately felt embarrassed after hearing his request. Being put on the spot made it awkward for her, yet she also knew she could not keep calling him Mr. Cha, or simply refer to him as her boyfriend forever. After hesitating for a moment, she softly murmured his name. Jeongmu then remarked that he could not hear her properly. Blushing even more, Seolha finally admitted that she had missed him a lot today while calling him Jeongmu once again. Hearing this made Jeongmu grin warmly as he confessed that he had missed her as well. As the two quietly gazed at each other, Jeongmu suddenly questioned when she had borrowed an umbrella from Kim Woo. She casually remarked that next time she would rather run in the rain. Jeongmu quickly denied it and insisted it was completely fine. However, from the way he spoke, she could tell he clearly cared far more than he pretended to. The following day, the two spent time together at a barbecue gathering. Jeongmu questioned whether she was truly sure about grilling the meat alone this time, but Seolha confidently affirmed that she wanted to try doing it herself. Unfortunately, only moments later, a huge blaze erupted from the grill, causing her to groan in frustration while Jeongmu stared at the scene in disbelief. Later, while spending time near the swimming pool, Jeongmu called out and questioned whether she was still changing. Moments afterward, Seolha finally stepped outside, instantly making his heartbeat race. Seolha quietly remarked that the weather still felt a little chilly, while Jeongmu internally cursed himself for completely forgetting she would appear in a bikini. Having eaten too much earlier, he suddenly felt awkward and embarrassed himself. Suddenly, Seolha lost her footing on the slippery floor and nearly fell, causing Jeongmu to shout her name in alarm. She ended up falling straight into the pool, forcing Jeongmu to jump in after her. As water splashed around them, Jeongmu immediately questioned whether she was all right, and apologized for falling in with her so suddenly. While helping her steady herself, his gaze unintentionally drifted toward her bikini, causing Seolha to quickly hide herself while covering her stomach with embarrassment. Jeongmu gently touched her face and softly remarked that she did not need to hide anything from him because he had already seen every side of her before. The atmosphere between them gradually turned warmer as he leaned closer and kissed her. As Jeongmu moved closer, he continued enjoying his private time with Seolha by the pool. After the two had finally calmed down, Jeongmu smiled at her warmly. However, Seolha immediately flinched and questioned whether he was being serious, remarking that he was starting again already. In response, Jeongmu teasingly stated that she was the one who had made him like this in the first place. He then questioned whether she truly planned on leaving him hanging like this. Seolha tried explaining that it was not exactly what she meant, but before she could finish properly, Jeongmu gently lifted her into his arms and remarked that they should continue this on the bed instead. Seolha groaned and questioned whether they could at least take a quick break first. Despite her complaints, the atmosphere between them remained warm and playful as Jeongmu carried her inside. Meanwhile, the scene later shifted toward Eunshim during the night. As she hurried through the quiet streets, she recalled how unusually empty the area seemed today. While continuing forward, she suddenly heard footsteps and a voice coming from behind her. Startled, she glanced back for a brief moment and noticed someone following nearby. However, she quickly averted her gaze and wondered whether the person perhaps lived around the area as well. Unfortunately for her, the person turned out to be Taegun. As Eunshim immediately picked up her pace, Taegun continued following after her while questioning why she kept ignoring him. Eunshim coldly replied that he already knew the reason. However, Taegun denied knowing anything about it at all. Hearing his response only made Eunshim sigh in frustration. She then convinced herself that the best option would be pretending he was not even there. Without saying another word, she continued walking ahead, while trying her best to ignore him completely. At the same time, the scene shifted back towards Seolha, who continued spending peaceful moments with Jeongmu. After spending intimate time together, the following morning arrived quietly as Seolha slowly woke up beside Jeongmu. The moment she regained her senses, a deep blush spread across her face as she realized they had fallen asleep like that the previous night. Memories from their time together immediately resurfaced in her mind, leaving her feeling warm and embarrassed all over again. Still, despite her embarrassment, she could not deny how cozy and comfortable she felt resting there beside him. As she remained lying down, she suddenly noticed a pleasant scent surrounding the room. The fragrance felt soft and calming, making her wonder where it was coming from. Looking around, she soon noticed a large lavender plant nearby, and quietly realized why the aroma had been so strong. She thought the diffuser in the room was huge, yet waking up to such a pleasant fragrance actually felt comforting. In that moment, she found herself loving everything about the place, from the scent filling the air to the wallpaper and the peaceful atmosphere surrounding her. A short while later, Jeongmu noticed she was awake and gently questioned whether she had finally gotten up. Seolha greeted him softly while still feeling slightly shy from earlier. Jeongmu then asked whether there was anything she wanted to eat since she had to be hungry by now. Seolha began thinking seriously about it, trying to decide what sounded good. However, before she could answer properly, Jeongmu suddenly leaned closer and kissed her briefly, telling her to simply name whatever she wanted, because he would make it for her himself. Hearing this made Seolha question whether he could even prepare burgers and black bean noodles. Jeongmu calmly affirmed that he could, if they had the ingredients available. Growing more curious, Seolha then questioned whether he could also make braised pork, making the atmosphere between them feel even lighter and more playful. Meanwhile, the scene shifted toward Taegun, who stared down at his phone while recalling the conversation he had with Eunshim earlier. Thinking back to her words, he realized she lives somewhere nearby, causing him to wonder whether he should head out again and see if he might run into her another time. However, before he could continue thinking about it, a new message suddenly appeared on his screen. Kim Sung-chan informed him that Venus had successfully signed exclusive rights to carry the apparel brand W. Reading the message immediately caused Taegun to smirk bitterly as he recalled how the company had refused their own partnership offer earlier. Frustrated, he slammed his phone down and thought about how furious his father would become after hearing this news. Soon afterward, his thoughts shifted towards Seolha. He wondered whether he should finally tell her the truth about Chae Hae-young. Since Seolha remained Jeongmu's greatest weakness, Taegun believed the information would undoubtedly strike him hard. Later that night, the scene shifted back towards Seolha, who quietly sat outside while drinking coffee and admiring the night sky. The peaceful atmosphere around her made the moment feel incredibly calming as countless stars stretched across the darkness above. While she remained focused on the sky, Jeongmu approached from behind and gently placed a blanket around her shoulders, remarking that there were far more stars visible there than usual. Seolha smiled softly and explained that she had been trying to recognize a few constellations. Hearing this made Jeongmu remark that this exact view was the reason he had chosen the place in the first place. He explained that the stars could be seen clearly there, the surroundings were quiet, and the yard added to the peaceful atmosphere. He then questioned whether she liked the place at all, before casually revealing that he had personally designed the interiors according to her tastes. His words immediately shocked Seolha, leaving her speechless for a moment. As silence settled between them beneath the stars, Jeongmu slowly reached into his pocket and opened a small ring box in front of her. The sight instantly stunned Seolha as she stared at him in disbelief. Looking directly into her eyes, Jeongmu proposed to her sincerely and promised that he would always treat her well for the rest of their lives. Jeongmu reminded Seolha that she had once said she would not mind living together someday, which was why he had decided to propose to her properly. Hearing those words caused Seolha's heartbeat to quicken as she slowly extended her hand toward him. Jeongmu gently held her fingers and carefully slid the ring onto them while sincerely promising that he would always treat her well. Overwhelmed with emotion, Seolha immediately hugged him tightly and affirmed that she would marry him. Jeongmu softly patted her head while she thanked him repeatedly, admitting that he was far too good for her and wondering whether she even deserved such happiness. However, Jeongmu calmly replied that he should be the one thanking her for accepting his proposal. Soon afterward, he leaned closer and kissed her deeply while the two quietly embraced each other beneath the night sky. The following day at Venus, Jeongmu questioned whether the board meeting was scheduled for 5 o'clock, to which Seolha confirmed that it would take place in the central meeting room. Jeongmu remarked that he would head there directly after finishing another meeting. However, while speaking, his gaze suddenly drifted towards Seolha's hand, only to notice the engagement ring was missing. This immediately reminded him of the previous night when Seolha had questioned how he had managed to prepare everything for her, including the diffuser, the interior designs, and even the ring itself. Back then, Jeongmu had casually explained that he had worked on everything little by little whenever he found free time before nervously questioning whether she disliked any of it. Seolha had quickly reassured him that she loved everything and promised she would never lose the ring. Thinking she had probably removed it for work purposes, Jeongmu quietly considered whether they should soon begin searching for a wedding venue. However, Seiso suddenly noticed his expression and questioned whether something was wrong. Jeongmu awkwardly admitted that he had simply noticed she was not wearing the ring. In response, Seiso gently unbuttoned part of her shirt and revealed a necklace hidden underneath, showing the engagement ring hanging safely from it. She shyly explained that the ring looked slightly too flashy for work, so she had decided to wear it as a necklace instead. Seeing this instantly relieved Jeongmu, causing a warm smile to spread across his face. He then stepped closer and confessed that he had barely gotten any sleep the previous night because he had been too happy. He even admitted he had worried the entire proposal might disappear like a dream once morning came. Soon afterward, he teasingly questioned what she planned on calling him after they got married. Leaning closer, he remarked that although he liked hearing her call him by his name, perhaps something like babe would sound nice as well. Seolha immediately questioned where such a sudden thought had come from, making Jeongmu laugh softly as he explained that knowing in advance would probably help him sleep better. He continued teasing her after noticing she refused to answer properly. Wrapping his arms around her, he warned that if she kept behaving this adorably during work hours, he might end up canceling their date at his place later that evening. Seolha then remarked that she had actually planned on cooking pasta for him for dinner. However, Jeongmu playfully responded that he would think about it and give her an answer next week instead, causing Seolha to stare at him in disbelief. Later on, the scene shifted towards Seolha's apartment, where she happily placed a star on top of the Christmas tree while remarking that she had always wanted to decorate one together with him. She excitedly commented that the entire place looked incredibly festive now. Jeongmu smiled softly and replied that the decorations suited her apartment perfectly and looked beautiful. Soon afterward, Jeongmu questioned whether she had decided what she wanted to do for Christmas, suggesting they could either travel overseas or perhaps go camping together instead. Seolha immediately responded that camping sounded fun and excitedly added that they should also light a campfire and set off fireworks. Jeongmu calmly assured her that he was willing to do whatever she wanted. While admiring the completed Christmas tree, the doorbell rang. Seolha mentioned that the Christmas present Unseom had sent must have finally arrived. Believing it truly was the package, Seolha hurried toward the door while Jeongmu curiously questioned what Unseom might have sent him. Seolha casually replied that she would open it first and find out. Yet the moment she opened the package, her expression immediately froze before she burst out in shock and angrily questioned just who the gift had actually been meant for. Meanwhile, the scene shifted toward Unseom, who once again found herself jogging near Taegun. As she walked ahead, she convinced herself to completely ignore him and simply continue on her own path. Unfortunately, while doing so, she suddenly twisted her ankle and collapsed onto the ground while groaning in pain. Taegun immediately rushed toward her and questioned whether she was all right. Unseom glared at him and stubbornly insisted she could stand on her own. However, the moment she attempted to rise, she nearly collapsed again, realizing she had injured her ankle far more seriously than expected. Taegun calmly remarked that she clearly needed help before carefully tending to her injury. Later, after receiving treatment, Unseom found herself being carried on Taegun's back. During their conversation, she questioned whether he lived nearby, to which Taegun explained that he had moved there recently in order to distance himself from his father. Unseom quietly replied that she understood since their relationship clearly was not very good. Taegun simply remarked that one could put it that way. As Unseom rested quietly on his back, she found herself questioning whether seeing Taegun behave so gently today was unusual, or whether this was actually how he normally acted around others. Eventually, Taegun broke the silence by questioning what she planned on doing for Christmas. He then remarked that perhaps she could repay him for helping her today by agreeing to go on a date with him. After hesitating briefly, he directly questioned whether she would actually consider it. The scene shifted towards Seolha as she received the delivery package. The moment she opened it, her face instantly turned red as she burst out in embarrassment, questioning just who the gift was even meant for. Inside, she discovered a revealing piece of clothing Unseom had sent her. Standing nearby, Jeongmu casually remarked that Unseom actually had surprisingly good taste and called it a thoughtful present. However, Seolha immediately shut the box and declared that she was returning everything since none of it matched her style anyway. Jeongmu quickly grabbed the package before she could put it away and questioned what was wrong with it, admitting that he personally liked it. His reaction only made Seolha feel even more embarrassed. Trying to change the topic, she teased him by remarking that perhaps he should wear the outfit instead because it would probably look good on him. In response, Jeongmu amusingly questioned whether she truly wanted him to wear it, while also pointing out that the clothes would obviously be too small for him. The following day, Seolha confronted Unseom about the gift while Unseom simply chuckled in amusement. Unseom remarked that she had specifically made sure the package arrived in time for Christmas. Seolha warned that she would definitely get revenge once Unseom eventually started dating someone herself. However, Unseom casually replied that she was already barely surviving because of work alone. Seolha immediately became suspicious and questioned whether Unseom had secretly started seeing someone already, especially after previously mentioning a man who had asked her out. Hearing this caused Unseom to avert her gaze slightly as memories of Taegun inviting her to dinner resurfaced in her mind. She recalled him calmly asking how dinner sounded and promising that he would call her later. Returning to the present, Unseom quickly denied there being anything serious and insisted they had only agreed to eat together once. Seolha, however, remarked that it definitely sounded like something more was going on between them. At that moment, Seolha's phone suddenly buzzed with a message. Unseom immediately teased her by pointing out that receiving texts around this hour almost certainly meant Jeongmu was missing her again. Seolha questioned how Unseom always seemed to know, making Unseom laugh as she explained that Jeongmu usually started missing her around this exact time. Unseom then remarked that they should head back inside since she still had work left to finish. Before leaving, Seolha playfully questioned whether Unseom was actually planning on going on the date with that person or not. Unseom simply replied that she still did not know and would think about it carefully first. Soon afterward, the scene shifted as Seolha entered the office and asked Jeongmu to wait for a moment. Jeongmu responded that he had only arrived recently as well before handing her several cups of coffee and asking her to share them with the rest of her team later. Seolha immediately tried saying that he should have called her to help because carrying all of it alone must have been difficult. However, Jeongmu calmly denied it and explained that she already looked exhausted from work, so handling something small like this himself was completely fine. Touched by his thoughtfulness, Seolha softly thanked him for buying coffee for the entire team. While looking at her smiling face, Jeongmu suddenly recalled his earlier conversation with the chairman. Chairman Cha had remarked that Seolha was Min Dong-woo's daughter, and pointed out that she still did not seem aware of the truth regarding the person her father had killed. Jeongmu had coldly questioned what exactly the chairman was implying before firmly stating that Seolha had done nothing wrong and warning him to stay out of her life completely. However, Chairman Cha had continued by questioning whether Jeongmu truly intended to keep dating her despite knowing her father's past. He then informed Jeongmu about a meeting scheduled for 6 o'clock on the 25th at the hotel regarding a marriage discussion with the Chos. Chairman Cha had also warned him to keep his schedule open and avoid creating unnecessary gossip involving either himself or his secretary. Back in the present, Seolha smiled warmly while thanking Jeongmu once again for the coffee. As Jeongmu quietly stared at her face, Seolha questioned whether something was wrong. In response, Jeongmu simply smiled before leaning closer and giving her a soft kiss. He quietly remarked that since there was still some time left and nobody else was around, perhaps they should stay together a little longer. While holding the coffee in one hand, he leaned toward her again, and Seolha responded by kissing him deeply. Meanwhile, the scene later shifted toward a restaurant, where Taegun thanked Unseom for taking time out of her busy schedule to have dinner with him. He also questioned whether her ankle had fully recovered. Unseom replied that it was much better now because she had made sure to rest properly. Hearing this, Taegun admitted that he was relieved since he had genuinely been worried about her. Unseom inwardly questioned why he would worry about her in the first place, and also wondered why he had chosen today for dinner when Christmas had not even arrived yet. Taegun calmly explained that waiting until Christmas simply felt too far away. His unexpected honesty caught Unseom completely off guard, making her wonder whether he somehow knew exactly what she had been thinking earlier. She then replied that there was no reason to delay paying him back until Christmas anyway. Smiling slightly, Taegun gently clinked his glass against hers before asking whether she would also like meeting him again on Christmas itself. After a short pause, he clarified with a grin that he meant meeting as an actual couple. Later that night, the scene shifted towards Seolha, who who remained on a phone call with Jeongmu while walking home. Excitedly, she remarked that one of the dishes she had eaten earlier was incredibly delicious and suggested they try it together the next time he visited her place. However, Jeongmu immediately replied that he did not want to wait that long and questioned whether he should simply come over right now instead. Seolha reminded him that he had an important meeting the following morning and pointed out how late it already was. Jeongmu reluctantly admitted that he missed her like crazy, but promised he would wait until tomorrow. He then questioned whether she was almost home because he disliked the thought of her walking alone in the dark at night. Seolha reassured him that she was already close to her apartment. However, while continuing down the street, she suddenly sensed someone behind her. She immediately turned around but found nobody there. Concerned, Jeongmu questioned whether everything was all right. Seolha hesitated before admitting that she could have sworn someone had been following her moments earlier. Unbeknownst to her, a suspicious figure quietly hid behind a nearby wall. Seolha recalled at the apartment how she had turned around after feeling as though someone was behind her, only to find nothing there. A faint sound soon reached her ears, and a cat casually stepped into view. Feeling relieved, she realized it had only been a cat. She concluded she must have been mistaken about someone following her. Shortly afterward, Jeongmu handed her a cup. Seolha thanked him and apologized for making him come over so late. Jeongmu brushed it off, explaining that he had been genuinely worried on his way there. He then remarked that they should book their wedding venue as soon as possible. They also needed to choose their furniture, and he even suggested staying with her for the time being and bringing his belongings the next day, to which Seolha could only think that he had started again. Seolha attempted to tease him by saying he really knew how to charm a woman. Jeongmu leaned closer and remarked that she was the only woman he had ever tried to charm. The response made her chuckle, and she questioned how he had treated other women in the past. Jeongmu explained that he had never really tried with anyone else. As he had said before, she had always been his first love. Seolha felt her cheeks warm at the confession. Holding her hand gently, Jeongmu admitted he had spent the last 3 years lovesick because of her, and asked her to be kind to him. He added that whenever she suddenly said things like that, his heart raced so fast it almost hurt. Unbeknownst to them, the person who had been secretly following Seolha was none other than Kim Song-chan. The following day, Taegun found himself reflecting on his recent conversation with Eunshim. He had invited her to dinner as a couple, but she had politely declined. When he had questioned whether he simply was not her type, Eunshim replied that the issue was not his at all. In her opinion, they were simply too different from one another. Taegun had insisted he was willing to change because he genuinely liked her. Curious, Eunshim had asked about the reason. Taegun had responded by questioning whether a reason was necessary to like someone. In return, Eunshim had listed several conditions. She stated that if he truly wanted a chance, he should quit drinking, treat his employees with more respect, stop swearing constantly, and become a kinder person. Remembering the conversation, Taegun could not help smirking. Instead of discouraging him, her response had only made her more intriguing in his eyes. Not long afterward, Kim Song-chan entered Taegun's office and provided an update, noting that the relationship between Seolha and Jeongmu appeared to be progressing smoothly. Taegun listened before casually admitting he had recently become interested in Eunshim. Kim Song-chan found the sudden interest suspicious, though he believed it had nothing to do with Jeongmu. Taegun acknowledged that Eunshim was Seolha's friend but questioned whether true friendships really existed. Tossing several photographs onto the desk, he remarked that he was curious to discover just how strong their friendship actually was. Meanwhile, Eunshim struggled to keep up with the unusually large number of customers at work. As she glanced outside, she noticed Taegun nearby and wondered if his presence was somehow responsible for the crowd. She quickly turned away and concentrated on her work when Taegun glanced in her direction out of the blue. Later that night, Taegun escorted Eunseom after work. During their walk, he revealed that he had finally figured out why he liked her so much. When Eunseom asked what he meant, Taegun explained that she was considerate, passionate about her work, and always sincere. He admitted that he loved her smile and believed he could accomplish all the changes she had requested because of her. Smiling, he remarked that she still refused to give him a chance. Eunseom found herself recalling everything that had happened since their first meeting at the bar. His attitude had undeniably changed, and for the first time she began wondering if the negative rumors surrounding him were truly nothing more than rumors. Feeling her heart flutter slightly, she realized she was becoming increasingly convinced. Gathering her courage, she asked if he genuinely intended to keep those promises. Taegun appeared surprised by her reaction, as he had not expected such an expression from her. Leaning forward slightly, he promised he would keep his word, especially if it meant she might finally give him a chance. Elsewhere, Seolha sneezed and wondered if she had caught a cold. She had been feeling chilly throughout the entire day. Thinking about how Jeongmu had been dropping her off every day recently, she decided she should call him once she got home. However, as she continued walking, an uneasy feeling settled over her once again. For some reason, she could not shake the impression that someone was following her. Suddenly, a hand reached toward her. Startled, Seolha immediately gripped her purse and swung it defensively while warning she would call the police if the person came any closer. To her shock, the person turned out to be Kim Wo-wi. Laughing awkwardly, Kim Woo-wi apologized for frightening her and explained that he had been worried she might walk straight into a lamppost. He pointed behind her, and only then did Seolha realize she had completely failed to notice it because her attention had been focused elsewhere. Embarrassed, she apologized and admitted she had thought someone was following her. Kim Woo-wi assured her he understood completely and remarked that he would have been frightened as well in the same situation. As Seolha lowered her purse, she noticed she had accidentally scratched Kim Woo-wi's face. Concerned, she apologized once again, but Kim Woo-wi casually assured her it was fine. He then asked whether she was heading home, and Seolha confirmed she was. Suggesting they stop by a pharmacy on the way, Kim Woo-wi mentioned he had actually been hoping to speak with her about something. Seolha looked at him curiously while Kim Woo-wi simply smiled. While walking down the alley with a box of tteokbokki in hand, Kim Woo-wi explained that a friend of his had recently opened the shop and asked him to help promote it. However, he admitted he did not really know many people in the neighborhood. Seolha thanked him for the treat and remarked that she should have been the one treating him instead. She also mentioned how fortunate it was that the nearby pharmacy had still been open. As they continued walking, Seolha noted that she needed to head in another direction. Looking around at the dark street, Kim Woo-wi suggested accompanying her home, but Seolha politely declined with a smile, explaining that her apartment was only a short distance away. Kim Woo-wi accepted her answer and told her he would see her around. After exchanging a brief wave, Seolha hurried away, thinking she should get home quickly since Jeongmu was probably worried about her. Just as she was leaving, Kim Woo-wi called out to her once more. When Seolha turned around, he unexpectedly apologized. Confused, she asked what he was apologizing for. Kim Woo-wi explained that he felt he had taken up too much of her time, especially considering she had work the following morning. Seolha immediately dismissed the concern and assured him everything was fine. In fact, she remarked that she had enjoyed a pleasant late-night snack thanks to him. Seeing her genuine response, Kim Woo-wi smiled and watched her leave. Later that night, after returning home, Kim Woo-wi carefully set down the spicy rice cakes and entered another room. Softly, he announced that he had brought her favorite snack. Inside, a young woman remained wrapped tightly beneath a blanket. Her body trembled as she repeatedly apologized through hiccups. Kim Woo-wi looked at her silently for a moment, before letting out a weary sigh. The following day, the atmosphere was much brighter at the cafeteria. Seolha nearly slammed her cup onto the table after hearing Eunshim's news. To her surprise, Eunshim had finally started dating someone. Excited, Seolha immediately questioned when everything had happened and whether the man was the customer Eunshim had mentioned before. Eunshim shyly confirmed that things had somehow developed naturally between them. Her blushing expression only made Seolha tease her further. Finding her friend's reaction adorable, Seolha congratulated her on no longer being single and admitted she could not wait to meet the man who had captured Eunshim's heart. Eunshim promised she would introduce him properly someday. The conversation left Seolha genuinely happy. For a moment, all her recent worries seemed distant as she enjoyed seeing her friend smiling so brightly. After arriving at the office, Seolha continued thinking about Eunshim's relationship. She found it difficult to believe how quickly things had progressed. Smiling to herself, she decided they needed to catch up properly over drinks soon. However, the pleasant mood disappeared the moment she reached her desk. Sitting there was an unfamiliar envelope. Curious, she picked it up and wondered who had left it. The moment she opened it, her expression froze. Inside were several photographs connected to the accident she had desperately tried to leave behind. Her hands stiffened as she stared at them. The unexpected images immediately brought back memories she would rather forget. She questioned who might have sent them and what was the purpose behind reminding her of something so painful. Before she could process everything, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Jeongmu approached and called her name, pulling her back to reality. Noticing her pale complexion, he asked whether everything was all right. Startled, Seolha quickly hid the photographs and forced a calm expression. She explained that she had simply been distracted by how busy the day had been. Though Jeongmu appeared unconvinced, he did not press further. Instead, he mentioned that he had been trying to reach her and needed several files for an upcoming meeting. Realizing she had missed his calls, Seolha immediately apologized and promised to bring the documents right away. As she hurried off, Jeongmu quietly observed her. Later, while walking toward the parking area, Seolha recalled what an employee had told her earlier. One of the employees had mentioned seeing a man asking questions about her desk and claimed he appeared to be an employee himself. The information only deepened her confusion. She could not understand who would leave such an envelope or why they would send copies of those photographs. Her thoughts continued to spiral until Jeongmu gently grabbed her hand. Looking concerned, he told her that if something was troubling her, she could always talk to him. He assured her he did not mind listening, even if she simply wanted to complain. Seolha attempted a small smile and replied that she was probably just tired. In response, Jeongmu jokingly cursed her boss for assigning her too much work and asked whether he should punish him somehow. Playing along, Seolha suggested that perhaps he should not be allowed to hold her hand. Jeongmu immediately groaned and remarked that such a punishment was far too harsh, while Seolha knew she could not keep the truth hidden forever and that eventually she would have to tell him. Meanwhile, Taegun and Yoonshim spent time together after exercising. Once they finished jogging, Taegun handed her a bottle of water and admitted he had never gone jogging on a date before. Yoonshim thanked him and drank eagerly. Watching her, Taegun asked whether he was the first person she had ever gone on a date like this with. Yoonshim reflected on the question and realized she had never really dated anyone. She had always been too busy focusing on work and responsibilities. Even now, she constantly worked harder than everyone around her. Taegun observed that she was one of the most hardworking people he had ever met. Hearing the sincerity in his voice, Yoonshim found herself growing flustered. When she glanced up, she realized he had moved much closer than before. Embarrassed, she quickly averted her gaze. Taegun noticed immediately and questioned why she kept avoiding him. Yoonshim denied doing any such thing, but Taegun was unconvinced. With a playful smile, he remarked that if she continued running away from him like that, he might just have to kiss her as he slowly leaned closer toward her face. Yoonshim lightly tapped his mouth and told him to stop saying such things in public. Amused by her reaction, Taegun asked whether she would like to visit his apartment, mentioning it was only a few minutes away. Yoonshim found herself blushing once again. When they arrived, she looked around in surprise. Knowing he was a painter had already impressed her, but seeing his place only made him seem more interesting. Taegun explained that he would have majored in art if his family had not strongly opposed the idea. After giving her time to look around, he asked whether she had finished exploring. Yoonshim agreed and remarked that he had been right about there being plenty to see. As she glanced at him, she noticed him staring and questioned why he was looking at her that way. Teasingly, she asked whether he was thinking about kissing her again. Taegun denied it and explained that he had simply been curious about her hobbies and interests. Yoonshim felt her face warm and replied that they could learn more about each other little by little. Taegun smiled and remarked that if she was done looking around, he should take her home since it was getting late. He started heading toward the door and mentioned that he only needed to grab his car keys. Before he could leave, Yoonshim called out to him. When he turned around, she stepped closer and gave him a brief kiss. Smiling shyly, she admitted she had enjoyed spending time with him and hoped they could meet again as to make Taegun pull her into his embrace as he kissed her. The two continued enjoying each other's company for the remainder of the evening. Later, as the night came to an end, Taegun looked over at Yoonshim, who had fallen asleep. Normally, he preferred ending it on the same day, but he found himself thinking differently this time. For the first time in a long while, he did not mind the idea of seeing someone again the next day. The next day, Seolha sipped her coffee and wondered how Yoonshim's date had gone. She made a mental note to ask her about it at work. However, her thoughts were interrupted when she unexpectedly ran into Kim Songchan. Greeting her with a grin, Kim Songchan remarked that it had been a long time. He reminded her that they had both spent time at Sunrise Foster Home and asked whether she remembered it. Meanwhile, at the office, Jeongmu glanced towards Seolha's desk and immediately noticed her absence. Curious, he approached Miss Yoon and mentioned that he had not seen Seolha anywhere. Miss Yoon explained that Seolha had left work early because something urgent had come up. Surprised, Jeongmu questioned what had happened, to which Miss Yoon admitted she did not know the details but noted that it must have been important if Seolha had not even found time to inform him personally. Looking at the calendar and then toward the empty desk, Jeongmu could not help wondering whether something serious had occurred. At the same time, Seolha was huffing in one of the rooms, struggling to hold back her tears. Her mind repeatedly returned to the conversation she had just had with Kim Songchan. During their discussion, she had questioned what he meant, prompting Kim Songchan to elaborate. He explained that Mr. Cha's younger sister had been Cha Hyun-young, and that he had recently learned she was working there. Since they had all grown up in the same foster home, he believed she deserved to know. Seolha recalled that the young woman who died in the accident had been the daughter of a wealthy family and had an older brother. The information struck Seolha like a bolt of lightning. Almost immediately, she remembered something Jeongmu's mother had once told her, that Jeongmu had a twin sister who had been born only 2 minutes after him and had later lost her life. The realization left Seolha devastated. Standing alone, she could not stop crying. More than anything, she did not want Jeongmu to see her in such a state. Fear and guilt overwhelmed her, forcing her to distance herself from him. She felt unable to remain in the same place as him after learning the truth. While Seolha remained hidden away, Jeongmu continued trying to reach her. He repeatedly called her phone, only to be met with silence. As he walked through the hallway, concern continued growing with each unanswered call. Meanwhile, Seolha stood alone beside one of the rooms, clutching her phone but unable to answer. She believed that if the truth hurt her this much, it would surely devastate Jeongmu even more. Consumed by guilt, Seolha blamed herself for everything. She convinced herself that all the pain and sorrow stemmed from her existence. As tears continued falling, she bitterly wondered whether things would have been better if they had never met at all. In her mind, perhaps neither of them would have suffered so much if fate had never brought them together. The next day at the office, Jeongmu recalled the message Seolha had sent him the previous evening. In it, she had apologized for leaving work so suddenly without informing him and assured him she would see him the next day. Now standing before his desk, Seolha handed over the report and explained that these were the files he had requested. Jeongmu thanked her for organizing everything and asked whether she had managed to take care of the urgent matter, to which Seolha confirmed that she had. Outwardly, she remained calm, but inwardly she was struggling. She knew Jeongmu must have been worried after she disappeared so abruptly. At the same time, Kim Song-chan's words continued echoing in her mind. He had asked her to think about how the people around Jeongmu would react if the truth ever came out, and whether she would even be able to keep her job. The thoughts refused to leave her alone. Every time she looked at Jeongmu, she was reminded of the conversation she had with Kim Song-chan. Part of her desperately wanted to believe there had been some misunderstanding and that none of it was true. Noticing her distracted expression, Jeongmu called her name and asked whether she was free that evening. Rising from his seat, he approached her and explained that he wanted to cook her a nice dinner, and Seolha forced herself to agree. Later that night, the two met at his apartment. Jeongmu busied himself in the kitchen, preparing a sizzling dish while assuring her it would not take long. He suggested she relax for a while and even take a nap if she felt tired. While he cooked, Seolha quietly entered his study. Her thoughts immediately returned to the possibility she had been trying to deny. If Hyunyoung had truly been his sister, there should have been evidence somewhere. She remembered seeing an old yearbook before and hoped she might find something proving her fears wrong. However, as she searched through the room, her eyes landed on a frame. The moment she saw Hyunyoung standing beside Jeongmu, her heart sank. Everything she had been trying to dismiss suddenly felt real. She had spent days convincing herself the rumors were false, but the photograph made it impossible to continue denying the truth. Reality was far harsher than she had hoped. At that moment, Jeongmu's phone vibrated repeatedly. Messages from Chairman Cha appeared on the screen informing him that a dinner meeting had been moved to 5 o'clock and that if he did not respond, his attendance would be assumed. As Seolha looked through the messages, another detail caught her attention. The conversation referred to his upcoming marriage. Before she could process everything, Jeongmu entered the study. He mentioned that he had been about to call her, but his expression changed when he noticed the sorrow on her face. He questioned whether something was wrong. Seolha explained that she had only intended to bring his phone to him because it kept vibrating. However, she admitted she had seen the messages and learned about the marriage plans. Attempting to leave, she moved toward the door, but Jeongmu stopped her. He quickly explained there was a misunderstanding and insisted he had no intention of following his father's wishes. Pulling her hand free, Seolha remarked that everything had become too overwhelming. When Jeongmu asked what she meant, she finally revealed the excuse she had decided to use. Seolha stated that she had felt this way from the very beginning. According to her, she had only wanted a brief relationship and never expected things to become serious. She claimed she had simply gone along with everything because she had been swept up in the moment. Hearing those words, Jeongmu clenched his fist. Seolha continued, insisting she had never imagined herself marrying him. Although she tried to sound composed, Jeongmu noticed the tears gathering in her eyes and questioned why she looked as though she was about to cry. Seolha forced a smile and claimed they were tears of relief. She remarked that she was glad she had finally spoken honestly. However, as she left the apartment, tears streamed down her face. Deep down, she knew there was only one reason she was walking away. She had been unable to stop thinking about Hyunyoung and the possibility that everything Kim Song-chan said was true. The fear of hurting Jeongmu had become unbearable. Behind her, Jeongmu remained frozen. Part of him wanted to stop her, but another part feared she was telling the truth. That hesitation prevented him from chasing after her immediately. By the time he rushed outside and attempted to call her, she had already disappeared. The brief moment of doubt had cost him the chance to catch up to her. The following Monday, Jeongmu found himself unable to focus. He had not seen Seolha throughout the weekend and had not even heard her voice. The only thing easing his concern was knowing she had spent time with Eunseum and had not been completely alone. As he sat in his office, a knock suddenly came at the door. To his surprise, Seolha entered, carrying several files. She calmly presented the documents needed for the morning meeting before informing him of something unexpected. She explained that she would be transferring to another department within the next month. Shocked, Jeongmu immediately questioned the decision. Seolha replied that continuing to work together would only create discomfort for both of them. In her opinion, it would be better if they simply acted as though their relationship had never happened. After bowing politely, she turned to leave. Before she could reach the door, Jeongmu called out to her. Stopping her in place, he apologized and admitted he was not prepared to end things. Seolha avoided his gaze and reminded him that she had already made herself clear the previous week. She pleaded with him not to continue the discussion at work. However, Jeongmu refused to accept her decision so easily. He acknowledged that she might continue pushing him away, but he promised he would keep finding her again and again until the day she was willing to take him back. At the bar, Jeongmu sat quietly with a glass in his hand, unable to stop thinking about his recent conversation with Seolha. He recalled how she had avoided his gaze before excusing herself, explaining that it was almost time for the meeting and she needed to leave. While he remained lost in thought, Mu-young arrived and immediately noticed his gloomy expression. Taking a seat beside him, Mu-young asked whether he had given any more thought to the investigation regarding Min Dong-woo. He mentioned that Min Dong-woo had maintained a surprisingly good reputation in prison and was even known for never touching alcohol. Curious, Jeongmu asked how long the investigation would take. Mu-young estimated it would require about a month. After a brief pause, Jeongmu instructed him to continue looking into the matter. Mu-young agreed and promised to report back as soon as he discovered anything unusual. Looking at Jeongmu's drink, Mu-young advised him to cheer up and questioned why he was simply staring at it. Jeongmu admitted he was trying to stay sober because he knew he would immediately go looking for Seolha if he got drunk. The confession surprised Mu-young, who remarked that he must truly be in love with her. He suggested that Jeongmu should simply go see her, but Jeongmu shook his head and replied that today was not the right time. He feared she would grow tired of him if he constantly appeared before her, and he believed he needed to learn some patience. Several days later, the atmosphere at the office remained tense. Seolha noticed that she and Jeongmu had barely spoken since their breakup. Although they occasionally crossed paths, it often felt as though he was deliberately avoiding her. She knew she should not dwell on it, yet she could not stop wondering whether he had already moved on. Her thoughts were interrupted when Jeongmu entered the meeting room and greeted Seolha. After taking a report from her, he casually mentioned that he was supposed to have dinner that evening with his fiancée and her parents. The statement immediately caught Seolha's attention. Before she could stop herself, she questioned him about it. In response, Jeongmu quietly asked whether she intended to stop him if he truly went through with it. Before she could answer, other employees entered the room, forcing the conversation to end. Seolha left first. As she walked away, she glanced back briefly and noticed him watching her. However, she quickly looked away and reminded herself not to be swayed by his expression. Returning to her desk, she discovered a small note waiting for her. It mentioned that snow was expected, and jokingly advised her not to borrow an umbrella from another man. The note ended by saying he would wait for her call. Seolha immediately realized Jeongmu had left it there before the meeting. Clutching the note, she told herself she needed to stay strong, but she honestly had no idea what she was supposed to do anymore. That evening, snow quietly fell across the city. Outside the office, Jeongmu waited patiently with an umbrella in hand. As time passed, he wondered whether Seolha had already gone home since she had not contacted him when a voice called out to him. Meanwhile, Seolha finally gathered the courage to return the umbrella and headed toward the area where she expected to find him. However, as she approached, she stopped in her tracks. Standing nearby was Jeongmu, accompanied by Kang-hee. Since the dinner location was close to the office, she immediately assumed they had just finished their meeting. A sharp pain settled in her chest. She knew she had no right to feel jealous because she had been the one who pushed him away. Even so, seeing them together hurt far more than she expected. For a moment, she wondered if perhaps this was the final sign that she should truly let him go. Nearby, Kang-hee questioned whether Jeongmu would be all right. She mentioned that his father had appeared furious during dinner. Jeongmu calmly replied that he had never attended the gathering to please his parents. He explained that the arrangement had been created because both families would benefit from the marriage. Kang-hee then asked whether he truly meant everything he had said. Jeongmu assured her that she was not the problem. The truth was simply that the marriage had never been meant to happen. He politely added that he should leave and hoped any future meetings between them would remain strictly professional. Although she maintained her composure, Kang-hee silently clenched her fists. Her mind drifted back to the dinner. In front of everyone, Jeongmu had openly announced that he was already engaged to someone else and had only attended to make that fact clear. To Kang-hee, it felt painfully familiar. Ever since their school days, she had always found herself overlooked. Deep down, she questioned why she could never be the person he chose. Meanwhile, Seolha eventually wandered to a nearby playground. Sitting alone on a swing, she stared at the falling snow and tried convincing herself it was finally over. She told herself she needed to forget Jeongmu and move on. Yet despite her efforts, tears slowly formed in her eyes. The truth was much simpler than she wanted to admit. She missed him terribly. If she were being honest, she had wanted to stop him from attending that dinner. She had also wanted to thank him properly for the umbrella and for continuing to care about her despite everything. Instead, she found herself sitting alone in the cold. Thinking she might as well go home, have a drink, and sleep away her feelings, she slowly stood up. Just then, a familiar voice called out and questioned what she was doing outside by herself. Startled, Seolha looked up and saw Jeongmu standing before her. For a brief moment, she genuinely wondered whether she was imagining things. Feeling slightly unsteady, she took a step forward but lost her balance. Before she could fall, Jeongmu caught her in his arms. Staring at him, Seolha found it difficult to believe he was actually there. Her emotions, which she had been suppressing for days, finally overwhelmed her. Part of her wondered if she was dreaming, but even if it was only a dream, she did not want it to end. Unable to hold back any longer, she leaned closer and kissed him. This time, Jeongmu did not pull away. Instead, he responded in kind. As they stood together beneath the falling snow, Seolha realized she no longer wanted to let him go either. Jeongmu pulled Seolha into a tighter embrace. In her drunken state, Seolha questioned what was going on and why everything felt so real. Jeongmu quietly asked what was wrong and wondered if she had thought it was a dream, leaving Seolha startled. She quickly tried to pull away and questioned what he was doing there. Jeongmu replied that she had called him. Seolha insisted she did not remember doing so, and checked her phone, convinced there was no way she could have called him. However, she was surprised to find numerous calls made to him. Jeongmu asked if she was still planning to deny it. As they walked together afterward, Jeongmu apologized for taking so long to answer because he had been taking a shower. Seolha admitted she had gotten a little too drunk. Internally, she tried to compose herself and thought she needed to send him home as soon as possible. She apologized for bothering him so late at night, but Jeongmu simply looked at her and wondered what might have happened to her, addressing her as Ms. Min. The sudden formality made her blush, and she questioned why he was calling her that all of a sudden. She quickly denied any misunderstanding, explaining that she often called people while drunk and insisting he should not get the wrong idea. According to her, she had not missed him at all and had only called him out of habit. Before she could continue, Jeongmu leaned forward and brushed a leaf from her coat. He then wished her a good night and stepped away. Just before leaving, he added one final remark, asking her to call him whenever she wanted to kiss again. The comment left Seolha blushing once more. Jeongmu stated that he would see her tomorrow and would be waiting for her favor. After returning home, Seolha reflected that the encounter had completely sobered her up. Feeling restless, she decided a girls' night with Eunshim might help clear her mind. She called Eunshim, but voices on the other end made her realize that she was having quality time with her boyfriend. Assuming Eunshim was busy, Seolha decided to pretend she had heard nothing and simply head home. On the other side of the call, Eunshim was spending time with Taegun. Taegun questioned why she did not skip work the next day and spend it with him instead. Eunshim remarked that he certainly was not wasting any time and reminded him that he had previously claimed he wanted to take things slowly. She noted that he was a much better listener than she had expected, and the realization only made her like him more. Their time continued comfortably as they enjoyed each other's company. The following day at the office, Seolha took a sip of coffee while reflecting on the previous night. She noted that she had not even seen Jeongmu that morning because he had been busy in a meeting. She briefly wondered whether he had gotten home safely before immediately attempting to push the thought aside. Reminding herself that she needed to stop thinking about him, she focused on her work. Her concentration did not last long. A familiar voice suddenly called out and asked whether she had slept well the previous night, as it was Jeongmu. Seolha affirmed that she had. Jeongmu then remarked that he had not slept well at all and questioned whether she was not going to ask him why. Seolha quickly responded that she had no desire to know the reason. Later, she reflected that brushing him off in the break room had been easy enough, but the office felt much smaller than she remembered. Throughout the day, she continued running into him. During one encounter, Jeongmu casually asked whether she was having lunch, claiming he was merely curious. In another encounter inside the elevator, he remarked that he was not particularly happy and suggested it would be nice if she had someone willing to help her with that. Each interaction left Seolha increasingly frustrated. Back at her desk, she sighed and reflected on how difficult it was working in the same office as her ex. Every time she felt close to finally getting him out of her mind, he somehow appeared again. While she was lost in thought, a cup of coffee was suddenly placed in front of her. It was Minhyo, the employee she had spoken with earlier. He remarked that she looked a little tired. Seolha thanked him and asked whether his cold had improved. Minhyo replied that he was feeling much better after getting some rest. However, a sudden chill ran through him. Looking up, he immediately noticed Jeongmu glaring at him. Sensing the tension, Minhyo awkwardly remarked that he would see her tomorrow because he had work to take care of. After giving a small bow, he quickly left. As soon as Minhyo departed, Jeongmu approached Seolha. Internally, she reminded herself not to read too much into the situation. Jeongmu then abruptly stated that he was sick and believed he had a fever because his forehead felt hot. Seolha questioned the claim and pointed out that he had seemed perfectly fine during lunch. Nevertheless, she reached out and checked his forehead. After a brief moment, she concluded that the heat was probably due to the afternoon meeting and remarked that she did not think he had a fever at all. Only then did she realize she had touched him without thinking. Before she could withdraw, Jeongmu gently grasped her hand. He observed that she seemed worried about him and then questioned when they could get back together. As he spoke, he guided her hand to rest against his chest, leaving Seolha momentarily speechless. Seolha hesitated before explaining that worrying about such things was simply part of her job. She then added that she had a new type these days. Curious, Jeongmu asked what she meant. Seolha replied that she preferred men with rounder and gentler features. Her answer immediately left Jeongmu speechless, as he was practically the opposite of what she had just described. Not wanting to continue the conversation, Seolha stated that she had somewhere to be. She reminded him that she had restocked the medicine in the office and asked him to take it before leaving. As she stepped into the elevator, she reflected on how relieved she was that he did not actually have a fever. However, her heartbeat refused to settle. She questioned what she should do, realizing that simply seeing him was enough to make her happy. The thought lingered in her mind, and she began wondering if she should finally tell him the truth. After all, she reasoned, no secret could remain hidden forever. Later, the scene shifted to Kim Wo-wee's bar. Kim Wo-wee invited the girls to enjoy their dessert while continuing to assist around the restaurant. His assistant soon arrived and apologized for being late, explaining that something unexpected had come up. Kim Wo-wee reassured him that it was not a problem and remarked that it had been enjoyable serving customers for a change. He even offered to help until the shift ended, but the waiter quickly declined, insisting that Kim Wo-wee already had enough responsibilities. Just then, a guest came in. Kim Wo-wee looked toward the entrance and noticed Seolha arriving. Approaching her, he handed her a mojito and explained that it was the free drink he had promised earlier. Seolha thanked him and remarked that he had an impressive memory. Kim Wo-wee responded that he had only remembered because the drink seemed to suit her. As Seolha took a sip, Kim Wo-wee casually observed that she reminded him of his younger sister. Interested, Seolha asked about her. Kim Wo-wee explained that his sister had once been an outgoing person, much like Seolha herself, but had changed after falling in with the wrong crowd. Seolha admitted that she did not know the details of the situation, but hoped his sister would eventually return to her old self. Before their conversation could continue, someone suddenly sat beside her. A familiar voice requested the same drink she was having. Turning her head, Seolha was shocked to discover that it was Jeongmu. Seolha immediately questioned why he was there, and wondered whether Eunseom had told him where she would be. She also pointed out that he was not much of a drinker to begin with. Jeongmu, however, seemed more interested in her conversation with Kim Wo-wee. He observed that she and Kim Wo-wee appeared quite close, and noted that she had barely spoken to him throughout the day. The unexpected remark caused Seolha to cough on her drink. Kim Wo-wee quickly asked whether she needed some water, while Jeongmu silently offered her a tissue. For a brief moment, the two men exchanged glances, creating an awkward atmosphere. As the evening continued, several drinks were shared. At one point, Kim Wo-wee called out to Seolha and asked about the takeout they had picked up together previously, explaining that he had been meaning to ask. Seolha warmly replied that it had been delicious. Meanwhile, Jeongmu carefully studied Kim Wo-wee's appearance. The man possessed exactly the sort of round and gentle features Seolha had claimed to like earlier. The realization irritated him more than he cared to admit, causing him to finish another drink. Suddenly, Seolha's hand stopped Jeongmu from drinking yet another glass. Jeongmu remarked that he was not drunk yet, but Seolha remained silent as she guided him outside. Once they stepped into the fresh air, she asked whether he was feeling any better. She then inquired where he had parked, and stated that she would call a designated driver for him. At the same time, she asked if he could finally stop holding her hand. When she attempted to pull away, Jeongmu tightened his grip and suddenly pulled her into his embrace. He admitted that he would never have been able to do something like that while sober. He explained that he had not wanted to drink because he knew it would make him act this way, but he had failed to stop himself. Moments later, he began to wobble unsteadily. Concerned, Seolha warned him not to fall asleep outside and repeatedly asked whether he could hear her. With considerable effort, she helped the staggering Jeongmu to a nearby hotel and checked him into a room. Thinking it was the closest place available, she planned to leave him there and head home. However, voices from the neighboring room immediately caught her attention, making her reflect on how thin the walls were. Before she could leave, Jeongmu suddenly grabbed her wrist and turned her around. Pulling her into another embrace, he reminded her that he had already told her he was not drunk. As he held her close, he slowly leaned forward, leaving Seolha frozen in place. As voices continued to echo from the neighboring room, the awkward atmosphere between Seolha and Jeongmu only intensified. Jeongmu lightly flicked Seolha's forehead before leaning in to kiss her. In the moment, Seolha lost her shoes as she climbed onto Jeongmu. She accused him of deliberately wandering around the hotel so she would end up bringing him there. Jeongmu denied having such intentions and admitted that he had never actually expected her to bring him to a hotel. Gently brushing her hair aside, he leaned closer and kissed her again. A moment later, Jeongmu stopped himself. He explained that he did not want things to continue while he was drunk. According to him, he wanted to remember every second clearly, but he doubted he could do so in his current state. Seolha remarked that this was precisely why he should not have drunk so much in the first place. Jeongmu admitted that everything had been harder than he expected. He explained that she had kept slipping away from him, and he had been afraid she would leave him for good. He then quietly asked whether she could come back to him now. Seolha paused before replying that she would think about it. Instead, she suggested that they simply go to sleep while holding hands. Jeongmu smiled at the proposal and kissed her hand, remarking that he would finally be able to get a good night's sleep. The room gradually fell silent as Jeongmu drifted off to sleep. Seolha remained awake, watching his peaceful expression. She reflected on how everything had turned out and how unexpectedly they had arrived at this point. As she gently brushed his hair aside, her heartbeat quickened. Seeing him asleep and vulnerable brought her a strange sense of happiness. The more time she spent with him, the harder it became to deny her feelings. Eventually, she remained by his side until morning arrived. The next day, Jeongmu woke up to find the room empty, as Seolha had already left. On the table, he found a simple breakfast consisting of a sandwich and milk, along with a note explaining that she had plans for the day and had left early. A smile appeared on his face as he read it. Looking around the room, he then noticed an earring near the window and realized it belonged to Seolha. Meanwhile, Seolha met up with Unsim. Unsim immediately pointed out that she was still wearing the same outfit from the previous day. Embarrassed, Seolha quickly insisted that nothing had happened. Unsim teasingly asked whether she had finally resolved things with the ex-boyfriend she had missed so much. Seolha questioned who had ever said she missed him, causing Unsim to laugh. Internally, Unsim recalled how miserable Seolha had been and how often she had cried at night, but she decided not to press the issue. After a moment, Seolha admitted that she was considering telling Jeongmu the truth about the accident. Unseo immediately grabbed her arm and remarked that it sounded like a good idea. She expressed confidence that the two of them would be able to work through it together. Seolha replied that she had no idea how Jeongmu would react, but she could not keep the secret forever. Unseo nodded in agreement. Just then, a voice suddenly called out Seolha as Nuna. The stranger sounded surprised to see her and remarked that it had indeed been a long time. Both women turned toward the source of the voice and saw a handsome young man standing beside them with a friendly smile. The sudden appearance of Yusung left Unseum completely stunned. The moment they recognized him, they let out a loud scream. Yusung quickly asked her not to look so shocked, causing Unseum to laugh in disbelief. She immediately questioned when he had returned to Korea. Yusung explained that it had not been long, and mentioned that he had actually been planning to contact them since he happened to be in the area. Unseum then remarked on how much taller he had become. Yusung jokingly replied that perhaps she had simply gotten shorter. The familiar exchange brought a smile to Seolha's face. Watching the two of them banter reminded her of the old days when the three of them used to spend time together regularly. Suddenly, Yusung shifted his attention towards Seolha and asked whether she had missed him. Seolha smiled and readily affirmed that she had. Before their conversation could continue, a voice called out to Yusung and reminded him that it was almost time for rehearsal. He responded that he would be there shortly. Turning back to Seolha, he informed her that he had a concert scheduled for later that week and asked her to attend if she had time. He promised to send her the details through a message before bidding farewell to both women. As Yusung walked away, one of his friends glanced back towards Seolha and Unshim. He remarked that the woman with the long hair was incredibly attractive and wondered whether Yusung was close to her. His friend asked whether he could arrange an introduction. Yusung refused without hesitation and admitted that there was no chance of that happening because he had once had a huge crush on her. The following day at Venus, excitement spread throughout the office after news of Yusung's upcoming concert circulated among the employees. One employee eagerly asked Seolha whether she had seen the concert poster, remarking that the artist was incredibly handsome, but Seolha informed them that she was going to attend the concert, as he is a childhood friend of hers, to shock the two. Soon the two ladies gathered around her with sparkling eyes and asked if she could introduce them. The other commented that they had no idea she was so well connected. Seolha awkwardly replied that she could at least ask him. The employees were amazed by how famous Yusung had become overseas and noted that his concert would be held at Venus Hall, making it especially convenient. Listening to their reactions, Seolha realized she had never fully appreciated just how popular he had become. To her, Yusung had always been the same playful friend who casually handed out free tickets whenever he had a show. As the conversation ended, her thoughts shifted elsewhere. She reminded herself that she needed to talk to Jeongmu soon and considered asking him to meet her over the weekend. Several days passed quickly. Before long, the day of the concert arrived. While preparing for work, Seolha reflected on how quickly time seemed to be moving. Later that day, she noticed the elevator doors beginning to close and hurried toward them. She slipped inside just in time, only to find Jeongmu standing there. The unexpected encounter immediately made her nervous. Memories of their recent moments together resurfaced, and she wondered why she was suddenly thinking about them again. Jeongmu broke the silence by thanking her for the sandwich she had left for him. Seolha replied that it had been nothing. As the elevator stopped at the 6th floor, a large group of employees stepped inside. The crowded space pushed Seolha directly against Jeongmu. He looked down at her with a small smile and mentioned that she had left her earring behind that day. Seolha immediately realized where it had gone and admitted that she had thought she had lost it. As more people entered, Jeongmu carefully placed a hand behind her back and apologized, explaining that the elevator was extremely crowded. Seolha quickly assured him that it was fine. Internally, Seolha noted that so many people were using the elevator because one of the other elevators was currently out of service. Standing so close to Jeongmu only made her increasingly aware of him. Leaning closer, Jeongmu quietly asked whether he could return her earring the following evening. Seolha agreed without much hesitation. Moments later, the elevator reached its destination, and the crowd gradually dispersed. Trying to compose herself, Seolha noticed how flushed her face had become. She questioned whether agreeing so quickly had been the right choice. However, she reminded herself that she had already been planning to meet him anyway. For now, she decided to focus on the concert. After work, she purchased a bouquet of flowers and made her way to Venus Hall. Upon arriving, she found the venue filled with excited fans. When the performance began, Yuseong immediately captivated the audience. Watching from her seat, Seolha reflected on how different he seemed on stage. Normally, he was playful, carefree, and constantly joking around. Yet under the spotlight, he transformed into a confident performer who commanded the entire room. She quietly thought that Eunseom would have enjoyed seeing this side of him as well if she had not already had other plans. After the concert ended, Seolha waited backstage with the bouquet in her hands. Yuseong soon spotted her and called out cheerfully, asking whether the flowers were meant for him. Seolha handed them over and remarked that he had been amazing on stage. Yuseong thanked her and commented that it would have been even better if Eunseom had attended as well. Seolha explained that something unexpected had come up, preventing her from coming. Nevertheless, she assured him that she was happy to be there. While the two continued talking, Seolha's attention suddenly shifted elsewhere. Looking behind, she noticed a familiar figure walking nearby. Curious, Yuseong followed her gaze and wondered whether she knew the man she was staring at. Standing not far away was Jeongmu, accompanied by his mother. His mother enthusiastically remarked that she had been thrilled when she discovered Yuseong would be performing at Venus Hall. She explained that she had always wanted to attend one of his concerts, even during her time in the United States. As the conversation continued around them, Jeongmu glanced in the direction of Seolha to see her with Yuseong as they found themselves looking directly at each other. Seolha and Jeongmu briefly made eye contact after the concert, but before either of them could say anything, Jeongmu left with his mother. The encounter left Seolha somewhat surprised. Moments later, Yuseong asked whether there was anything she wanted to eat. Seolha replied that anything nice would be fine. Yuseong suggested visiting the dessert cafe she liked, and then asked whether she was free after work the following day. Seolha answered that she would probably be free for a while, though she was unsure about Eunseom's schedule. Yuseong immediately remarked that Eunseom did not need to come. Stopping for a moment, he clarified that he had wanted it to be just the two of them. His unexpected comment caught Seolha off guard, leaving her unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Jeongmu sat in the car with his thoughts fixed on Yuseong. He could not stop wondering how the singer knew Seolha. At first he considered whether they might be relatives, but the idea quickly fell apart since they looked nothing alike. Even though he had only seen Yuseong once, he already found himself bothered by his presence. It was obvious they shared a long history, one Jeongmu knew nothing about. The realization left him feeling increasingly helpless. He had worked so hard to get closer to Seolha again, yet it felt as though he was constantly losing ground. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Reaching the detective agency, Jeongmu found Mu-young already waiting with a beer in hand. Mu-young remarked that he had arrived early and reminded him that they could have discussed everything the following day. Jeongmu, however, brought up the issue of the missing memories. Mu-young confirmed that he had recently learned new information from someone released from the same prison. According to the source, Min Dong-woo remembered nothing about the accident. Mu-young further revealed that it had taken some time to uncover, but Min Dong-woo had been charged with substance abuse on the very day of the accident. He questioned how someone could have obtained drugs that were so difficult to find in Korea, and suggested they might be getting close to uncovering the truth. After listening carefully, Jeongmu stated that he would trust Mu-young and continue following the investigation. After some days at the office, Seolha realized it was already Friday. Time seemed to have passed incredibly fast. More importantly, she had finally decided that she would speak honestly with Jeongmu that day. As she headed through the building, the elevator doors opened and revealed an unexpected visitor, as it was Jeongmu's mother. She immediately recognized Seolha and remarked that it had been a long time. Seolha greeted her warmly, and before long, the two found themselves sitting together on a bench outside. Mrs. Cha thanked Seolha for spending time with her, and explained that she had simply wanted to enjoy a light lunch. Seolha replied that she had been planning on eating something light anyway and was enjoying the pleasant walk. Mrs. Cha admitted that she had originally considered inviting Jeongmu as well, but was simply happy to see Seolha again. She suggested that the three of them could have lunch together another time and promised to treat them both. Smiling warmly, she then asked how things had been between Seolha and Jeongmu recently. She explained that Jeongmu had seemed distracted when he dropped her off after the concert and admitted she was not even sure he had been sleeping properly. Seeing him in such a state pained her and reminded her of a difficult period in the past. Curious, Seolha quietly asked what she meant. Mrs. Chi explained that after losing Hae-yeon, there had been a time when Jeongmu had refused to speak at all. Even now, she admitted that she would never forgive the man responsible for the tragedy. Her words caught Seolha completely off guard. She wondered aloud whether he could truly understand the pain of watching their child leave before them. Realizing she had become emotional, Mrs. Chia apologized. Seolha quickly reassured her and stated that she completely understood. However, the conversation left Seolha's heart heavy. As she reflected on the situation, she questioned what right she had to remain by Jeongmu's side. In her mind, she was still the daughter of the man responsible for bringing so much pain and misfortune into their lives. The guilt became overwhelming. After parting ways with Mrs. Chia, Seolha walked alone and concluded that she had known the answer all along. Perhaps it was best to leave their relationship in the past. She did not want to cause any more sorrow for Jeongmu or his family. As tears gathered in her eyes, she wiped them away. At that moment, a familiar voice called out and questioned why she was crying. Startled, Seolha looked up. Elsewhere, Jeongmu stared at his phone in frustration. They had been supposed to meet that evening, yet Seolha had suddenly cancelled at the last minute, noting that something had clearly happened. Convinced she was still nearby, he wished his meeting had ended sooner so he could have spoken to her. He stepped outside and searched the area. Then his gaze landed on a shocking sight. Not far away, Yusung was standing extremely close to Seolha. From Jeongmu's angle, it appeared as though Yusung was leaning in to kiss her. At that moment, Yusung noticed Jeongmu watching them and flashed a small grin in his direction. The sight immediately ignited Jeongmu's anger, leaving him furious as he stared at the two of them. Jeongmu clenched his fist as he turned around, while Yusung wiped Seolha's tears and asked if something had happened. He remarked that he had only stopped by to say hello, but perhaps they could talk. Afterwards, at the bar, Yusung noted that this was why she had broken up with her boyfriend, and Seolha quietly nodded. He commented on how small the world was, and added that he could only imagine how hurt she must have been. Seolha replied that she had planned to tell him the truth after work, but after seeing his mother's reaction, she could not bring herself to do it. After a brief pause, Yusung stated that it might have been better for her to find out now, as they would have only ended up hurting each other. Seolha agreed and suggested they get drunk that night. She then tried to gulp down an entire bottle, causing Yusung to groan as he took it away from her. Seolha sighed and admitted she had always felt he was too good for her, which was why she expected their relationship to end eventually, though not so soon. There had still been many things she wanted to do with him. Yusung remarked that if she was finding it so difficult to move on, perhaps she should try meeting someone else, such as him. He added that although he was busy, he could still make time to spend with her. Seolha replied that she was not in the mood for jokes, and called him a punk. Yusung observed that he had never seen her like this before, and guessed she must have liked him a great deal. Then again, he understood the feeling better than anyone. His thoughts drifted to the past, back to a rainy day near Sunrise Foster Home. At the time, he had been wearing a splint on his arm and had believed selling his violin was his only option. Just as he was preparing to leave, Seolha appeared carrying the violin. Surprised, Yusung asked why she had it. Seolha reminded him that he had once said his father had left it to him, and remarked that he should have told her if he needed money for surgery. She then asked about his injured hand, having heard he had hurt it while working. Seolha advised him to seek sponsors if he was struggling instead of trying to handle everything alone, warning that otherwise she would continue nagging him. Yusung responded that he would think about it. Back in the present, Yusung reflected on Jeongmu's expression and thought he had seemed deeply conflicted. He wondered if the two had truly been that much in love. Meanwhile, Jeongmu stood beneath the shower, letting out a sigh. He thought he had definitely seen it, which made him believe it had been intentional. Then again, perhaps he had been mistaken. Maybe he simply wanted to believe otherwise, and he no longer knew what to think. His gaze shifted toward the earring, and he picked it up. Even if what he had seen was true, he still found himself missing her. The following day at the office, Seolha handed Jeongmu the report and informed him she had printed all the materials needed for the meeting. Jeongmu thanked her and reminded her that she would be transferring departments next month, which she confirmed. He then mentioned waiting for her the previous night and added that he still needed to return her earring. According to him, things were not completely over between them. Seolha remarked that he was right and stated that she needed to bring everything to a proper end. She assured him she would speak with him after work before leaving the office. Outside, Seolha thought that today would finally be the day and felt it would be better to settle everything sooner rather than later. While walking, she accidentally bumped into Muyang and immediately apologized. Muyang replied that it was fine since he had also been in a hurry before heading inside. Seolha noted that she had never seen him around the office before and wondered whether he was a new employee. Most people should have already gone out for lunch, but her phone suddenly buzzed with a message informing her that the meeting had been postponed by 30 minutes. Walking towards Jeongmu's office, Seolha knocked on the door and was stepping inside when she overheard Muyang explaining that the particular drug was difficult to obtain in Korea, which was why he could not understand how Min Dong-woo had managed to acquire it. The statement immediately caught Seolha's attention. Muyang then asked whether she was aware that he had been investigating her father's case. Shocked, Seolha dropped the tablet she was carrying. The noise drew the attention of both Jeongmu and Muyang. Staring at them, Seolha questioned what he meant about her father's case and asked if Jeongmu had known about it all along. Jeongmu was left flustered as Seolha struggled to process everything she had just learned. Approaching her carefully, he explained that they had finally found a lead and assured her there was no need to worry. Seolha immediately disagreed, remarking that 10 years had already passed and the facts had never changed, so she could not understand how he could speak so confidently. Before the conversation could continue, several employees began returning from lunch, chatting about how full they were. One of them called out to Seolha, asking when she would finish preparing the documents for the upcoming meeting. Upon noticing Jeongmu standing there, they awkwardly remarked that they had not realized the two were in the middle of a conversation. Seolha quickly stepped out and stated that they had just finished talking before asking about the meeting documents, effectively ending the discussion. Later that evening, the scene shifted to Unshim, who sent Taegun a message saying she only needed to finish closing up. Taegun replied that he would come pick her up afterward. Unshim thought he must be exhausted after work and decided she should prepare something nice for dinner. Just then, Jeongmu arrived and greeted her. Surprised to see him, Unshim asked what had brought him there. Jeongmu explained that he had come because he believed she, of all people, might know the answer he was looking for. Meanwhile, Seolha remained alone in her apartment, wrapped tightly in a blanket. Her phone continued vibrating with missed calls from Jeongmu. She knew this was a reality she needed to face, yet she had ended up running away once again and had gone straight home after work. Her thoughts were consumed by the fact that Jeongmu had already known about her father. She wondered when he had learned the truth and how he had continued treating her with such warmth after discovering it. As she sat there lost in thought, her phone buzzed again. This time, she rushed outside and found Jeongmu waiting. Slightly out of breath, she asked whether he was not cold and immediately handed him her coat, insisting he wear it before he caught a cold. Jeongmu explained that Unshim had told him she would eventually come outside if he simply waited in front of her house without a coat. Seolha could hardly believe he had actually followed such advice. She questioned how he could be like this and, more importantly, how he could continue dating her after learning who her father was. Fighting back emotion, Jeongmu asked what was stopping him from being with her and why he would have to let her go. Seolha replied that she did not want anyone else getting hurt because of her and urged him to return home. Jeongmu gently remarked that what had happened 10 years earlier might not have been exactly as she had been told. He then asked whether she was truly certain she did not want to reconsider. Seolha firmly affirmed that she was sure. After a brief silence, Jeongmu nodded and stated that if that was genuinely how she felt, he would respect her decision and let her go. He thanked her for coming outside to see him before turning away. As he walked off, Seolha felt as though everything had finally come to an end. In her mind, there was no way either of them could simply ignore what had happened a decade ago. Tears began rolling down her cheeks as the guilt continued weighing heavily on her. Even so, memories of everything they had shared together flooded her thoughts. The more she remembered, the more she felt something was wrong. Jeongmu had endured so much pain throughout his life and had carried those burdens alone. She realized she could not simply stand there and allow him to walk away. Driven by that realization, she ran through the streets searching for him. She looked around desperately but could not find him anywhere. Feeling foolish, she thought he was obviously gone by now. As tears continued falling, a familiar voice suddenly questioned why she had lied to him if she was only going to cry afterward. Startled, Seolha looked up and found Jeongmu standing right in front of her. Without hesitation, she rushed forward and wrapped her arms around him. Through her tears, she apologized and admitted that she had hurt him. She declared that she would not let him leave again and insisted they should face everything together from now on. Hearing those words, Jeongmu smiled and remarked that she felt incredibly warm. Sometime later, Jeongmu found himself bundled up in countless layers of clothing after Seolha became concerned about the cold weather. Looking down at all the extra layers, he commented that it seemed a little excessive. Seolha disagreed and insisted he was still freezing. In response, Jeongmu pulled her closer and teasingly remarked that he knew a better way to warm up, suggesting that she could help him with that instead. Seolha blushed and remarked that they had already spent the entire day together at work. Jeongmu leaned closer and replied that even if he saw her every day, he could never get enough of her. Seolha then apologized for hurting him and asked what would happen if the truth behind the accident never changed. Jeongmu assured her it did not matter and insisted she had nothing to feel guilty about. He explained that even if everything turned out to be true, his feelings for her would remain the same. He then promised he would never let her go again. Hearing those words, Seolha became emotional and hugged him tightly. Jeongmu gently comforted her, explaining that he had not intended to make her cry as he warmly embraced her in return. The following morning, Seolha woke up and noticed a pleasant smell coming from the kitchen. She found Jeongmu cooking rice and preparing breakfast. As he served the food, he remarked that he thought she would be hungry after waking up and was glad it was finally the weekend. Seolha looked surprised and questioned how early he must have gotten up to prepare everything. After taking a bite, she complimented the meal and remarked that it tasted wonderful. Later, while they were getting ready for the day, Jeongmu noticed a small toy decoration nearby. Picking it up, he observed that she still kept it. Seolha confirmed that it had been the first gift he had ever given her. Jeongmu recalled buying it during one of his overseas business trips and explained that he had bought it because it reminded him of her. Jeongmu then mentioned that he had been curious about someone for a while. When Seolha asked who he meant, he referred to the man she had been with at the concert and wondered whether he had been a cousin or an old school friend. Seolha realized he was talking about Yuseong and casually explained that they had spent time together at the foster home when they were younger. According to her, Yuseong was simply a friend she had known from those days. Jeongmu quietly took note of the explanation. Sensing his reaction, Seolha asked whether he was feeling jealous. Jeongmu replied that the answer should have been obvious and admitted that he had been quite worried that he might kiss her at the time. Seolha questioned where such a remark was coming from, but Jeongmu only smiled and stated that it was a secret. He then leaned closer as he kissed her, and the two shared a quiet moment together before settling onto the sofa and enjoying the rest of their time together. However, the peaceful atmosphere did not last long. A sudden knock echoed from the front door, and a familiar voice called out from the other side. To their surprise, Yoosung knocked on the door saying that it was him. After quickly getting dressed, Yoosung arrived at the apartment. Seolha served him some pastries and sweets, apologizing and explaining that she had been asleep and had not seen his text message. Yoosung replied that it was fine, remarking that he could have forgotten since he had mentioned it the previous day and should have called before coming. He encouraged her to have some of the treats, noting that he had bought her favorite. Seolha thanked him and commented that the line must have been incredibly long. Yoosung explained that it had not been too bad and that the shop had been right next to the performance hall. He then greeted Jeongmu, stating that it was nice to see him again and that he had been meaning to introduce himself properly. Seolha questioned when he had met Jeongmu, and Yoosung responded that it had only happened once, adding that she usually noticed things like that very quickly. Seolha remarked that it must have been after his performance that day. Jeongmu stated that he had heard a lot about him from Seolha and knew he was her childhood friend. He casually mentioned that Yoosung would probably be attending their wedding, causing Seolha to blush slightly. Meanwhile, Yoosung felt conflicted, realizing that even after learning the truth about her father, he still had not changed his feelings toward her. Later, Yoosung remarked that he had enjoyed the evening and appreciated the conversation. He added that he would text Seolha once he got home, and she wished him a safe trip back. Jeongmu found himself irritated by the mention of texting. As they headed back into the apartment, he asked whether she had been talking to Yoosung frequently lately. Seolha denied it, explaining that they only exchanged greetings occasionally. She added that they had barely seen each other during the previous year because both of them had been busy. Jeongmu then brought up Yoosung's earlier comment about her being popular in school, admitting that he had never known that about her. Seolha reacted with surprise and remarked that Yoosung had only been trying to be polite. Jeongmu disagreed, stating that people did not usually say things like that without a reason. The more he thought about it, the more bothered he became. He commented that they should have met much earlier and jokingly wished they had attended the same kindergarten. Seolha smiled at his words and suddenly wrapped her arms around him, catching him off guard. She remarked that they would be spending many years together from now on. Jeongmu pulled her closer and jokingly questioned whether she was trying to seduce him outside the apartment. After kissing her forehead, he suggested they head back inside and continue the conversation they had started earlier, making Seolha blush again. He added that they could spend the entire night having a long and meaningful discussion. The scene then shifted to Yoosung, who recalled Jeongmu's casual remark about the wedding. He wondered whether he truly had no chance left. Even so, he still felt it was not entirely too late. Letting out a sigh, he admitted to himself that simply seeing Seolha always made him happy and found himself uncertain about what he should do next. The following day, the scene shifted to Jeongmu and Seolha shopping at a grocery store. Seolha remarked that after returning home the previous night, they had spent hours talking and had not gone to sleep until early morning. Jeongmu observed that she looked tired and suggested that she should have stayed home to rest. Seolha denied being exhausted, insisting that she felt fine and needed to buy groceries anyway. However, she was stunned when she noticed countless boxes of strawberries and several other ingredients piled into the cart. She commented that it was far too much. Jeongmu explained that he wanted to make a much better cake than the one she had eaten the day before. Seolha laughed and remarked that if he bought so many ingredients, she would be eating cake for an entire week. Jeongmu suggested having pasta for dinner before changing his mind and proposing fried rice instead. Seolha agreed with the second option and stated that she would cook this time. Jeongmu immediately refused, insisting that he would handle it himself and that she should rest, making Seolha question why he was being so persistent. As she thought about it, she recalled how her father used to make the best fried rice. A moment later, Seolha called out to Jeongmu and asked whether he truly believed her father could be innocent. Jeongmu replied that, based on everything uncovered during their investigation so far, it seemed highly likely. He explained that her father might have been framed and expressed hope that his memories would return soon. Holding her hand, he reassured her that everything would work out in the end. Seolha smiled at his encouragement. While walking through the store, she suddenly noticed a couple in the crowd and recognized Unsim. She assumed Unsim was on a date and thought the man beside her looked strangely familiar. Jeongmu interrupted her thoughts by asking whether her shopping bag had become too heavy and offered to carry it. Seolha replied that she was fine and pointed out that he was already carrying plenty. Jeongmu simply told her to let him know if her arms started hurting. Just at that instant, Seolha caught sight of a motel behind and immediately blushed. Jeongmu noticed her reaction and looked away, recalling the memory in the motel. A faint smile appeared on his face as he suggested making a quick stop before they continued shopping. The scene shifts to Eunshim, who is sitting in the car while Taegun helps her fasten her seatbelt. She feels her face grow warm as she thanked him, and Taegun remarks that it is the least he can do. He then asks if she can help him with something. Eunshim questions what it is, and Taegun explains that he heard Venus is about to sign an exclusive contract with a certain brand. Since Taekong is also interested in the same brand, he wonders if she knows when Venus is scheduled to meet them. Eunshim asks which date he means, and Taegun reminds her that she once mentioned having a friend who works as the CEO's secretary. He inwardly notes that if he knows the meeting date, he could move first and secure the deal before anyone else. He then asks if his request is too much, while Eunshim remains silent. The scene shifts to Jeongmu and Seolha, where she embarrassingly remarks that her arms are hurting a little and that the weather feels cold today. Jeongmu jokingly suggests that they should hold hands and cuddle for a while, just like last time. Seolha flinches at his response, saying that it is not what she meant. At that moment, Jeongmu's phone buzzes, drawing his attention. Seolha asks if something has come up, and Jeongmu explains that the maintenance manager from his apartment reported a leak in his bathroom. Seolha asks if he should head home quickly and suggests having dinner together another time. Surprised, Jeongmu asks if she would rather not come with him. Seolha questions whether she can, and Jeongmu assures her that she can, remarking that his house is her house as well. The scene then shifts to Yusong, who is rehearsing but continues making the same mistakes repeatedly. Frustrated, he drops onto the bed and wonders how many times it has happened already. He thinks it is a serious problem because he cannot focus at all. At this rate, he feels he will never be able to confess his feelings to Seolha. Deciding to call it a night, he closes his eyes, only to imagine Seolha appearing before him. In his fantasy, she climbs onto him and remarks that he has a terrible fever, adding that she came because she missed him. Yusong is left flustered as the imaginary Seolha moves closer so as to kiss him, causing him to lose himself in the moment. He too kisses her in turn and proceeds to have quality time. Suddenly, he jolts awake after falling off the bed. Looking under the blanket in embarrassment, he questions why he keeps thinking such things and wonders how he is supposed to face Seolha again. He concludes that he is far too old to be behaving this way. Meanwhile, Jeongmu reassures the person on the call that everything is fine and there is no need to apologize. When Seolha asks whether the plumber could not make it today, Jeongmu explains that the person simply had the wrong house and fortunately, his bathroom is perfectly fine. He then asks if she is upset and suggests cooking the groceries they bought earlier. Seolha agrees, remarking that it sounds lovely. Jeongmu adds that he will bake a cake for dessert while Seolha offers to help. As they work together in the kitchen, Jeongmu notices her struggling and asks if something is wrong. Seolha explains that the whipped cream is not coming out and suspects the nozzle is broken. While she continues shaking it, Jeongmu offers to take a look. However, the cream suddenly bursts out and splatters across Jeongmu's face. Seolha quickly asks if he is alright and attempts to wipe it away, though she feels she is only making a bigger mess. Jeongmu then takes her finger and tastes the cream, remarking that it is a little too sweet. Seolha guesses that she may have added too much sugar, but Jeongmu assures her that it is fine. The playful moment soon draws them closer, and he gently pulls her toward him before sharing a kiss. Grabbing her and putting her on the counter, Jeongmu remarks that he has always liked sweet things very much, while he tastes the cream from her fingers. Seolha blushes at Jeongmu's remark, wondering why he always manages to be so provocative. As he leans in to kiss her again, she softly calls out to him and asks him to show his face. She remarks that even though she sees him every day, she still cannot get enough of him. Her words bring a smile to Jeongmu's face as he replies that he feels the same way. He remarks that even a lifetime with her would never be enough for him. The two continue enjoying their time together as the night falls. The next day, Chairman Cha is playing golf, where he suggests going for a quick round. Before he can leave, a voice calls out to him. It turns out to be Taegun, who remarks that it has been a while since they last met. He recalls that their previous meeting was during a family dinner. The chairman responds by stating that his son is merely going through a rebellious phase at the moment. He remarks that, despite everything, he knows nothing is ultimately going to change. Taegun responds by saying that everything that happened deeply hurt his sister. He then mentions having an idea and asks whether the chairman would like to hear it. While maintaining a calm expression, Taegun begins presenting his proposal. Internally, however, he remains determined to do whatever he can to see the end of Jeongmu and ensure things move in his favor. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Jeongmu and Seolha. The two continue spending time together, enjoying each other's company. After spending quality time together, Seolha suddenly wakes up to a noise in the middle of the night. Wondering what it is, she quietly gets out of bed and heads toward the sound. She initially assumes it might be Jeongmu, but she is surprised to find him in the kitchen decorating a strawberry cake. Jeongmu remarks that he must have woken her up and explains that he had tried to keep the noise down. Confused, Seolha asks whether the cake is for her and questions why he is baking in the middle of the night. Jeongmu smiles and explains that she had wanted some cake earlier, but their plans had been delayed because of him. Realizing he stayed awake just to make it for her, Seolha feels her heart race. Seolha moves closer and wraps her arms around him, questioning why he is always so thoughtful. She wonders what she is supposed to do when he continues treating her so sweetly. Jeongmu gently replies that she does not need to do anything at all. Embracing her, he remarks that she is never going to change, and neither is he. He asks her to simply spend the rest of her life with him. Jeongmu further promises that he will continue making her smile like this no matter how much time passes or how old they become. The next morning at Venus, Eunsim finds herself recalling her recent conversation with Tabun. She remembers him mentioning that both Takang and Venus were interested in the same brand and asking whether she knew the date of Venus's upcoming meeting. Eunsim had refused to tell him at the time, but the thought continues bothering her. She wonders whether Taegun genuinely needed the information for work, or whether he had been planning to steal the deal from Venus. As she remains lost in thought, Yuseo notices her distracted expression and asks whether everything is alright. Startled, Eunsim quickly brushes it off and explains that she has simply been thinking about work. Hoping to change the subject, she asks whether he has picked out a gift for Seolha's birthday. The question immediately makes Yuseng flinch. Eunsim teasingly remarks that it is not as though he is shopping for a girlfriend, so she cannot understand why it is taking him so long. Yuseng quickly defends himself, insisting that it is not taking long and that he is simply trying to find the right gift. Eunsim laughs and reassures him that she is only teasing. She advises him to take his time and choose something meaningful. While looking around, Yuseng suddenly notices a beautiful necklace on display. The sight immediately catches his attention, and he pauses to consider whether it might be the perfect gift. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Seolha and Jeongmu. After arriving home, Seolha thanks him for dropping her off. Jeongmu remarks that she could have simply stayed at his place instead. Seolha replies that she still has cleaning to do, and several other things she needs to take care of at home. However, she also admits feeling relieved because they managed to finish all of the urgent tasks. As she prepares to leave, Jeongmu suddenly takes hold of her hand and remarks that it feels cold. He then asks whether he can hold it for just 5 more minutes. Seolha teasingly asks whether he wants to go for a walk, but Jeongmu shakes his head and replies that she must be tired. He tells her to go home and get some rest, adding that she could always spend the night at his place since she left some clothes there last time. Seolha smiles and responds that he could also spend the night at her place since he left some clothes behind there as well. She then reveals that she has something she wants to show him. Hearing this, Jeongmu immediately becomes curious and asks whether she is serious. Looking noticeably more excited, he gently kisses her hand and jokingly remarks that he had been planning to finally get some sleep tonight. While resting at Seolha's place, the two spend the evening looking through an old photo album. Seolha asks if they can move on to the next page, but Jeongmu asks for 1 more minute. Seolha lets out a groan, pointing out that he has been spending nearly 10 minutes on every page. Ignoring her complaint, Jeongmu taps a childhood photograph and asks how old she was in the picture. Seolha replies that she was 4 years old at the time. Leaning closer, Jeongmu remarks that she still looks exactly the same. He jokingly adds that he did not skip going home just to look at the photos without getting anything in return, and asks if she can at least give him one of the pictures as a gift. Seolha quickly refuses and explains that he cannot have that particular photo. However, she promises to give him a better one instead. She then asks whether she can see some of his childhood photos as well. As Seolha leans forward to ask, she notices how close he is to her face. Embarrassed, Seolha averts her gaze and reminds him that he promised to show them to her before but never did. Deep down, she thinks they really should not stay up too late, since both of them have work the next day. Before she can say anything else, Jeongmu wraps his arms around her from behind and asks what she is thinking about. Seolha quickly denies having any thoughts at all, but Jeongmu smirks and tells her not to lie. Seolha insists that she has no idea what he is talking about and reminds him once again that they need to get up early for work. She suggests they should head to bed. In response, Jeongmu gently pulls her closer and kisses her, assuring her not to worry. He remarks that he only plans on holding her tonight and claims that he is quite good at sleeping while simply holding hands. Seolha smiles and admits that she had been planning to do the same. The following day, Eunsim meets with Seolha at work. Eunsim remarks that it is a relief to see Seolha and Jeongmu still together. Seolha replies that she suspects Jeongmu kept delaying her request to transfer departments. Eunsim laughs before changing the subject, pointing out that Seolha's birthday is right around the corner. She suggests that Seolha should make sure to enjoy herself and have a wonderful day. Seolha gratefully thanks her. Curious, Seolha then asks how things have been going with Eunsim. She recalls seeing her with her boyfriend before and wonders how their relationship is progressing. Eunsim immediately flinches and awkwardly replies that things are about the same as usual. Seolha teasingly remarks that she says that now, but she might end up getting married before anyone expects. Eunsim quickly dismisses the idea, insisting there is no way because they only recently started dating. However, inwardly, she becomes uneasy, realizing that she and her boyfriend have never seriously discussed their future together. Remembering something, Yoonseum suddenly mentions that Yoosung is free next week and asks whether Seolha can make some time to meet him. Seolha happily agrees and suggests visiting the restaurant they had chosen earlier. The conversation ends on a positive note as both women return to their work. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Jeongmu's office, where his desk is buried beneath stacks of documents. As he reviews the paperwork, he sighs in frustration and thinks that the Taekong group truly has no idea what it is doing. While sorting through the files, his gaze lands on the small childhood photograph of Seolha that he now keeps nearby. A smile immediately appears on his face. At that moment, a knock sounds at the door. Seolha enters and reminds him that it is time for the meeting. Jeongmu rises from his seat and asks whether the meeting location has changed. Seolha replies that it has not, but asks him to wait for a moment. She steps closer and carefully straightens his tie. After adjusting it, she remarks that he looks perfect and tells him he is ready to go. As Seolha steps back, Jeongmu finds himself unable to look away from her. He thinks that even the smallest things she does are adorable. More than anything, he never wants to hurt or disappoint her. The feelings he has for her continue growing stronger, and he no longer wishes to suppress them. To him, nothing brings greater happiness than sharing those feelings openly with her. Because of that, he silently promises himself that he will never stop loving her. At the weekend, Jeongmu and Seolha arrive at an art gallery together. Looking around, Seolha remarks that she expected the place to be crowded, since it is the weekend. Instead, the gallery appears surprisingly quiet. Jeongmu casually replies that he told her this would be a good time to visit. As they walk through the exhibits, Seolha admires the artwork and comments that she had always wanted to see one particular painting in person. She thanks Jeongmu for agreeing to come with her, to which Jeongmu replies that there is a gift shop on the first floor and suggests stopping by later. Before they can continue their conversation, Jeongmu's phone suddenly buzzes. Seolha asks whether it is work-related, but Jeongmu explains that it is only a friend. He remarks that he will be right back before stepping away to take the call. Left alone, Seolha continues exploring the gallery. She enters the permanent exhibition section and finds herself fascinated by one of the displays. Thinking that Jeongmu would enjoy it as well, she plans to show it to him once he returns. At that moment, a woman and a gallery employee carrying several large boxes stumble into her path. The employee accidentally bumps into Seolha, causing the boxes to nearly fall. The employee quickly apologizes and asks whether she is alright. Seolha assures her that she is fine and offers to help. Grateful for the assistance, the employee thanks her and explains that she is still new to the job. Seolha warmly replies that she understands exactly how that feels. As they continue talking, Seolha remarks that she is surprised the gallery is so empty at this hour. The employee laughs and explains that the reason is simple. She points toward Jeongmu in the distance and reveals that he rented out the entire gallery for the day. Shocked, Seolha asks if she heard correctly. The employee jokingly adds that the man said it was his girlfriend's birthday and that she can now see who the girlfriend is. The realization immediately makes Seolha's heart race. Suddenly, everything makes sense. The empty gallery, the carefully planned visit, and Jeongmu's insistence on coming at this specific time were not coincidences at all. As she recalls him mentioning earlier that he still had a gift for her, Seolha begins to wonder what he has planned next. While at the art gallery, Jeongmu steps aside to take a call from Muyoung. He mentions seeing Muyoung's message regarding Taegun and asks what happened. Muyoung explains that Taegun stopped by earlier that morning and spent some time asking questions about Seolha. Recalling the conversation, Muyoung remarks that Taegun claimed Seolha was the girlfriend of the man his sister liked. He also noted how this agency would investigate anyone or anything the client orders for. Muyoung adds that Taegun asked several questions but never revealed what he was truly after. When Muyoung points out that he had previously told Taegun he was too busy to take on additional work, it seemed as though Taegun only wanted to feel him out and gather information indirectly. Hearing this, Jeongmu becomes suspicious and wonders what Taegun is really planning. However, when he glances over and sees Seolha happily admiring the exhibits, he hides his concern. He ends the call by thanking Muyoung and promising to contact him again later. The scene then shifts to the birthday dinner Jeongmu prepared for Seolha. As they enjoy their meal together, Jeongmu asks whether the food tastes good. Seolha happily confirms that it does and remarks that the atmosphere is wonderful. Jeongmu replies that he is glad to hear it. Looking around, Seolha comments that he already took her to the art gallery and now to such a beautiful restaurant. She admits that she cannot thank him enough for everything he has done. Seolha then begins suggesting that next time they should keep things simpler, but Jeongmu immediately interprets her words differently and jokingly suggests that next time they should go somewhere even nicer. Seolha quickly denies it, insisting that everything he has done already exceeds her expectations. In response, Jeongmu admits that he honestly feels guilty because this is all he can do for her. Since it is the first birthday they are spending together as a couple, he feels he should be doing even more. He promises that next year he will make the day even more special. Seolha laughs and remarks that he has become a real expert when it comes to these things. Jeongmu chuckles and replies that he is surprising himself as well. While they continue eating, a nearby family catches their attention. A little boy asks for more food as his father patiently feeds him, creating a warm family atmosphere. Watching the scene, Seolha smiles softly. She asks whether Jeongmu would prefer having a son or a daughter one day. Jeongmu thinks about it for a moment before replying that he would be happy with either. He then adds that he would not even mind if it remained just the two of them. Seolha responds that she feels the same way as she remarks that she would be happy with anything as long as they are together. Continuing the conversation, she imagines having children who look just like him and taking them on family picnics together. Hearing her speak so naturally about the future catches Jeongmu by surprise. She has never openly discussed such things before. Seeing him stare, Seolha becomes embarrassed and asks what he is thinking. She wonders whether she rambled too much. Jeongmu quickly shakes his head and admits that hearing her talk about their future makes him excited. He jokingly asks where they should decorate the baby's room. Later that evening, the two arrive at a luxurious hotel suite. As soon as they enter, Seolha is amazed by the breathtaking view. Jeongmu informs her that he needs to step out briefly to make a call and asks whether she needs anything. Seolha replies that she is fine and says she will start unpacking. Shortly after Jeongmu leaves, the room telephone suddenly rings. Seolha answers the call and hears a staff member from the front desk apologizing for a mistake. The employee explains that she and Jeongmu were directed to the wrong room and asks her to move to the correct suite. Though surprised, Seolha assumes it is a simple misunderstanding. Thinking there is no reason to worry, she gathers her belongings and heads toward the room number provided by the staff. As Seolha opens the door to the new suite, she freezes in shock. The entire room is decorated with hyeonyoungs and candles. A beautifully prepared cake sits at the center of the room, creating an atmosphere unlike anything she expected. Before she can fully process the scene, Jeongmu approaches from behind. Smiling warmly, he gently places a beautiful necklace around her neck and wishes her a happy birthday, leaving her speechless. Tears begin forming in her eyes as she asks when he managed to prepare all of this. Jeongmu admits that it was difficult keeping it a secret and jokes that he was worried she might get lost before finding the room. Overwhelmed, Seolha throws her arms around him and tells him that he is the greatest gift she could ever receive. Jeongmu kisses her forehead and tells her to name anything she wants. Whatever it is, he promises to do his best to give it to her. Seolha looks up at him and softly asks whether he can give her something that lasts forever. Without hesitation, Jeongmu replies that he can. He then leans forward and kisses her. Holding him tightly, Seolha asks if they can stay together forever. Jeongmu gently embraces her and promises that he will keep that promise for the rest of his life. The two spend the remainder of the evening together, enjoying the special moment Jeongmu carefully planned for her birthday. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Taegun, who is smoking out. Yoonshim soon wakes up and asks whether he is already awake. Noticing the smell of cigarettes, she reminds him that he claimed he would cut down on smoking and calls him a liar. Taegun casually replies that he is cutting down, just at his own pace. As he glances at Yoonshim, he reflects on how long they have been seeing each other. In his mind, he concludes that she remains useful and enjoyable company. Nearby, a television plays a family program featuring a baby repeatedly calling for her mother. Watching the scene, Yoonshim recalls Seolha's earlier remarks about marriage and family. Curious, she asks Taegun whether he likes children. Taegun immediately replies that he does not. Yoonshim points out that children are cute, adding that it must be rewarding to watch them grow up. Taegun then asks whether she wants children herself. Yoonshim replies that she is not necessarily thinking about children, but she does wonder about marriage. Hearing the word, Taegun lets out a scoff and turns toward her. Yoonshim quickly assures Taegun that she was only curious and nothing more. Taegun replies that he has never really thought about marriage before. Leaning closer, he asks why she suddenly seems so serious and questions whether she wants to get married. Yoonshim lets out a sigh and tells him to forget about it, remarking that she should not have brought it up with him. Taegun smiles and teasingly responds that he wanted to marry her very badly as he goes on to kiss her. His remark causes Yoonshim to blush. He then asks whether she still has not figured out how he feels. Embarrassed, Yoonshim replies that she will think about it. Taegun grins at her response and repeats her words, amused that she will think about it. He jokingly adds that he does not want to be left all alone. Yoonshim groans and calls him a fox before the two continue spending time together. The following day, the scene shifts to a cafe. Seolha admires the display and remarks that the pastries look delicious. Jeongmu replies that he thought she would enjoy the place, making Seolha smile as she thanks him. After a moment, Seolha suddenly recalls something and asks about the earring. She mentions that he was supposed to return it. Seolha asks what happened to it, and Jeongmu admits that he decided to lose it again. Thinking back, when he noticed it had cracked, he found himself reluctant to return it. At the time, he felt that once he gave it back, he would have no reason to see her again. Seolha gently replies that it was only an old earring, and that it is perfectly fine. She adds that he has already given her far better gifts since then. Relieved, Jeongmu says he is glad she feels that way. As they continue enjoying their desserts, Jihoon asks how the cake tastes. Seolha happily replies that it is amazing. Jihoon then asks whether he can have a bite as well, adding that it would be even better if she fed him. The request immediately causes Seolha to blush. She points out that the cake is already sweet enough. Jihoon smirks and reminds her that he likes sweet things. His remark causes Seolha to recall the playful incident in the kitchen from before, making her even more embarrassed. Trying to avoid the topic, she tells him to simply take a bite himself. However, Jihoon continues asking whether she is really not going to feed him. Seolha finds herself thinking that he seems to become more flirtatious every day. Eventually, she gives in and offers him a bite. After tasting it, she asks whether it is good. Jihoon smiles and replies that anything she gives him tastes good, making her blush even more. Suddenly, Jeongmu's phone begins buzzing. Seolha asks whether it is his friend again, but Jeongmu explains that it is Director Park and that he needs urgent approval. Seolha asks whether his laptop is still in the car and suggests that he take care of the matter. She remarks that she would feel better if he handled it right away. Jeongmu apologizes and promises to return quickly before stepping outside. Left alone, Seolha reflects on everything he has done for her recently. She realizes that he worked overtime just to clear his schedule for the weekend so they could spend time together. Even though he must be exhausted, he never complains or lets it show. The thought leaves her deeply impressed. While sitting alone, Seolha suddenly hears someone call out to her. A young man approaches and explains that he happened to notice her while passing by. Complimenting her appearance, he asks whether he can have her phone number and holds out his phone. Before Seolha can respond, Jeongmu suddenly appears and takes the phone. Instead of Seolha's number, he enters his own and remarks that the man can call him if he ever wants to see her. His cold stare quickly makes the stranger realize the situation. The man awkwardly comments that she already has a boyfriend before leaving. After returning to his seat, Jeongmu complains that he cannot leave her alone for even a minute. Seolha laughs and assures him that she would never have given her number away anyway. Jeongmu replies that he knows, but it still annoys him. He admits that he dislikes seeing other men look at her and hates it even more when they try to flirt with her. He jokingly tells her to give them his number if it ever happens again. Seolha asks what he would do if someone actually called him. Jeongmu casually replies that he would cuss them out. Amused, Seolha questions whether he even knows how to do that properly, causing both of them to laugh. Later that night, while sitting together in the car, Seolha thanks Jeongmu for the wonderful day. She remarks that all the driving must have been tiring for him. Jeongmu immediately dismisses the idea and tells her that nothing feels exhausting when he is with her. As he continues looking at her, Seolha asks why he is staring so intensely. Jeongmu replies that it feels as though something is missing. Understanding what he means, Seolha chuckles before leaning closer and giving him a kiss. The gesture earns a satisfied smile from Jeongmu. As the two remain close, Jeongmu jokingly claims that he had only planned on giving her a simple kiss, but Seolha immediately calls him a liar. Laughing, Jeongmu remarks that she caught him. He then asks whether she is certain she wants to go home. Seolha replies that she might consider it if he actually lets her leave. Jeongmu quickly denies that possibility and jokingly remarks that he would never waste such an opportunity. While Jeongmu and Seolha are spending time together in the car, a shadow suddenly appears outside the window. A moment later, the vehicle shakes slightly. Outside, a young boy calls out to his mother, insisting that his father is inside the car. His mother quickly denies it, explaining that it is not their car. However, the boy points out that it looks exactly like it. The woman gently scolds him, reminding him not to disturb other people's vehicles. She assures him that his father will arrive soon, and tells him they should wait patiently. Inside the car, Seolha immediately becomes embarrassed and asks whether they have left. Jeongmu glances outside and confirms that they are gone. Curious, he asks whether she knows them. Seolha nods and explains that they are her next-door neighbors. The answer causes Jeongmu to chuckle. Embarrassed, Seolha asks him not to laugh. She admits that she knew the people outside could not see them, but the situation still startled her. Just then, the boy excitedly calls out again, claiming that it really is his father's car. Seeing Seolha's reaction, Jeongmu gently cups her face and kisses her forehead, before remarking that he will let her go this time. Seolha grows even more embarrassed and thinks that she should have listened to him earlier. She reminds herself that both of them have work the next day and should not stay out too late. Jeongmu jokingly suggests continuing their date a little longer, but Seolha quickly refuses. She reminds him that they have a late meeting scheduled for the following day, leaving Jeongmu with no choice but to agree. The scene then shifts to Yusae. After stepping out of the bath, he sits on the edge of his bed and lets out a frustrated sigh. He wonders how many days have passed since he had that strange dream involving Seolha. Ever since then, he has found himself unable to stop thinking about it. Questioning what is wrong with him, he eventually lies down and tries to clear his thoughts. He reminds himself that he will be seeing Seolha the next day and should get some proper sleep. Although he is slightly annoyed that Eunsim will be there as well, he concludes that what matters most is getting the chance to see Seolha again. Meanwhile, Jeongmu returns to his apartment and plans to take a quick nap. However, when he finally opens his eyes, he realizes he slept much longer than intended. Looking around the car, something catches his attention. As he reaches for it, he realizes it is one of Seolha's belongings that she accidentally left behind. The discovery immediately makes him blush. Staring at it for a moment, he begins thinking that perhaps it would be much simpler if Seolha just moved in with him one day. The next day at the office, Seolha picks up a cup of coffee and lets out a quiet sigh, thinking it is only Monday, yet she already feels overwhelmed with work. Looking at the pile of documents waiting for her, she assumes she will probably end up working overtime again. While she is thinking about her schedule, a familiar voice suddenly remarks that if she is that tired, she should take some time to rest. Turning around, she finds Jeongmu standing nearby. He points out that she still has plenty of vacation days left, and asks why she does not use some of them. Seolha quickly assures him that she is fine and explains that she still has a lot of preparations to complete. Jeongmu jokingly suggests hiring an assistant so his Seolha can finally get a break. Immediately embarrassed, Seolha tries to hush him and reminds him to call her Miss Min or address her properly at work. Jeongmu questions why he should do that and remarks that he would move his desk right next to hers if he could. Taking her hand, he teasingly asks whether he is not even allowed to call her his Seolha. Seolha quickly glances around and warns him that someone might hear. Unfortunately for them, the break room door suddenly opens. An employee walks in and immediately freezes at the sight before him. The unexpected interruption catches both Seolha and Jeongmu off guard. The employee awkwardly bows toward Jeongmu and greets him respectfully. Internally, he cannot help wondering why the company's CEO is spending time in the break room. Jeongmu casually remarks that it has been a while since they last spoke, and notes that the employee has already been with the company for nearly a month. The employee is stunned that Jeongmu remembers him at all. He happily replies that he is enjoying his work and has learned a great deal from Seolha. Seolha quickly denies deserving all the credit and remarks that the employee has been a great help as well. At the same time, hidden from view behind her back, she continues trying to pull her hand free from Jeongmu's grasp. The employee then notices that Seolha seems slightly uncomfortable and asks whether she is feeling unwell. Before the situation can become any more awkward, he receives a call informing him that a guest has arrived. He quickly excuses himself and leaves the room. As soon as the employee is gone, Seolha accuses Jeongmu of deliberately refusing to let go of her hand. Jeongmu does not deny it. Instead, he remarks that they cannot keep hiding forever, and asks whether it is not about time they revealed their relationship. Seolha admits that he might be right, but the idea still feels embarrassing to her. Everything has happened so suddenly that she is unsure how everyone would react. She eventually tells him she will think about it. Jeongmu immediately replies that he hopes she gives it serious consideration. While smiling at him, Seolha thinks about how much effort he has been putting into investigating the accident and dealing with various issues. At the same time, she realizes there is something important she should do as well. Sooner or later, she wants to introduce him to her father properly. At the weekend, meanwhile, Yoo-seong is standing in front of his wardrobe, struggling to decide what to wear. It has been a while since he last saw Seolha, and he finds himself rejecting outfit after outfit. Every time he settles on something, he changes his mind moments later. Eventually, he picks a pair that he thinks looks decent enough. Nearby sits the gift he prepared for Seolha. Looking at it, he imagines her smiling and thanking him for the present. In his daydream, she compliments him and tells him how much she likes it. The fantasy causes him to smile to himself. Hoping the gift will suit her, he decides it is finally time to leave before he ends up late. Later, Seolha arrives at Eunseing's apartment, where Eunseing has already prepared a small birthday gathering. Seolha is surprised by how much effort Eunseing put into everything, and is even more surprised to see Yoo-seong there as well. Smiling warmly, she thanks Eunseing for organizing the celebration. Eunseing immediately congratulates Seolha on her birthday, while Yoo-seong quietly adds his own congratulations. Eunseing then hands Seolha a gift and mischievously tells her to make sure she opens it at home. The suspicious grin on Eunseing's face immediately makes Seolha nervous. Wondering what kind of gift she received this time, Seolha tries to question her friend. However, Eunseing ignores the question and instead turns toward Yoo-seong, asking what he bought, as he was not able to decide on anything. While Yoo-seong recalls when Seolha arrived, his gaze suddenly fell upon the necklace around Seolha's neck. Instantly, he recognized it as the same necklace he had bought. The sight causes him to freeze for a brief moment. In the present, he quickly remarks that he accidentally left her gift at home. Eunseong immediately teases him, saying he is already forgetting things and that it is a sign of trouble. Yoo-seong forces a smile and promises that he will give Seolha her gift next time. With the awkward moment passing, Eunseong encourages everyone to eat and enjoy the meal she prepared. After dinner, the gathering finally comes to an end. Eunseong bids everyone farewell and reminds them to get home safely. She also tells Seolha to send her a message once she arrives. Seolha agrees and encourages Eunseong to head back inside because of the cold weather. As the two continue talking, Seolha asks Yoo-seong whether he drove there himself. Before he can answer properly, his attention is drawn elsewhere. Looking into the distance, he spots Jeongmu standing beside a car. The two men lock eyes for a brief moment. Seolha casually points out that Jeongmu is there. She remarks that if Yoo-seong did not drive, he could always get a ride with them. Yoo-seong immediately declines and says he will be fine on his own. After wishing Seolha a good night, Seolha smiles and returns the farewell, adding that they should all meet again soon. She then turns and starts walking toward Jeongmu. However, before she can get far, Yoo-seong suddenly reaches out and grabs the sleeve of her coat. His heart pounds as he struggles to find the right words. Then, gathering all his courage, he asks her to wait. Tightening his grip slightly, Yoo-seong finally admits that there is something he has wanted to tell her for a very long time, as Yoo-seong reveals that he has feelings for a long time. As Yoo-seong suddenly stops Seolha before she reaches Jeongmu, he quietly whispers something to her. From a distance, Jeongmu notices the interaction and becomes slightly irritated. Jeongmu calls out for Seolha before Yoo-seong can say anything more. She immediately turns toward him and replies that she will be right there before quickly making her way over. Seolha begins explaining that Yoo-seong was saying something, while Yoo-seong silently tightens his grip on his bag. Recalling the conversation, Yoo-seong remembers how he changed his words at the last moment. Instead of confessing his true feelings, he jokingly remarked that he had always been curious about her boyfriend's car and wanted to know what it felt like to ride in it. Although Seolha found the comments strange, she accepted it without questioning further. Soon afterward, the three find themselves riding together in Jeongmu's car. Seolha asks Yoo-seong where he is staying, and he replies that he is currently living in Gangnam. Surprised, Seolha remarks that it is much closer than she expected. Yoo-seong explains that it is also fairly close to downtown, making it a convenient location. After listening quietly, Jeongmu asks how long Yoo-seong plans to remain in Korea. Yoo-seong replies that he will probably stay until at least next month, because he still has several shows left to complete. He also admits that it has been a long time since he last spent time with Seolha and the others, so he decided to stay around a little longer. Hearing this, Jeongmu casually remarks that Seolha will probably be quite busy until next month, since she will need to spend time with Yoo-seong as well. An awkward silence follows. Neither Yoo-seong nor Jeongmu says much after that. Eventually, Jeongmu glances towards Seolha and notices that she has fallen asleep during the drive. The sight immediately softens his expression. By the time they arrive at Seolha's apartment, she slowly wakes up. Jeongmu gently asks whether she is awake, and Seolha apologizes, realizing she fell asleep during the ride. She remarks that he could not even go home because she ended up sleeping the entire time. Jeongmu dismisses her concern and assures her that he enjoyed every moment of it. Curious, Seolha asks what he was doing while she slept. Jeongmu smiles and admits that he spent the time imagining various things. When Seolha asks him what he means, he strokes her cheek and asks whether she wants to guess or if she would rather hear the answer directly. Feeling her face grow warm, Seolha has a feeling she already knows where the conversation is heading. Jeongmu then admits that he imagined how she would look in a wedding dress. He wondered what kind of expression she would make and how beautiful her smile would be on such a day. The confession immediately leaves Seolha embarrassed. Internally, she thinks that any remaining sleepiness vanished the moment she heard those words. Jeongmu then remarks that there was one more thing he imagined. Before he can continue, Seolha already has a feeling she knows exactly what he is referring to. Completely flustered, she quickly decides that it is probably time for him to leave before the conversation becomes any more embarrassing. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Yoo-seong. Alone with his thoughts, he recalls seeing Jeongmu gently place his coat over Seolha and smile at her. Never in a million years did he expect Jeongmu to be so openly affectionate. No matter how much he tried denying reality, he knows there is no place for him in Seolha's heart. Deep down, he also understands that Jeongmu is capable of making her happier than he ever could. Even so, he cannot completely suppress his disappointment. After all, he was the one who developed feelings for her first. Despite everything, he still finds himself wondering what she is doing after work and whether things might have been different under other circumstances. Later that night, at around 4 in the morning, Seolha remains awake and focused on her laptop. Looking at the time, she realizes how late it has become, but she cannot stop now. She is determined to uncover the truth behind her father's accident. Reviewing the information she has gathered, she recalls that her father had already finished work that day. However, he suddenly received an urgent call that required him to return. It was shortly afterward that the accident occurred. The more she thinks about it, the more convinced she becomes that there must be a reason behind everything. Since her father remembers very little about the incident, she decides that she needs to visit him over the weekend. Hopefully, the two of them will finally be able to make some progress. The scene then shifts to Taegun, who is sitting at a bar with a drink in hand. He casually remarks that work has been difficult lately. Across from him sits Kim Wo-wee, whose bruised face suggests he has been dealing with problems of his own. Kim Wo-wee dryly responds that thanks to a certain someone, he has had plenty to take care of recently. Taegun laughs and thanks him for helping out. He complains that none of this would have happened if Kim Songchan had simply held on to the drugs. Taegun cannot believe someone managed to steal them from him so easily. He then informs Kim Wo-wee that he plans to stop by over the weekend to collect them and asks him to keep everything safe until then. Since retrieving them immediately would attract unwanted attention, he prefers to wait a little longer. Kim Wo-wee simply stares back at him without much reaction. Internally, Taegun wonders whether smiling would actually kill the man. Then again, he recalls that Kim Wo-wee remains tied to Taekong because of various family issues. After a moment, Kim Wo-wee remarks that Taegun seems to be in a particularly good mood today. Taegun responds with a grin and admits that there is one thing he enjoys more than anything else. According to him, nothing is as entertaining as ruining someone else's plans. Mentioning Jeongmu, he smirks and remarks that he cannot wait to see the look on Jeongmu's face tomorrow. The next day at Venus, Jeongmu and Seolha stepped into the elevator on their way to the office. Jeongmu remarked that she had mentioned having dinner with Unshim that evening, and Seolha affirmed it, noting that she was finally getting off work early for once. Jeongmu commented that it was good to hear and mentioned that he had plans as well. Seolha asked if that was really so, and he explained that he was meeting Mu-young. Remembering that Mu-young was his high school friend, Seolha received confirmation from him and found herself studying his face. She imagined Jeongmu in a school uniform as a high scholar. Amused by the image, she remarked that she had just pictured him as a student and found it adorable while lightly squeezing his hand. Seolha questioned how he had spent his school days and told him not to claim that all he had done was study. However, as the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by the sight of the new rookie employee standing outside. Only then did Seolha realize that she was still holding Jeongmu's hand. Embarrassed, she quickly tried to compose herself and greet the employee. As the rookie awkwardly asked whether she was heading out for the day, Seolha remarked that she had better get going and hurried out of the elevator. Jeongmu then called out to the rookie and casually told him to feel free to tell everyone. The rookie immediately grew nervous, interpreting the statement as a warning rather than permission. Convinced that revealing a single word would cost him his job, he quickly agreed and decided to keep quiet. Outside, Seolha attempted to calm herself. She silently thanked God that nobody else had been around to witness the incident since most employees had already left for the day. She reminded herself that Jeongmu was there to work and that she was there solely for work as well. While she was trying to regain her composure, Jeongmu approached and remarked that he had not expected her to leave him behind so quickly. Seolha addressed him as Mr. Cha, and Jeongmu replied that he actually liked hearing her call him that way. Seolha asked him not to tease her, but Jeongmu remarked that it sounded sweet and affectionate. Before she could respond further, a voice suddenly called out from nearby. They turned to see Mrs. Cha standing beside her with a deep frown on her face. In the cabin, Mrs. Cha threw an envelope on the table. The contents scattered slightly, revealing photographs of Seolha with her father along with several documents. Mrs. Cha demanded to know what it all meant and questioned whether Miss Min was truly that man's daughter. She further asked whether Jeongmu had been meeting her while fully aware of her identity, but Jeongmu remained silent. Growing more frustrated, Mrs. Cha demanded that he say something. She pointed out that he had still chosen to be with Seolha despite knowing the circumstances. She then asked about Miss Min, questioning whether she knew the truth as well and whether she was staying by his side despite knowing what her father had done. Jeongmu replied that she knew nothing about it. Deep down, he understood that he had to keep it that way because he did not want her to be hurt. Jeongmu pleaded with his mother not to tell Seolha anything, explaining that she would break up with him if she learned the truth. His response only made Mrs. Cha more upset. She asked him to listen to himself and reminded him that Seolha's father was the man responsible for Han-young's death. Jeongmu replied that it might not have been him. He explained that he was currently investigating the case and that there was still a possibility that someone had framed him. Mrs. Cha immediately questioned what he would do if the allegations turned out to be true after all. Jeongmu answered that he intended to uncover the truth no matter what happened. However, he added that even if Seolha's father had truly been involved, it was not Seolha's fault that Han-young had died. Mrs. Cha stared at him in disbelief and remarked that he had completely lost his mind. Jeongmu calmly affirmed that he could not turn back now and had no intention of doing so. Mrs. Cha raised her voice and urged him to come to his senses. She demanded that he end the relationship immediately. When Jeongmu attempted to touch her, Mrs. Cha slapped his hand away. Trembling and fighting back tears, she warned him never to call her mother again, before turning around and leaving. Jeongmu remained standing in place as tears gathered in his eyes while he watched her go. Elsewhere, Taegun sat smoking a cigarette and remarked that Jeongmu had probably met his mother by now. He speculated that the encounter had likely turned into a complete tearjerker. Just then, his phone rang. After taking the call, a faint smile appeared on his face. He quietly observed that things had suddenly become much more interesting. Moments later, the door opened and a visitor stepped inside. Taegun looked up and found Jeongmu standing there. He greeted him with a casual remark, noting that it had been quite a while since they had last met. Meanwhile, Seolha stood at a pedestrian crossing, waiting for the signal to change. Her thoughts drifted back to Mrs. Che. She recalled how stressed Mrs. Che had looked earlier and remembered that she had left before anyone else because of her dinner plans with Yoonshim. Even so, the image continued to weigh on her mind. She could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. As she remained lost in thought, the traffic light changed. A man's voice suddenly pointed out that the signal had already turned green. Startled, Seolha looked up and saw Kim Wo-wi standing beside her. He politely asked whether she would like to cross the street together. That night, as Seolha walked alongside Kim Wo-wi, she remarked that it had been ages since she had last seen him and questioned how he had been doing. Kim Wo-wi replied that aside from feeling a little lonely because she had stopped visiting his bar, he had been doing fine. His remark caused Seolha to reflect on how she had not really had a reason to visit since their last meeting. At the same time, she felt as though she should discuss it with Jeongmu before going there again. Pushing the thought aside, she noticed the bandage wrapped around Kim Wo-wi's hand and questioned what had happened. Concerned, she asked whether his hand was all right. Kim Wo-wi casually replied that he had gotten into some trouble. The answer immediately made Seolha worry, but Kim Wo-wi soon clarified that he was only joking. Seolha felt relieved, thinking that Kim Wo-wi was not the sort of person to get involved in anything dangerous. Kim Wo-wi then asked whether she was feeling cold, mentioning that many people had been getting sick lately. He offered her his jacket, but Seolha politely declined. Kim Wo-wi smiled and remarked that she always knew how to draw clear boundaries. He observed that her boyfriend was a lucky man, but Seolha quickly denied it, stating that she was actually the lucky one because Jeongmu was kind, caring, and devoted. After a brief pause, Kim Wo-wi asked whether she had ever considered what she would do if someone she loved turned out to have done something truly terrible. Meanwhile, Jeongmu arrived at Taegun's office late that night. As he stepped inside, Taegun questioned what had brought him there at such an hour. Jeongmu's gaze immediately shifted toward Kim Sung-chan, causing him to stiffen slightly. Feeling uncomfortable, Kim Sung-chan remarked that he had better get going and quickly left the office. Once they were alone, Taegun casually observed that Jeongmu must have missed him quite a lot to come all the way there. In response, Jeongmu opened an envelope and threw its contents across the desk. Photographs and documents scattered in front of Taegun. Jeongmu remarked that he had simply come to return them to their rightful owner. Taegun glanced at the documents and asked whether Jeongmu was referring to him. Jeongmu firmly replied that he was not there to joke around. He warned Taegun that attempting to persuade Chairman Cha or manipulate his mother would not change anything. He then told him to stay away from Seolha. Taegun merely smirked and remarked that Jeongmu had come all that way just to say those words. He admitted that he was impressed by the effort. Unfortunately, he added, he had never enjoyed playing by the rules. As long as he could achieve victory, he was willing to sink even lower if necessary. Jeongmu calmly responded that two could play that game. Taegun's smile widened at the remark. Internally, he found the situation far more interesting than before. He had not expected Jeongmu to react so openly, and the development only increased his curiosity about what would happen next. Elsewhere, Kim Wo-wi stood alone with several empty glasses nearby. While drinking, he listened to the sound of his sister crying in the next room. The noise brought back his earlier conversation with Seolha. He recalled asking her what she would do if someone she loved had committed a serious wrongdoing. Seolha had thoughtfully replied that if there were a reasonable explanation behind it, she would do her best to help clear up any misunderstanding. However, if the person was truly at fault, she would want them to acknowledge their mistakes and sincerely apologize. She had explained that loving someone did not mean blindly defending everything they did. Covering up their mistakes would not make the problem disappear, nor would it help them become better people. Returning to the present, Kim Wo-wi lifted his drink and stared at the large board in front of him. It was covered with photographs, notes, and documents connecting Taegun, Kim Sung-chan, Seolha's father Jeongmu, and several other individuals. The deeper he looked into the information, the clearer the connections seemed to become. Taking another sip, he quietly affirmed that the truth could remain hidden for only so long. The following day, Jeongmu finally woke up in his apartment at nearly 2 in the afternoon. As he slowly sat up, he groaned at how long he had slept. Despite all the rest, his head was still pounding. He wondered whether Seolha had already eaten lunch and worried that she might catch his cold if she spent too much time around him. Thinking it over, he concluded that taking the entire day off had probably been the right decision. Just then, the apartment door opened. Seolha stepped inside and immediately asked whether she had woken him up. She apologized for disturbing him and explained that she had become worried after being unable to reach him. Jeongmu replied that this was exactly why he had given her the door code. He suggested that his phone had probably died and that he simply had not heard it ringing. Seolha stated that it was all right and admitted that she was just relieved to see him. Even so, she remained concerned about his condition and questioned whether his cold had gotten worse. Jeongmu replied that she had arrived at the perfect time because he had just been starting to miss her. Seolha moved closer and wrapped her arms around him. She asked whether he was happy to see her. Jeongmu readily affirmed it, but questioned what would happen if she caught his cold as well. He reminded her that he had taken the day off precisely because he was feeling unwell. Seolha dismissed the concern, remarking that it would not matter because she would recover if she became sick. Refusing to let go, she continued holding him. Jeongmu gently suggested that she should keep her distance because he still had a fever, but Seolha questioned whether that was not exactly why she needed to stay and take care of him. Her response left him momentarily speechless. As he looked at her, he found himself unable to argue. Seolha noticed his reaction, while Jeongmu grew slightly embarrassed by how naturally she had closed the distance between them. He finally admitted that if she continued hugging him like that, it would only make him want her even more. With that, he pulled her closer and quietly embraced her. Seolha remarked that she guessed he was still the same down there even while sick. Jeongmu affirmed it and replied that it was exactly why she should not have gotten so close to him. As he gently stroked her cheek and leaned in, he imagined spending some quality time with her. However, before he could continue, Seolha suddenly placed a hand against his forehead and jolted him back to reality. She pointed out that he was burning up. Jeongmu immediately insisted that he was fine and stated that he would get his car keys so she could head home and enjoy the rest of her afternoon. Seolha refused to listen and explained that she would only leave after watching him finish the rice porridge she had made herself. She quickly served it into a bowl and placed it in front of him. Seolha remarked that she had happened to have some free time earlier, so she had stopped by her house before coming over. She explained that Jeongmu was always cooking for her, and she had wanted to do something for him for a change. Jeongmu smiled as he looked at the dish. Across from him, Seolha watched expectantly, waiting for his reaction. Thanking her, he took a spoonful and tasted it. The flavor immediately brought back a memory from the previous summer when he had suffered from gastritis. Back then, Seolha had also prepared lunch for him. He recalled how awkwardly she had asked whether he was feeling better after noticing that he had barely been eating lately. The meal had looked rather ordinary, but it had possessed a unique warmth that stayed with him. Returning to the present, Seolha nervously asked whether it tasted all right. Jeongmu affirmed that it was good. Relieved, Seolha replied that she was glad to hear it because Eunseom often complained that her cooking was too salty. While secretly reaching for a glass of water, Jeongmu was startled when Seolha offered to make more the next day if he liked it. He quickly remarked that she did not need to go through so much trouble, but Seolha denied it, explaining that she was making it for him after all. Her sincerity caused Jeongmu to smile, and he quietly thanked her once again. Later that night, Eunseom was spending time with Taegun. However, Taegun seemed far more interested in his phone than the conversation. Eunseom eventually questioned what he kept looking at. Taegun casually replied that it was only work-related matters. Eunseom noted that he had been checking his phone repeatedly throughout the evening and asked whether he still had unfinished work. Trying to lighten the mood, she suggested that they plan something for the weekend and proposed visiting a cafe together. Taegun remained silent, continuing to focus on his screen. After a moment, Eunseom called out to him again and remarked that if he was truly that busy, he should have rescheduled the date. Only then did Taegun look up and tell her to decide where she wanted to go. Frustrated by his lack of interest, Eunseom questioned why she always had to make the decisions. Eventually, she told him to forget it and stood up to leave. As she walked away, Taegun frowned and remarked that she could not even wait a moment while he checked something quickly. Inwardly, he concluded that she was no different from other women. Meanwhile, Eunseom stepped outside feeling increasingly upset. She thought about how she was always the one choosing their date locations and wondered whether Taegun even wanted to spend time with her. Tears gathered in her eyes as she became convinced that he would not even bother stopping her from leaving. In the morning at the apartment, Jeongmu eventually woke from his sleep and noticed Seolha resting beside him. For a moment, he quietly watched her sleeping face. His thoughts drifted back to the confrontation with his mother and everything Mrs. Cha had said. He knew that if Seolha ever learned the truth, she would be deeply hurt once again. The thought weighed heavily on him. At the same time, seeing her sleeping peacefully beside him only made it harder to control his feelings. Concluding that it would be better to give himself some distance, he quietly slipped out of bed and left the room. Afterwards, Jeongmu and Seolha walked together while holding hands. Seolha asked whether he was feeling better, and Jeongmu replied that he had fully recovered thanks to her care. Seolha smiled and remarked that she was glad to hear it. Jeongmu then mentioned that because he was feeling better, he intended to do his best that day. Curious, Seolha questioned what exactly he meant. With a playful smile, Jeongmu replied that he intended to do a much better job of kissing her. At a cafe near the office, Jeongmu stepped away to pick up a coffee while several girls nearby quietly admired his appearance. As he waited, he glanced down at his phone and noticed a cute sticker message from Seolha. A smile immediately appeared on his face. The message reminded him of their earlier conversation when he had confidently remarked that he intended to do his best at kissing her that day. The memory of Seolha's flustered reaction made him smile even more. She had questioned where such a statement had suddenly come from, clearly caught off guard by his boldness. Slipping his phone back into his pocket, Jeongmu found himself thinking about how much he wanted to see her. He could hardly wait for work to end so they could spend time together. However, his thoughts were interrupted when he overheard a conversation between two women seated nearby. One of them remarked that her relationship seemed to be going through a slump. The other replied that the feelings simply were not as strong as before. They discussed how they had once gone on dates every weekend and hated spending even an hour apart. One of them eventually observed that perhaps they had spent too much time together and had simply grown tired of each other. Those words unexpectedly lingered in Jeongmu's mind. Moments earlier, he had been wishing he could see Seolha immediately. Yet now a small doubt crept in. If he continued wanting to be around her all the time, would she eventually grow tired of him as well? The thought stayed with him as he left the cafe and headed back toward the office. Later, Jeongmu stopped by Seolha's desk and handed her the coffee he had brought. Seolha thanked him and remarked that he did not need to go out of his way for her. Jeongmu casually asked whether she would be working late again that evening. Seolha replied that she would try to finish everything as quickly as possible. Hearing that, Jeongmu smiled, though the conversation he had overheard earlier continued to bother him. Around them, employees gradually returned from lunch, and the office became lively with chatter. Seolha noted that everyone seemed to be back and stated that she should return to work. Before turning back to her desk, she thanked him once more for the coffee, and remarked that she would see him later. Jeongmu watched her for a moment before leaving. Part of him wanted to ask the question weighing on his mind right away. However, he hesitated. The comments from the women at the cafe kept repeating in his head. They had spoken so casually about growing tired of someone they once loved. Although he knew every relationship was different, he could not stop wondering whether the same thing could happen to him and Seolha. As the day passed, Seolha remained focused on her work. One by one, the other employees finished for the evening and prepared to leave. Several of them stopped by her desk to say goodbye. One employee reminded her that maintenance work was being carried out on the elevator that night. Seolha affirmed that she remembered and thanked them for the reminder. Another remarked that the repairs were not expected to take long, but advised her to keep it in mind before heading home. After exchanging farewells, the office gradually emptied until Seolha was left alone. Looking around at the quiet floor, she remarked to herself that she had better finish the remaining tasks quickly. Unfortunately, the work took longer than she had expected. By the time she was finally done, night had already fallen. As she gathered her belongings, Jeongmu appeared and asked whether she had finished as they moved towards the elevator. Seeing the elevator still out of service, Seolha observed that the maintenance team seemed to be continuing their work. Jeongmu replied that he had already checked and had been told that repairs would likely continue until the following morning. He suggested taking the escalators around the other side of the building. However, Seolha remarked that she did not mind using the stairs and added that it would be too much trouble to restart the escalators just for them. Eventually, Jeongmu agreed, and the two began making their way down the stairwell together. The descent proved more exhausting than either of them had expected. After several stairs, Seolha was already sweating and admitted that it was much more tiring than she had imagined. Seeing her condition, Jeongmu suggested taking a short break. Seolha readily agreed, and they sat down for a moment on one of the stairs. As they rested, Seolha recalled that something similar had happened 2 years earlier. Jeongmu questioned whether it had been during the summer, and Seolha affirmed that it had. She noted that the weather was much more pleasant this time. The memory brought a smile to her face because it reminded her of something else. Back then, Jeongmu had asked her exactly the same question about taking a break. At the time, she had stubbornly insisted that she was fine and had hurried down the stairs without looking back. Jeongmu remarked that he remembered that day well and recalled how quickly she had disappeared. Seolha admitted that she had been embarrassed. It had been such a simple question, yet it had made her happier than she cared to admit. Hearing that, Jeongmu grew slightly flustered and remarked that it had not been a simple question at all. He had asked because it was her. Seolha smiled and replied that in that case, he should not ask anyone else that question in the future. After sharing a laugh, she remarked that they should continue going down. Before they resumed walking, Jeongmu hesitated and admitted that there was actually something he wanted to ask. Curious, Seolha questioned what it was. Jeongmu explained that it was nothing serious, but he wanted her to tell him if she ever started feeling overwhelmed by him. He admitted that he cared for her deeply and wanted to be completely transparent about his feelings. If his affection, constant messages, or desire to spend time together ever became too much, he wanted her to tell him honestly so he could adjust. Seolha stared at him for a moment before stepping closer and wrapping her arms around him. She remarked that his concern was ridiculous. Looking directly at him, she questioned how she could ever grow tired of someone as kind and sincere as he was. Her answer immediately eased the worries that had troubled him throughout the day. Jeongmu smiled warmly and remarked that hearing her say things like that made it difficult for him to remain composed. Gently brushing a strand of hair away from her face, he remarks that in that case he guesses they are not leaving the office tonight. As Jeongmu leaned in to kiss Seo while they were enjoying some time together, they suddenly heard voices nearby. One of the guards remarked that the elevator was out of service, while the other affirmed it. Noticing a light upstairs, the security guards headed up and found Mr. Cha standing there. One of them observed that all the other employees had gone home and he was working quite late. Jeongmu affirmed that he was fine and appeared to be making his rounds. The guard responded that he was checking every floor. Jeongmu remarked that it sounded like hard work. The guard explained that he had been on his way down and nothing seemed out of the ordinary, though he still intended to check the remaining floors before heading home, while Seolha thought that it had been a close call and exhaled in relief. Jeongmu then stated that he would take responsibility if anything happened and suggested that the guard head home. The security guard responded that he was not sure whether it was acceptable, but he thanked him before stepping out. After a moment, Seolha inquired whether he had gone. Jeongmu responded by asking her to take his hand and jokingly questioned whether he should carry her instead. Seolha replied that she was fine and remarked that they should get out of there. Upon arriving at Seolha's apartment, Seolha sighed and admitted that she had not realized how scared she had been. Jeongmu replied that he was sure she had been. Seolha then asked whether he was really not going home. Jeongmu responded by asking whether she wanted him to leave. Seolha remarked that it was not like that, but they both had work the next day. Just then her phone buzzed. Seolha noted that it was Yusung and answered the call, greeting him before asking what was going on. Yusung replied that it was nothing serious and remarked that he simply had something to tell her. As Seolha inquired about it, Jeongmu suddenly wrapped his arms around her from behind and quietly mumbled not to mind him, explaining that he was merely picking up where they had left off. As Yusung heard a rustling sound from the other end of the call, Seolha quickly apologized. Yusung asked whether she was busy, but Seolha denied it. Meanwhile, Jeongmu was taking his sweet time, prompting Seolha to groan and explain that she had been working out before he called. Huffing lightly, she remarked that she would call him back later, causing Yusung to end the call. Shortly afterward, Jeongmu asked Seolha to make him her husband rather than her boyfriend. When Seolha questioned where that had come from, Jeongmu explained that he became jealous too easily and worried too much, so he needed to marry her as soon as possible. He then commented that Yusung and Miss Unsim seemed well-suited and wondered whether they could date. Seolha immediately denied it, stating there was no way. She explained that Yusung was not Unsim's type and was more like a younger brother to her. Jeongmu frowned, causing Seolha to question what the issue was. Jeongmu replied that she had once told him her type had changed. Recalling the conversation, Seolha remarked that she had mentioned liking round and gentle features. She then tapped him lightly and stated that he still did not know her very well, explaining that she actually preferred her man to be the exact opposite. Her response caused Jeongmu to blush. Seolha then remarked that it was time for him to head home, and teasingly called him Mr. Jealous. Jeongmu questioned why, and asked when she planned to make him her husband, suggesting they start from today. Elsewhere, Yusung lay on his bed, thinking that he had wanted to tell Seolha they would not be able to see each other after the following week. However, he decided it might be better to leave quietly. Ever since having that dream, his dreams had only become wilder. He imagined Seolha walking toward him while calling his name while they proceeded on to have some fun together. Yusung noted that he had been having more dreams like that lately, and it was driving him crazy. He had even tried staying awake, but it only made the dreams more vivid. Cursing himself, he thought that he was an irredeemable bastard and guessed he would not be getting any sleep that night either. The next day, the rookie remarked that the matter had been urgent and thanked the CEO for making time for him. Jeongmu denied that any thanks were necessary and told him never to hesitate to ask for help with such matters. He added that he would see him at the meeting later. As the rookie prepared to leave, Jeongmu suddenly called out to him and remarked that he was no longer Seolha's boyfriend. Confused, the rookie questioned why he was being told this. Jeongmu stepped forward and explained that he did not want him spreading outdated information, revealing that he was Seolha's husband now. The rookie could only note the information while inwardly feeling as though he had once again learned something he was never supposed to know. Meanwhile, Seolha visited a bookstore and noticed that many new books had recently been released. She thought her father would probably love receiving some of them over the weekend. As she reached for a book, she suddenly noticed another hand reaching for the same one. Looking up, she recognized her high school senior. At the same time, Jeongmu stepped out of the elevator and wondered whether Seolha had finished picking out a gift. Glancing over, he noticed her standing with a man. He immediately recognized him from an old photo album Seolha had shown him. Back then, Seolha had explained that the man was her senior from high school, and when Jeongmu had remarked that they must have been close if they had taken pictures together, Seolha had casually affirmed it. Back in the present, Jeongmu noted that despite her words, the two seemed somewhat awkward around each other. As he wondered whether they had dated before, he suddenly made eye contact with the senior. The senior remarked that it had been years and questioned how she had been doing. Seolha replied that she had been well and asked about him in return. He responded that he had simply been busy with work and was there to meet a friend. Still, he noted that it was nice running into her again. Seolha smiled, but their conversation was cut short when he received a phone call. Before leaving, he stated that he would text her sometime and suggested that they should meet up with Unsim as well. As he walked away, Seolha thought that everything was already in the past, so she couldn't understand why it still bothered her so much. She was no longer a high school student, and there was no reason to feel awkward around him anymore. Suddenly, Jeongmu appeared behind her and remarked that it was a shame because he had wanted to meet him as well. Startled, Seolha questioned when he had arrived. Jeongmu replied that the man looked like the one from her photo album, the senior standing beside her with a smile. Surprised by how closely he had looked, Seolha affirmed that he was indeed her high school senior. Jeongmu silently noted that he honestly had plenty of questions, but sometimes it was better not to know the answers. Changing the subject, he asked whether she had picked out a gift yet. Seolha questioned whether he still needed to buy something, prompting Jeongmu to pick up a book. He remarked that he would get that one. The title turned out to be A Groom-to-Be's Guide to Wedding Planning. Seolha expressed surprise that a book like that even existed. The next day at office, after finishing some paperwork, Jeongmu found himself trying not to think about what he had seen, yet the thought continued bothering him. He wondered why Seolha had to be so pretty. It wasn't as if he could ask her to hide her face beneath a hat all the time. He recalled how Seolha had never once given anyone an opening. Whenever a male employee offered to drive her home, she bluntly stated that her boyfriend was already on the way. When someone suggested introducing her to a relative, she simply replied that she had a boyfriend. Despite knowing all of that, Jeongmu still felt uneasy. The feeling only proved to him that he was the one more deeply in love. Shaking his head, he remarked to himself that he was becoming completely lovesick. Meanwhile, back at her apartment, Seolha stretched and reflected on how it was already the weekend again. She had planned to visit her father the next day, but he had asked for a little more time. She hoped his memories would return soon. Deciding to relax, she prepared to take a bath. As she settled into the bathtub, her phone began to ring. It was Jeongmu. He asked whether she had arrived home safely, and Seolha affirmed that she had. Jeongmu replied that it was good to hear and admitted that he had called because he wanted to hear her voice. The comment caused Seolha to blush slightly. She remarked that he had heard her voice plenty of times earlier that day. Jeongmu simply replied that he still missed her. Smiling, Seolha admitted that she missed him as well. Jeongmu then remarked that he wished he could see her right that second. Seolha reminded him that it was nearly midnight and advised him to control himself for one night since they would be seeing each other tomorrow evening, to which Jeongmu agreed. Later that night, Jeongmu reflected that Seolha was probably tired, so allowing her to rest at home was the right decision. Just as he was about to sleep, his phone buzzed. To his surprise, it was Seolha. She asked whether he was still working, and Jeongmu replied that he had just finished and was about to go to bed. Seolha then told him to look outside his window. Curious, he walked over, pulled back the curtains, and looked down. His eyes widened when he spotted Seolha standing outside, smiling up at him. She remarked that he had said he missed her. Instantly smiling, Jeongmu replied that he would be right down. Moments later, he rushed outside and called her name. Seolha hurried over and wrapped her arms around him. Jeongmu questioned why she had come out alone so late at night. Seolha shyly replied that she had simply missed him too much. She also mentioned that she was wearing the dress she had received as a Christmas gift. Recognizing the dress Unsim had given her, Jeongmu stared for a moment, leaving Seolha wondering why he was not saying anything. Finally, Jeongmu remarked that they had better go inside quickly, otherwise he might start here. As Jeongmu and Seolha were spending some quality time together, Jeongmu kissed her against the wall and remarked that her hair was wet. Seolha replied that she had missed him too much and had rushed over. Jeongmu commented that this was not good as he did not know whether he would be able to get enough of her tonight. After spending some more time together, Seolha was completely drained and could barely move. Sometime later, Jeongmu returned and asked if she was awake. He mentioned that he had brought her some tea and apologized, saying that he had promised they would only do it once, yet they had ended up doing much more. Seolha replied that it was all right and was delighted to see the strawberries. Jeongmu noted that she had been craving them, mentioning that she had been mumbling about them in her sleep an hour earlier. Seolha remarked that she had probably just been talking in her sleep. Jeongmu then suggested touring some wedding venues the following week, causing Seolha to question him about it. He explained that they should start looking for one, and Seolha readily agreed. Jeongmu then asked whether her friend was leaving tomorrow. Seolha affirmed that it was Yusung and mentioned that she would be seeing him off. Next morning, at the airport, Seolha met with Yusung and remarked that she wished Inshim could have come, but something had come up the previous night. Yusung replied that it was fine and appreciated the fact that she had come. He added that he would visit again during a vacation. Seolha asked him to have a safe flight and take good care of himself. Yusung thanked her for coming and admitted that he had been worried about her having to make the long trip back alone. However, as he glanced to the side, he noticed Jeongmu standing beside her. Yusung then extended his hand and asked whether she could shake it. Seolha turned toward Jeongmu, who gave a slight nod, prompting her to shake Yusung's hand. Internally, Yusung resolved not to wash that hand until he reached his destination. Suddenly, Jeongmu called out to Yusung and extended his hand. Yusung questioned why he was holding out his hand, to which Jeongmu simply replied that he wanted to shake it while Yusung could only stare at him in silence. As Yusung inwardly cursed, he realized there was no wonder Jeongmu had been so quick to let Seolha shake his hand. Jeongmu smiled and remarked that if he did not want to, there was no need. However, Yusung became irritated and thought there was no way he would back down over something as simple as a handshake. Gripping Jeongmu's hand firmly, he listened as Jeongmu mentioned that he would be sure to invite him to the wedding. Yusung affirmed that he would be there, adding that he could not miss seeing Seolha in her wedding dress. Later, while driving home, Jeongmu appeared to be in an exceptionally good mood. Seolha questioned whether he was really that delighted, and Jeongmu readily affirmed it, asking whether she had thought he would simply let her hold another man's hand like that. Seolha found his reaction surprisingly cute. After a moment, Jeongmu remarked that he had just realized they had never gone on a trip together and suggested going somewhere the next day. Seolha questioned whether there was any need, noting that they would be going on their honeymoon soon anyway. Her response caught Jeongmu off guard, causing him to blush as he remarked that comments like that could make him get into an accident while driving. Seolha pointed out that his ears had turned red, while Jeongmu silently noted that his ears were not his only problem at the moment. As the traffic signal turned green, Jeongmu drove forward, making a U-turn in a different direction. Seolha quickly noticed and remarked that they were not heading home. Jeongmu affirmed it, explaining that her house was too far away and suggesting that they stop somewhere to rest for a while instead. His words caused Seolha's heart to race. Meanwhile, aboard the airplane, Yusong sat quietly and reflected on how quickly time had passed. He finally accepted that there was no place for him between Seolha and Jeongmu. Remembering Seolha's proud smile, he questioned how he could ever interfere with their relationship and sincerely hoped she would remain happy and never get hurt. When a flight attendant offered him some water, he agreed, only to be momentarily startled because she reminded him of Seolha. After thanking her, he admitted to himself that although he had promised to forget Seolha, it would not be nearly as easy as he had hoped. Elsewhere, Eunshim stepped out of the bathroom and checked her phone, only to find no messages or missed calls from Taegun. Irritated, she cursed him for not contacting her even once, and regretted giving her heart to someone like him. She bitterly remarked that she had been foolish enough to believe she could change him. However, just as she set her phone down, a message from Taegun finally arrived. He asked whether she truly intended to end things this way and requested that she meet him. At Venus the following day, Jeongmu concluded a meeting and was approached by an employee who offered assistance. Noting that Miss Min was not present that day, Jeongmu replied that he was fine and could handle everything himself, adding that they should contact him if anything was needed. Afterward, Jeongmu wondered whether Seolha had arrived by now. He recalled her mentioning earlier that morning that she planned to visit her old school to look into something, and that it would only be a quick trip. For a moment he thought he should have accompanied her, but quickly dismissed the idea, remembering that she had insisted he attend his morning meeting instead. Deciding to be patient for a few more hours before picking her up, Jeongmu continued with his day. Meanwhile, Seolha arrived at her former school and happily noted how much it had changed. The campus looked much nicer than before, and she was pleased to learn that her old teacher was still there. As she walked through the hallway, planning to greet her teacher and invite her out, two students ran past and accidentally bumped into her. The impact made Seolha groan softly, as she was still feeling sore after spending the previous day with Jeongmu. Just then, someone tapped her shoulder from behind. As Seolha turned around, a familiar voice asked whether she was all right. It was a senior from her school days who remarked that she had not changed at all since high school, before questioning if she were seeing someone. Afterward, Ganu remarked that he must have kept her waiting. Seolha quickly denied it, explaining that she had simply been looking around and admiring how much the school had changed. She added that she had never expected him to become a teacher there, and found it quite surprising. Ganu replied that this was exactly why she should not have been so busy back then, and should have attended class more often. He then casually asked how long she had been seeing her boyfriend. Seolha began to answer, saying they had been together for some time, but stopped midway and questioned how he had known she was dating someone. Ganu asked whether she truly wanted to know. Internally, he noted that there were plenty of signs, though only a man would notice them. In the end, he simply smiled and attributed it to intuition gained from years of teaching. Jeongmu then remarked that seeing her again reminded him of the past. He pointed out that they were standing in the exact place where they had first met. Seolha replied that technically, she had not met him until she woke up in the nurse's office. Jeongmu laughed and affirmed that she was right. The memory quickly returned to both of them. It had been the middle of summer during a school assembly. While the principal was delivering a particularly lengthy speech under the scorching sun, Seolha had suddenly collapsed from the heat. Jeongmu had immediately stepped forward and volunteered to carry her to the nurse's office. While everyone else remained focused on the assembly, he had rushed her across the campus to get help. Back in the present, Seolha remarked that the heat exhaustion had hit her hard that day and admitted she would have been in serious trouble without him. She jokingly added that the principal's speech had felt endless. Jeonwoo chuckled before asking whether she was still sensitive to hot weather. Without waiting for a response, Jeonwoo continued asking whether she still enjoyed snacking and whether she still adored little children. Seolha laughed and affirmed that she had not changed at all. Jeonwoo smiled and remarked that her boyfriend was fortunate to be able to see those sides of her every day. Before Seolha could respond, a group of students hiding nearby began whispering among themselves while openly observing the pair. Jeonwoo immediately called out to them, remarking that he could clearly see them and that they should stop spying and come out. The students sheepishly emerged and replied that they had not been spying at all, they had been openly watching. One of them boldly asked whether she was his girlfriend, or perhaps his first love. Another student confidently stated that it had to be his first love because she looked exactly like the cute bunny-like girl he had described before. Jeonwoo instantly grabbed one of the students in his arm and calmly suggested that perhaps they should spend their 5th period gym class running extra laps around the field. The students immediately panicked and denied saying anything. Watching the scene unfold, Seolha laughed before clarifying that she was definitely not the first love they were imagining. She then remarked that she should go and visit her teacher before leaving. Jeongmu nodded and wished her a good time. However, as she walked away, he found himself glancing after her for a moment. Elsewhere, Taegun stared down at his phone and questioned whether he had lost his mind. He could not understand why he had called Eunsim. After several unanswered attempts to reach her, he finally managed to get in contact. Taegun asked how long she intended to ignore him. Eunsim immediately questioned why she should even speak to him. Taegun sighed inwardly. Although he often told himself that she was not particularly special, she somehow remained on his mind. Worse, imagining her with another man irritated him more than he cared to admit. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching and looked up to find Eunsim standing before him. She reminded him that she had already said they had nothing left to discuss. Taegun questioned why she had come anyway. Eunsim replied that she could not get him out of her head. She admitted that she had spent the entire trip imagining herself slapping him the moment she saw him. However, her expression softened as tears gathered in her eyes. She quietly confessed that she had genuinely intended never to see him again. Taegun merely smirked before stepping closer. He remarked that she was hopeless, gently touching her face before pulling her into a kiss. As he held her, he admitted to himself that he had no intention of letting her belong to anyone else. Meanwhile, Jeongmu waited outside the school and noted that Seolha should be finished soon. As he glanced around, a voice called out that he wondered whether Seolha was still talking to her former classmates. A short while later, Jeongmu approached him. Jeongmu remarked that, judging by Jeongmu's reaction when Seolha's name was mentioned, he had assumed Jeongmu was her boyfriend. Jeongmu replied that Jeongmu had a sharp eye. Jeongmu laughed and stated that he heard that often. He then added that Jeongmu probably was not interested in hearing who he was, as though he already knew the answer. Jeongmu calmly replied that he did not concern himself with anyone other than Seolha. Jeongmu found the response interesting and questioned whether Jeongmu truly was not curious about the kind of relationship he and Seolha had once shared. He casually mentioned the amount of time they had spent together after graduation and hinted at how close they had been. As Seolha stepped out of the school, she noticed that evening had already arrived. Looking up, she spotted Jeongmu speaking with Genu and immediately called out to him. Later, while riding in the car, Seolha thanked Jeongmu for coming all the way to pick her up, remarking that it must have been a long drive from the office. Jeongmu replied that he had felt bad about her making the trip alone and asked whether everything had gone well with her teacher. Seolha affirmed that it had. She explained that she had once been absent because of her father and intended to compare the date with the time of the accident. She also mentioned that she still needed to speak with Eunsim. Noticing Jeongmu looked tired, Seolha offered to drive and asked him to pull over for a moment. However, Jeongmu reminded her that she had not driven in 3 years, causing her to become flustered. Seolha quickly insisted that she could still manage roads that were not too narrow or complicated. As they continued driving, Seolha noticed they were passing through Sunbaidong and quietly suggested visiting a nearby place. When Jeongmu questioned what she meant, Seolha explained that she was referring to the house where he had proposed to her. Jeongmu smiled and remarked that she probably would not get much rest there. Seolha pointed out that he had previously said the house still needed renovations. Jeongmu agreed, noting that it would be difficult to spend the night there comfortably. As he reached over and held her hand, Seolha felt her cheeks warm. She silently admitted that resting had not exactly been what she had in mind. It had been a long time since they had visited the house, and the thought of returning there made her excited. Upon arriving at the apartment, Seolha eventually drifted off to sleep and dreamed about spending time with Jeongmu. In the dream, they were enjoying each other's company when she vaguely heard Jeongmu asking whether she was dreaming about him. The following morning, Seolha slowly woke up and noticed Jeongmu adjusting his tie. Realizing she had apparently fallen asleep the previous night, she sat up as Jeongmu playfully asked what he had been doing in her dream. Embarrassed, Seolha hesitated before claiming they had merely been wrestling. Jeongmu smiled knowingly before kissing her cheek and informing her that breakfast was ready. He encouraged her to eat and spend some time with him before they left later in the day. Seolha was surprised and remarked that she had assumed they would leave immediately after breakfast. Jeongmu replied that they still had time and reminded her that they had missed part of their plans the previous night. When Seolha questioned why he was wearing a tie, Jeongmu casually replied that she seemed to enjoy untying it before leaning over to kiss her once again. Elsewhere, Gaeonu stood beneath the shower and found himself recalling old memories of Seolha. He admitted to himself that he was already too late and that there was no returning to the days they once shared. Nevertheless, he remained convinced that he would not give up so easily this time. Meanwhile, Jeongmu and Seolha arrived at the aquarium. Seolha was visibly excited, but quickly noticed the large crowd. She remarked that they should have left earlier in the morning. Jeongmu immediately pointed out that he had tried to leave earlier, but she had refused to let him go, causing Seolha to blush. Before she could respond, a shark suddenly appeared behind the glass, startling her and making her cry out in surprise. Jeongmu laughed and remarked that she certainly seemed popular with the marine life. Seolha asked him not to tease her, but Jeongmu replied that he was genuinely concerned he might end up with even more competition. After exploring the various exhibits, watching dolphins, and interacting with starfish displays, the couple eventually found a place to sit and rest. Seolha remarked that she had always wanted to visit an aquarium and thanked Jeongmu for bringing her there. Jeongmu replied that once they were married, they should buy annual passes. He mentioned that they could visit every day if she wanted. He went on to say that they could return when they had children someday, celebrate future anniversaries there, and create even more memories together. He added that wherever she wished to go in the future, he would gladly take her there without hesitation. Hearing his words, Seolha felt comforted by his warmth and leaned closer. She quietly suggested finding somewhere they could spend time alone together. Her words immediately caught Jeongmu off guard, causing him to blush. He remarked that she never seemed willing to give him a break and jokingly questioned whether they would even make it home at this rate. When Seolha asked why they would not, Jeongmu admitted that he was not sure he would be able to let her go. Later, the two checked into a hotel where they continued enjoying their time together and made the most of the rest of their day. After spending some intimate time together, Seolha questioned whether Jeongmu had been working out behind her back. She remarked that he never seemed to need a break. Jeongmu teasingly replied that they could continue right then if she doubted him, suggesting that she see for herself. His response immediately flustered Seolha. Jeongmu then remarked that this was exactly why she should not be so pretty. Seolha questioned whether he realized how relieved she felt whenever he said things like that, as it reassured her that she truly was his type. Jeongmu clasped her hand and replied that it was true, but added that he would have liked her even if she had not been his type. He explained that no matter what she looked like, she would always be beautiful in his eyes. Touched by his words, Seolha hugged him and admitted that she felt the same way. Jeongmu responded by kissing her forehead before gently kissing her again, and the two continued enjoying their time together. As Seolha attempted to caution him about overdoing things, Jeongmu paid little attention, remaining completely focused on her. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Kim Wo-wi, who was accompanying Kang-hee while she drank heavily. Kim Wo-wi remarked that she should probably head home. Kang-hee instead questioned whether Woo-hyun was still the same as before. Kim Wo-wi replied that she was, explaining that she remained trapped in the day of the accident as though time had stopped for her entirely. He bitterly commented that things might have been different if Woo-hyun had never met Taegun. Kang-hee sighed and remarked that Woo-hyun truly had poor taste in men. Kim Wo-wi responded that people could not control where their hearts led them. Kang-hee found herself reflecting on those words. She admitted that throughout her life she had always managed to obtain everything she wanted except for one person. She recalled how, the moment she first saw Jeongmu, she finally understood what it meant to genuinely desire something. Whether the rumors about him being Venus's illegitimate child were true or not, he had always carried himself with confidence and continuously proved his worth. The fact that he seemed completely unaffected by such rumors only made her admire him more, despite knowing he already belonged to someone else. Elsewhere, the scene shifted back to Jeongmu and Seolha, who were spending time together in the apartment. While getting ready in the bathroom, Seolha softly remarked that this would be the last time for the day. Jeongmu, however, pointed out that they had already used everything they had prepared earlier and informed that there was nothing left to use. As Seolha remarked that she thought he had bought some earlier, Jeongmu gently patted her hair and replied that he would simply have to make do for today. He then leaned over and kissed her. Seolha felt herself wanting to stay close to him and keep touching him, but after a moment, Jeongmu smiled and suggested that they stop there. Once they left the bathroom, Seolha found herself feeling slightly embarrassed. She realized that she had become so caught up in the moment that she had nearly forgotten to think things through properly. Jeongmu, however, mentioned that he was going to take a quick shower and told her to wait for a bit. He added that she could go to sleep first if she was tired. As Seolha watched him leave, she found herself wondering whether he had not already showered earlier. Meanwhile, Jeongmu stood beneath the running water and let out a quiet sigh. He admitted to himself that things could have easily gone differently earlier, but he had deliberately held himself back. Although he often joked around with Seolha, he wanted to make sure he never crossed a line or acted recklessly. Shaking his head, he reminded himself that he was not some impulsive animal who could not control himself. Even so, a small smile appeared on his face as he thought about Seolha and the time they had spent together while he did that thing in the bathroom. Elsewhere, Taegun sat in his office with a cigarette between his fingers while reviewing reports. Frustrated, he questioned what the marketing team was even doing. At this rate, he felt there was no way they would successfully establish the department store's reputation. Venus Department Store continued to rank among the top-performing subsidiaries within the Venus Group, and Taegun knew that if Taekang hoped to surpass it, they needed a decisive advantage. King Mall's department store had originally been intended to become that advantage and a direct challenge to Jeongmu. Unfortunately, attracting Venus's VIP customers had proven far more difficult than expected. As he reviewed the situation, another thought crossed his mind. He had recently heard that Jeongmu's mother was still in Korea. Taking a slow drag from his cigarette, Taegun smirked and wondered whether it was time to stir things up again. In his view, anyone playing a game like this should never allow themselves to develop a weakness. The following morning, Jeongmu and Seolha arrived at the office together and stood in front of the elevator. Leaning closer, Jeongmu quietly remarked that she must be very busy today because he could still see a faint mark on her neck. Seolha immediately became flustered and tried to cover it, insisting that she had done her best to hide it earlier that morning. Frustrated, she accused him of being a liar. Jeongmu only laughed and replied that it was her own fault for acting so quiet around him when she had been anything but quiet earlier that day. He teasingly added that she had refused to let him go, and for a moment he had genuinely thought they would end up late for work. Seolha's face turned even redder as she insisted that he had been the one who started everything. As Seolha stepped inside the elevator, Jeongmu informed her that he would see her later. Seolha initially questioned why he was not coming upstairs with her, but quickly remembered that he had an early meeting scheduled. Jeongmu assured her that he would be back soon and jokingly told her not to disappear before he returned. Seolha agreed, and the two exchanged a brief farewell before parting ways. As the elevator doors closed, Seolha found herself smiling. She realized she had not even needed to accompany him that far, yet he had still walked her all the way to the elevator as he always did. Some things about him truly never changed. Unfortunately, the pleasant mood from the morning did not last very long. The moment Seolha reached her desk, she found herself buried beneath an endless mountain of work. Reports needed reviewing, documents required approval, and numerous other tasks demanded her attention. Before she realized it, several hours had passed. Feeling exhausted, she stretched slightly and thought that Jeongmu should be returning from his meeting soon. Just then, she overheard several employees whispering nearby. One mentioned seeing Jeongmu outside with a woman. Another admitted she had been too far away to clearly see the woman's face, but insisted that she was incredibly beautiful. The unexpected conversation immediately caught Seolha's attention. For a brief moment, countless thoughts crossed her mind. However, she quickly tried to compose herself. She reasoned that it was probably nothing important. Perhaps Jeongmu had encountered another employee. Maybe it was someone connected to the meeting he had attended. It could even be a visitor asking for directions. Besides, she still needed to discuss several documents with him. Deciding there was no reason to overthink the situation, Seolha hyun from her seat and headed toward the entrance. Outside, Jeongmu appeared visibly unimpressed as he listened to Kang-hee speak. He remarked that if this was all she had wanted to tell him, then she had wasted both of their time. Kang-hee frowned and questioned how he could dismiss the matter so easily. She pointed out that the information she possessed could potentially ruin his life in an instant. She then directly questioned whether he was still seeing Seolha. At that moment, Seolha stepped outside and immediately recognized Kang-hee. She remembered seeing her before and knew she was associated with Taekang Group. Although Seolha understood they were most likely discussing business, an uncomfortable feeling settled in her chest. She had always believed that someone like Jeongmu was far beyond her league. Sometimes she found herself wondering whether she truly deserved him. Seeing him standing beside someone as polished and accomplished as Kang-hee only made those insecurities feel stronger. Deciding they probably needed privacy, Seolha quietly turned to leave. Before she could take more than a step, a hand suddenly caught hers. She found Jeongmu looking directly at her. He immediately questioned where she thought she was going before pulling her closer and wrapping an arm around her from behind. Jeongmu then asked her not to leave him behind again. As Seolha attempted to point out that he had been in the middle of a conversation, Jeongmu simply leaned closer and told her to ask him anything she wanted. He encouraged her to ask what he and Kang-hee had discussed and how long they had been talking. He assured her that he would tell her everything. All she had to do was ask the questions on her mind and allow herself to be jealous for once. As tears still lingered in Seolha's eyes, she suddenly noticed how heavily Jeongmu was breathing. It looked as though he had run all the way there. Seolha admitted that she had already been jealous the moment she heard he was outside with another woman. She explained that she had rushed out immediately because she had been worried, and for a moment she thought she would not be able to sleep that night because of it. Grabbing his hand, she asked him to wait for a second and jokingly remarked that she would probably remain jealous for the rest of the evening. Seeing her smile, Jeongmu finally relaxed, as Seolha suggested that they head back inside, but Jeongmu insisted that he simply did not want to let go of her hand yet. In response, Seolha suggested they continue holding hands until they reached the entrance. Watching the two together, Kang-hee silently noted that Jeongmu's choice had never changed. Only a few minutes earlier, Jeongmu had received a message from Seolha while speaking with Kang-hee. At the time, Kang-hee had reminded him about the article that had nearly been published before, the one regarding his relationship with his secretary. She pointed out that he knew exactly what her brother was capable of, and questioned whether he truly intended to continue seeing Seolha. Kang-hee added that she had also heard about Seolha's father, and warned that the situation could damage not only Jeongmu's reputation, but Venus's as well. However, Jeongmu merely smiled and replied that none of those things mattered to him as long as Seolha was not hurt. Kang-hee was left stunned by the response. She could not understand what was so special about Seolha that Jeongmu was willing to ignore everything else for her sake. The more she thought about it, the less she could comprehend his decision. Later that evening, Jeongmu and Seolha enjoyed dinner together. As they left the restaurant, Seolha happily remarked that she was completely full and that the place had been excellent. Jeongmu informed her that the night was not over yet because dessert was next. Seolha laughed and questioned how she was supposed to resist cake and cream puffs after already eating so much. Just then, a familiar voice called out to her. Turning around, Seolha was surprised to see Seri. Seri excitedly remarked that she could not believe they had run into each other after so long. After exchanging greetings, Seolha introduced Jeongmu as her boyfriend. Seri immediately commented that they looked wonderful together, before mentioning that Younga's wedding was taking place that weekend. Seolha affirmed that she had already marked it on her calendar. Seri then suggested that she bring Jeongmu along as well, and hurried off after promising to see her at the wedding. As they continued walking, Jeongmu quietly asked whether he should clear his schedule for the weekend, causing Seolha to stare at him in surprise. His hearing was far better than she expected. As a result, Seolha and Jeongmu ended up attending the wedding together. Upon arriving, Seolha admired the decorations and remarked that everything looked beautiful. Before long, several familiar faces recognized her. Two former classmates approached and greeted her enthusiastically, asking how she had been. Seolha happily introduced Jeongmu as her boyfriend, which immediately created an awkward atmosphere. The two men quickly realized they had missed their chance long ago. Jeongmu silently noted that they had probably harbored crushes on her during school. Deciding not to dwell on it, he gently took Seolha's hand and suggested they head inside. Soon the ceremony began and everyone applauded as the bride made her entrance. Watching from her seat, Seolha remarked that it felt as though only yesterday she had been attending school alongside Younga. Now her friend was getting married, and she found it hard to believe how quickly time had passed. She quietly wondered when her own turn would come. As if sensing her thoughts, Jeongmu picked a small blossom from her head. Looking at the happy couple receiving everyone's blessings, Seolha could not help imagining herself and Jeongmu standing there someday. After the ceremony ended, the reception hall became lively with conversation. Younga eventually gathered the unmarried guests together and jokingly remarked that nobody knew whose wedding would be next. With that, she tossed the bouquet into the crowd. To everyone's surprise, Jeongmu reached up and caught it. The surrounding guests immediately began whispering among themselves. Several people joked that Seolha would clearly be the next one getting married, and offered their congratulations in advance. Embarrassed but happy, Seolha simply smiled. Later, while riding home, she hugged the bouquet and admitted that she had never imagined Jeongmu would actually catch it. Jeongmu replied that they would need to start preparing for the wedding soon and teasingly reminded her of the superstition that someone who caught the bouquet should marry within 6 months. Seolha found herself thinking that Jeongmu could be completely different depending on the situation. Sometimes he reminded her of a shy golden retriever, while at other times he was as sharp and confident as a fox. As they continued driving, Seolha suddenly remembered their conversation from the previous night and became flustered again. She questioned why he liked her so much. Jeongmu calmly replied that if he started listing the reasons, there would be no end to them. Seolha laughingly remarked that she would listen to them another time. Jeongmu replied that she could ask whenever she wanted because he had not fallen in love with her only once or twice. He explained that there had been countless moments when he had found himself falling for her all over again. Until she told him to stop, he could spend the entire night talking about every single one of those moments. The conversation eventually shifted, and Jeongmu asked why Unseo had not attended the wedding. Seolha explained that the bride had been her middle school friend, while Unshim was someone she met later in high school. Reflecting on the past, Seolha admitted that after the incident involving her father, she had struggled to make many new friends during her high school years. A short while later, Seolha's phone suddenly buzzed. Looking at the screen, she informed Jeongmu that it was Jeonu. According to the message, Jeonu had found the bracelet she had lost during her visit to the school and wanted to return it. Jeongmu immediately remarked that Jeonu could have simply mailed it back. He questioned why there was any need to contact her directly, though he quickly decided there was no reason to give Jeonu their home address either. After a moment of thought, Jeongmu suggested that they meet him in person instead. The following day, Seolha and Jeongmu met with Jeonu. Seolha remarked that she had assumed he already had plans for the day. Jeonu replied that it was only a lunch meeting and that he had plenty of time. As he glanced toward Jeongmu, he commented that this arrangement was actually quite nice. Jeongmu calmly affirmed that he had been looking forward to meeting him properly at least once. 30 minutes earlier, Yeonmu had been waiting outside the restaurant when several nearby girls began whispering among themselves. They openly admired him, commenting that he looked betembetal and surprisingly handsome. Yeonmu merely smiled and ignored the attention. A short while later, Seolha arrived with Jeongmu by her side and cheerfully greeted him. Yeonmu nodded in return. Seolha thanked him for coming all the way there and remarked that they could have met somewhere in between instead. However, Jeongmu denied any inconvenience, explaining that he had the day off and happened to have business in the area anyway. Before the conversation could continue, Seolha's stomach suddenly growled, causing everyone to pause for a moment before heading inside the restaurant. Once seated, Seolha found herself feeling slightly awkward. She had expected the meeting to be uncomfortable, yet somehow it was going more smoothly than expected. Or at least that was what she thought, until she noticed both men looking at her. Jeongmu then remarked that she had been wearing the bracelet for a very long time. Seolha looked surprised and commented that he had an impressive memory considering it had been over 10 years. Jeongmu replied that she had worn it constantly back then as well, which was why he remembered it so clearly. Hearing this, Jeongmu quietly remarked that it was a shame he had never gotten to see that version of Seolha. He never got to see her in a school uniform, learn what snacks she liked, or watch how she spent her lunch breaks. He admitted that hearing stories about her past sometimes made him feel a little sad. However, he quickly added that they would be making countless memories together in the future, so he supposed he should not complain too much. Jeongmu nodded and remarked that it was actually nice to hear someone say something like that. Listening to Jeongmu, he realized the man genuinely meant every word. There was nothing forced about it. In fact, Jeongmu seemed far more sentimental than Jeonwoo had initially expected. More importantly, it was obvious how much he cared about Seolha. Looking at the two of them together, Jeonwoo felt as though Jeongmu would never willingly leave her side. After a brief pause, Jeonwoo casually remarked that the two of them were probably dating in secret. The comment immediately caught Seolha off guard. She nearly choked on her water and hurriedly set down her glass before questioning how he had figured it out. Jeonwoo simply replied that workplace relationships often ended up that way. He remarked that dating must not be easy when nobody knew about it. Jeongmu calmly responded that at least one person already knew, including the fact that they were planning to get married. Seolha immediately questioned who that person was. Elsewhere in the office, a certain rookie employee silently suffered as he recalled being entrusted with that exact secret. Internally, he wished the couple would simply announce it themselves because keeping quiet was becoming increasingly difficult. Back at the restaurant, the conversation gradually shifted to lighter topics, and before long, lunch came to an end. As they prepared to leave, Jeonwoo thanked them for the meal. Jeongmu replied that it was only fair since Jeonwoo had gone out of his way to return the bracelet. Jeonwoo then turned to Seolha and told her to get home safely, adding that he would see her next time. Seolha readily agreed and suggested that they invite Unseom along the next time they met. Jeonwoo smiled at the suggestion, instantly realizing that Seolha had no intention of meeting him alone. Even so, he simply affirmed that he would stay in touch before saying his goodbyes and leaving. As Gaeon walked away, his thoughts drifted back to something Jeongmu had said earlier. Jeongmu had remarked that it was a shame he had missed out on so many of Seolha's memories. Ironically, Gaeon-woo felt that he was the one who truly understood the meaning of regret. His mind wandered back to years earlier. On that particular day, he had run as fast as he could, believing that if he had only arrived sooner, perhaps things would have turned out differently. Maybe he could have caught up to Seolha. Maybe their story would have taken another path. Despite the years that had passed, the thoughts still lingered in the back of his mind. He had never completely moved on from her, and the fact remained that his feelings for her had once been very real. Later, back at the office, Seolha found herself thinking about the lunch meeting. They had only spent a short time with Jeonwoo, yet she could not help wondering what Jeongmu was thinking. She had already explained that Jeonwoo was simply a senior from her school days, but she worried that Jeongmu might have misunderstood something. As if reading her thoughts, Jeongmu suddenly asked whether it had been obvious enough that he was extremely jealous. Seolha smiled and replied that merely calling it a shame had not been enough. Jeongmu admitted that he truly was jealous. He had never met the younger version of Seolha and never would. He never got the chance to be part of those memories, and he hated knowing that someone else had shared those moments with her before he could. He confessed that he wished he had found her much sooner. Hearing his honest admission, Seolha smiled warmly. She reached for his hand and gently kissed him before remarking that they had just created another memory together. She reminded him that they would continue creating countless memories from now on, and questioned whether he really believed he would be able to remember every single one. Jeongmu smiled as he pulled her closer, and replied that she made it impossible for him not to love her. He gently kissed her forehead and remarked that there was another memory already. Before long, he added another, and then another. As the elevator doors opened, Jeongmu quietly stated that he intended to remember every single memory they made together. Then, with a playful smile, he suggested that after work they should go and create yet another memory. Later that evening, Jeongmu took Seolha to a restaurant he had recently discovered. As they settled into their seats, Jeongmu remarked that he had noticed the place while returning from a meeting and had wanted to try it with her. Seolha looked around and commented that everything looked delicious. She then remarked that these were precisely the kinds of memories they should be making together. Hearing her own words, Seolha found herself having thoughts. She quickly affirmed that these were indeed the kinds of memories they should be making, while inwardly questioning why her mind had wandered to something else in the first place. Deciding to keep those thoughts to herself, she focused on the meal instead. A short while later, Jeongmu picked up a spoon and held it out toward her, remarking that he had always wanted to try something like this dish. The simple gesture immediately caused Seolha's heart to race, though she accepted the food anyway. After taking a bite, she remarked that he really had never done anything like this before. Jeongmu smiled and questioned whether it sounded like he was lying. Seolha teasingly affirmed that it did. Jeongmu shook his head and remarked that she was being unfair. He explained that it truly was his first time bringing his girlfriend to a place like this, and doing something so ordinary together. Since Seolha clearly did not believe him, he jokingly added that there was nothing more he could do. From behind the counter, the restaurant owner quietly watched the pair and found herself smiling. Looking at the couple, she could only think that youth and love really were a pleasant sight. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Unshim was spending some quality time with Taegun. As they relaxed together, Unshim questioned whether he intended to stay the night. Taegun denied it and explained that he still had something he needed to take care of. Before leaving, he handed her a small gift and instructed her to open it later. Unshim questioned what it was about, causing Taegun to explain that they had not been able to spend Christmas together. Unshim immediately remarked that she did not remember him ever caring about things like that. Before he could respond, Unshim's phone buzzed. Looking down, Taegun noticed a message from Seolha asking whether she wanted to get some tteokbokki and come over. Taegun casually handed Unshim her phone and remarked that her friend had messaged her. He then questioned whether Seolha was a childhood friend. Unshim replied that they had actually met during high school. Thinking back on it, she quietly admitted to herself that meeting Seolha had changed her life in many ways. Before then, she had always been dissatisfied with everything around her. No matter what happened, she found reasons to complain. Looking at the message, Unshim realized how grateful she was to have someone like Seolha in her life. Since it was getting late, she decided she would invite Seolha to eat together the following day instead. Back at home, Seolha stepped out of the shower feeling refreshed. Wrapping a towel around herself, she wondered whether Jeongmu was still driving home after working so late. The thought made her smile. No matter how busy he became, he always seemed to find time for her. Sometimes she felt as though her heart could barely keep up with how thoughtful he was. Just then, her phone buzzed. Assuming it was either Unsiam replying or Jeongmu letting her know he had arrived home safely, she quickly reached for it. However, after checking the screen, she realized the message was from someone else entirely. The unexpected contact left her quietly staring at the phone for a moment. The following day at Venus, the office was as busy as ever. Employees moved back and forth while requests continued piling up. One employee approached Seolha and asked whether he could receive the documents he had requested a little later. Seolha immediately affirmed that she would prepare them right away. Unfortunately, as soon as she finished one task, several more appeared. Reports, documents, and various assignments continued to accumulate on her desk. As the day dragged on, Seolha found it increasingly difficult to concentrate. She quietly suspected that her lack of sleep the previous night was finally catching up to her. Suddenly, a cool wind gently touched her cheek. Looking up, Seolha found Jeongmu standing beside her. He remarked that she should take a break because she looked exhausted. Jeongmu pointed out that she still had plenty of unused vacation days and suggested using some of them. Better yet, she could spend those days with him. If the workload was becoming too much, they could always hire additional employees. He then added that if there was anything he could help with, she only needed to tell him. Everyone else eventually rested after work, and she deserved to do the same. Hearing his concerns, Seolha felt deeply touched. She quietly admitted that he was right. In fact, she felt it was completely unfair. She had barely managed to focus all day because of how kind he was being. As a result, she confessed that she wanted him to spoil her a little. Realizing how that sounded, she quickly clarified that she did not mean right that second. She still had work to finish and only needed to print one last document. After that, he could have her full attention. Jeongmu simply smiled in response. Later, the two sat together on a bench in a nearby garden. The evening air was calm, and for the first time all day, Seolha finally felt relaxed. Jeongmu remarked that she must be tired and suggested heading home. However, Seolha moved a little closer and replied that she could not possibly feel tired while spending time with him. She admitted that she would not mind staying like that for a while longer. After a brief pause, she suddenly remembered something. Sitting upright, she recalled that Jeongmu had mentioned her unused vacation days earlier. Since there were still so many places she wanted to visit, she suggested taking the following day off and going on a date together. Jeongmu immediately affirmed that idea. He reminded her that he had already promised to take her anywhere she wanted to go. Seolha smiled and suggested that they both take the day off. Looking back years later, Jeongmu would remember that moment clearly. At the time, he never noticed the faint sadness hidden behind Seolha's smile. Sometimes he wondered whether things might have turned out differently if he had recognized it. More than anything, he questioned whether their lives would have changed if he had known that trip would become one of the last memories they shared together. Seolha reflected that nothing was more important than spending time with the person she loved. She felt that this was especially true when it came to Jeongmu. When Jeongmu asked where she wanted to go, Seolha replied that it was a secret and somewhere she was certain he had never been before. Jeongmu admitted that he was curious, though he quickly added that the destination did not matter much to him. As long as he was with her, he was satisfied. Holding hands, the two continued their journey toward their vacation destination. After stepping off the bus, Seolha remarked that the weather was perfect and noted that the evening should be ideal for stargazing. She also mentioned that they would finally get to visit the place shown in the old photograph. Jeongmu questioned whether it was really the same location, and Seolha affirmed it. She explained that she had briefly lived there with her grandmother when she was little and had always wondered how much it had changed over the years. Since Jeongmu did not have his car with him, he remarked that he would have to rely on her guidance. Seolha confidently told him to leave everything to her and suggested that they drop off their bags first. Once they arrived at their lodging, Jeongmu looked around and remarked that the place was quite nice. Seolha agreed, pointing out that it received plenty of sunlight and had a warm atmosphere. Jeongmu casually remarked that if she liked it so much, perhaps they should build a house there someday. Seolha chuckled and replied that one house was already more than enough. However, Jeongmu responded that even if one house was enough, he still wanted to give her more. As he wrapped an arm around her, Seolha quickly called out to him and reminded him that today was supposed to be about making wonderful memories. She firmly told him not to think about work or anything else. They were simply going to enjoy themselves for the entire day. Jeongmu smiled and replied that he was looking forward to it. Seolha suddenly remembered that Jeongmu had already finished all of his work ahead of time before leaving. Just then, a few neighbors noticed the couple and jokingly remarked that the young pair should keep the noise down at night because everything could be heard outside. Their unexpected comment immediately made both Seolha and Jeongmu blush. Feeling slightly embarrassed, they quickly headed inside. Later, after spending a pleasant afternoon together, they eventually arrived at the location where the old photograph had been taken. While admiring the scenery, Seolha glanced behind her and noticed Jeongmu carefully studying the picture. Curious, she questioned when he had brought it along. Jeongmu replied that she had told him to bring anything he needed for the trip, and out of everything he could have chosen, this was what he needed most. Seolha questioned what he would have done if he had lost it. Jeongmu calmly replied that he would never lose it, and even if he somehow did, he would make sure to get it back no matter what. That evening, the two sat together beneath the open sky. Looking up at the stars, Jeongmu admitted that Seolha had been right. The night truly was perfect for stargazing, and the cool air made the experience even better. After a moment, however, Jeongmu unexpectedly brought up Youngshik and remarked that the man had clearly liked her a great deal. There was an unmistakable trace of jealousy in his voice. Seolha immediately questioned why he was suddenly talking about that. She pointed out that the stationery store owner had merely made a passing remark. Jeongmu replied that people never forgot the face of their first love, causing Seolha to flinch slightly. She quickly reminded him that he had once told her she was his first love. Jeongmu's expression immediately became playful, making Seolha grumble that he was obviously lying and that she should have known better. Laughing, Jeongmu clarified that of course he remembered his first love's face because she was sitting right in front of him. Although Seolha remained unconvinced, Jeongmu simply remarked that she did not need to change a single thing about herself. Seolha then commented that he had become quite the smooth talker lately and teasingly addressed him as Mr. Cha. Jeongmu immediately replied that hearing her call him that felt strangely awkward. Curious, Seolha questioned what he would prefer instead. Jeongmu rejected the idea of her calling him by his usual name as well and quietly whispered something into her ear. His suggestion instantly caused her cheeks to turn red. Despite her embarrassment, Seolha firmly stated that she would continue calling him Jeongmu instead. As they were having a good time by kissing, Seolha noticed that they were not the only guests staying there. At the same time, she found herself recalling what Jeongmu had whispered earlier. Much to her embarrassment, his preferred form of address had simply been for her to call him husband. As the cold evening continued, Seolha recalled that Jeongmu had wanted to hear something from her earlier. Gathering her courage, she attempted to whisper it to him. However, before she could finish, they overheard people outside discussing the noise from the previous night and questioning whether the couple was inside. Embarrassed, Seolha immediately remarked that the neighbors would hear everything. Jeongmu, however, only found the situation amusing. As he gently stroked her hair, he remarked that she must be tired and assured her that he would stop teasing her so she could get a good night's sleep. Pulling a blanket over her, he explained that he was going to step out for a while to cool off and suggested that she rest. Seolha watched him in confusion. She could not help wondering whether things were really going to end like that. Part of her even questioned whether it was because she had continued calling him Jeongmu. Before he could leave, she stopped him and questioned where he was going. Hesitating for a moment, she finally called out to him differently. The moment she addressed him as husband, Jeongmu immediately turned around and pulled her back toward him, claiming that he had not heard her clearly. Flustered but determined, Seolha repeated herself and quietly suggested that they continue spending time together. Hearing her words, Jeongmu admitted that he had been holding himself back all day. He jokingly remarked that after being so patient, he deserved some praise. Seolha could only smile and comment that he could be surprisingly cute at times. Her response seemed to please him even more as the two continued enjoying the remainder of their evening together. Later, their thoughts drifted back to a conversation they had shared with the stationery store owner earlier. The owner had remarked that the two of them suited each other remarkably well. She had also mentioned an old saying that claimed couples were enemies in their past lives, though she doubted it applied to them. Remembering those words, Seolha questioned whether Jeongmu believed they had been enemies in a previous life. Jeongmu replied that even if they had been, he was certain he still would have fallen for her. He even admitted that sometimes he wished he had met her much earlier in life. As Seolha quietly considered the idea, she found herself wondering what the two of them might have been like in another lifetime. The following morning, Seolha slowly woke up and found herself recalling the events of the previous night. She realized she must have fallen asleep from exhaustion. As she shifted slightly, Jeongmu remarked that moving around like that was making things difficult for him. Seolha groaned and pointed out that he had behaved the same way the night before. Jeongmu simply pulled her closer and replied that it was because it was her. Noticing how cold the floor was, he suggested they stay where they were a little longer. Seolha remarked that this explained why he had kept trying to lie down on the floor the previous night. She then accused him of using the cold floor as an excuse. After a brief pause, she quietly requested something from him, insisting it would only be this once. Jeongmu smiled and readily agreed. Elsewhere, Yoonshim found herself alone. As she stood quietly, someone approached and handed her medicine, reminding her to take it after her meal. Yoonshim affirmed that she would take it properly. Looking around, she noticed a couple walking together and casually discussing where they should go next. The sight caused her to glance down at her phone. Earlier, she had sent Taegun a message, asking whether he was free the following day. Unfortunately, there had still been no response. Letting out a sigh, she wondered what he was doing, and why she could never seem to reach him when she wanted to. A few days later, Seolha met Eunshim at a restaurant. As they sat down to eat, Seolha remarked that the weekend had already ended and that it felt like such a waste. Eunshim replied that as long as they had enjoyed themselves, that was what truly mattered. Looking down at the food, she questioned whether the portion seemed unusually small. Seolha laughed and explained that during the vacation, Jeongmu had made an enormous amount of potatoes, and she had eaten all of them. Since she had eaten so much the day before, she still felt completely full. Although the weekend had passed far too quickly, Seolha admitted that spending time with Jeongmu had made her genuinely happy. Part of her wished those peaceful days could continue forever. Meanwhile, Jeongmu was leaving the office when he overheard a child calling out to his father, saying that he wanted something to eat. Looking over, he recognized one of the rookie employees. The employee respectfully greeted him, and Jeongmu responded with a nod. He then remarked that it looked as though Mr. Oh was having lunch with his son. Mr. Oh affirmed it and explained that his wife was expecting their second child soon, so he had been handling kindergarten drop-offs and pickups lately. Hearing this, Jeongmu remarked that it would be their second child. Mr. Oh questioned why he seemed interested. With a faint smile, Jeongmu explained that his girlfriend had recently mentioned having a conception dream. Mr. Oh laughed and commented that it sounded like a good sign. As the elevator doors opened, he mentioned that he should get going. Before he left, Jeongmu insisted on buying the child a snack, but Mr. Oh thanked him and promised to see him later. As they walked away, the little boy quietly remarked that the uncle they had just met was really handsome. Not long afterward, Seolha came running toward Jeongmu and called out to him. Jeongmu looked surprised and questioned whether she had enjoyed her lunch. Seolha replied that she had been worried he might not have eaten properly, so she had brought him some snacks. However, as she looked at him more carefully, she noticed he seemed unusually cheerful. Curious, she questioned whether something good had happened. Jeongmu stared at her for a moment before asking whether she would listen if he told her what he was thinking. Seolha replied that she would hear him out first. Jeongmu insisted that she promised to listen seriously. Growing even more curious, Seolha encouraged him to go ahead and tell her. Jeongmu then admitted that he had met the assistant manager earlier and found himself feeling unexpectedly envious. Leaning closer, he quietly confessed that he wanted to get married soon as well. He suggested that the two of them start looking at wedding halls together. Addressing her as Secretary Min, he smiled as though he had already made up his mind. Seolha's face immediately turned red at Jeongmu's words. Noticing her reaction, Jeongmu questioned what she was trying to do. Seolha quickly replied that it was nothing and insisted that he was misunderstanding the situation. However, Jeongmu admitted that she was suddenly making him nervous. Seolha brushed aside his concerns, but inwardly she reflected on how consistent he had always been. From the moment they started dating, his warmth had never once faded. He never ignored it whenever she skipped a meal, remembered even the smallest details about her, and was the person who taught her what it truly felt like to be cherished and loved. Trying to change the subject, Seolha remarked that she was fine for today. Jeongmu then asked whether they should visit some wedding halls after dinner. Seolha hesitated before replying that she already had plans. Curious, Jeongmu questioned what she meant. Seolha explained that she still had some work to finish and probably would not be able to leave on time. She suggested that they go another day instead and asked whether they should head upstairs. Although Jeongmu nodded, he could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. It seemed as though there was something Seolha wanted to tell him but could not bring herself to say. Later, during a meeting, Seolha thought back to her answer. For now, she had simply said next time. However, the call she had received earlier had not been from Eun-sim or Jeongmu. After checking her phone, she had discovered a message from Jeongmu's mother asking to meet her. At the time, Seolha had no way of knowing what that message would eventually lead to. She could not have known that her relationship with Jeongmu would soon become someone else's sorrow, someone else's misfortune, and someone else's pain. Jeongmu had once promised that no matter what happened, his feelings would never change. He had vowed to remain by her side and make everything as though it had never happened. Suddenly, whispers began spreading throughout the office. Employees quietly exchanged glances while speaking about Secretary Min and the CEO. They remarked on how close the two seemed to be. Confused, Siwa questioned why people were staring at her and gossiping. Then a particular comment sent a chill down her spine. Someone remarked that they felt sorry for the CEO's fiancé. Startled, Siwa immediately looked toward the source of the discussion. There, she discovered a news article circulating online. The article claimed that Venus department store CEO Cha Jeongmu had been revealed as an illegitimate child and that despite having a fiancé, he continued meeting privately with his secretary. Seolha felt her heart sink. She could not understand who would publish something like that or what their motive could possibly be as she ran towards the elevator. As she stood frozen in place, the elevator doors opened. Standing directly in front of her was Kang-hee. Meanwhile, Jeongmu repeatedly attempted to contact Seolha. No matter how many times he called, there was no response. He questioned why she was not answering at a time like this. Looking around at the employees still whispering among themselves, he realized that Seolha had likely already seen the article. Rushing outside, he searched for her. The moment their eyes met, Seolha seemed relieved for an instant. However, before either of them could speak, her vision blurred and her legs gave way beneath her. She collapsed without warning. Jeongmu barely managed to catch her before she hit the ground as he desperately called out her name. In her unconscious state, Seolha found herself recalling Kang-hee's words. Kang-hee had insisted that because of her, Jeongmu was about to lose everything. She had pleaded with Seolha to spare him. According to Kang-hee, Jeongmu had even declared that he would willingly give up everything for her, and Kang-hee could not allow that to happen. Since Jeongmu refused to let her go, Kang-hee believed Seolha had to make the decision herself. The memories swirled endlessly through Seolha's mind. She felt as though she were sinking deeper and deeper into dark water. Breathing became impossible, and she felt as though everything around her was beginning to collapse. Then, through the darkness, she heard a familiar voice repeatedly calling her name. Seolha suddenly opened her eyes. A concerned voice immediately questioned whether she was conscious. Sitting beside her, Jeongmu tightly held her hand and thanked the heavens in relief. Seeing him there, Seolha quietly stated that she wanted to take a walk. After they stepped outside, she remarked that the fresh air made it easier to breathe. Jeongmu questioned whether she should be resting instead, pointing out that she had forced herself to come outside despite her condition. Seolha replied that because of her, he had rushed away from work and had not even eaten dinner. Deep down, she knew she could not delay it any longer. She needed to say what had been weighing on her heart. Gathering her courage, she called out to Jeongmu. Before she could continue, Jeongmu interrupted her. He told her not to say it. Grabbing her hand tightly, he questioned whether they could avoid breaking up. His voice trembled as he admitted that he did not think he could endure it this time. For the first time, tears began forming in his eyes as he looked at her. Seolha told Jeongmu that deep down he already knew why they should not be together. Hearing this, Jeongmu questioned whether his mother had contacted her or if her decision was because of the article that had been published that day. Seolha replied that it was because of all of it. Tears gathered in her eyes as she admitted that she was terrified he would be ruined because of her. Jeongmu immediately questioned why any of that would be her fault. Unable to hold back her emotions, Seolha embraced him and quietly confessed that the days she had spent with him had been some of the happiest moments of her life. Whenever she was exhausted or struggling, she had endured because he was there beside her. She remarked that he had given her more love than she felt she deserved, and countless memories she could never fully express in words. Through her tears, she thanked him for everything he had done for her. As Jeongmu listened, he could not help wondering why he had failed to notice the sadness hidden behind her smile earlier. If he had realized sooner what she had been carrying in her heart, perhaps things could have been different. He recalled their final trip together and questioned whether everything might have changed if he had understood her feelings back then. The pain and sadness weighed heavily on him. In the end, he reluctantly agreed to respect her wishes. Tears slipped down his face as he realized how much it hurt to be unable to share those feelings with her anymore. Elsewhere, Taegun looked pleased with himself as he remarked that the news would hit Venus department store hard now that it had become public. He explained that he had even added a story involving a rival construction company CEO who had caused a commotion. Smirking, he questioned whether it was not amusing. Kang-hee, however, remarked that this was not what she had wanted. Taegun questioned whether she was suddenly feeling guilty after meeting Seolha. King Hee replied that she had only wanted the two of them to separate and never intended for Venus to suffer such severe damage. Taegun responded that Jeongmu must truly care about Seolha. Originally, he had planned to spread rumors regarding Seolha's father, but he had never expected Jeongmu to step forward and sacrifice everything he had built in order to protect her. As far as Taegun was concerned, as long as Jeongmu fell apart, the method did not matter. He remarked that he had even shown him a little consideration. Shortly afterward, Kang Hee Hyunyoung from her seat and announced that she was leaving. Taegun casually suggested that she should try securing a real engagement soon. Before he could respond, a message arrived on his phone, as it was from Yoonshim. The next day, Seolha stood alone with a cup of coffee. She reflected on how she had only come out because she could not sleep. Thoughts of Jeongmu had filled her mind all night, leaving her heart feeling unbearably heavy. She reminded herself that she would be meeting someone over the weekend to learn more details about the accident. While she sat quietly, conversations continued throughout the office. Several employees remarked that they never expected CEO Jeongmu to be that kind of person. Others approached Seolha and questioned whether she was all right. They explained that they had heard the CEO had been contacting her privately despite supposedly being engaged and assumed the situation must have been uncomfortable for her. Shocked, Seolha immediately replied that there had to be some misunderstanding. Before the discussion could continue, Mr. Oh suddenly stepped forward. He firmly stated that Secretary Seolha had nothing to do with the rumors and urged everyone to stop making assumptions. Claiming that he had something important to discuss with her, he successfully dispersed the crowd. Once they were alone, he revealed that CEO Jeongmu had asked him for a favor. Jeongmu had been worried that Seolha would become the target of criticism and had specifically instructed him to stop any harmful rumors about her from spreading throughout the company. Later, Jeongmu and Seolha attended a meeting with representatives from the construction union. The elder representative thanked them for taking the time to visit personally. Jeongmu responded by asking whether the workers were staying healthy and whether there had been any issues at the site. The elder assured him that thanks to Jeongmu's efforts, there had not been any major problems. He also expressed gratitude for Jeongmu's habit of treating the employees to meals whenever he visited. Jeongmu remarked that the weather had become quite cold and hoped nobody was pushing themselves too hard. The elder promised that construction would continue on schedule and explained that he needed to briefly visit another section of the site. As he prepared to leave, Jeongmu asked him not to rush and suggested looking around carefully before heading home. The elder thanked him once more and advised him to head home soon as well. After the elder departed, Jeongmu turned towards Seolha and remarked that they should leave too. He offered to drive her home. Seolha hesitated before questioning why he continued doing things like that. She pointed out that he had gone out of his way to stop rumors about her while his own reputation continued taking the damage. She questioned why he insisted on carrying everything alone. Jeongmu replied that it was true he had placed Secretary Seolha in an uncomfortable position. Seolha shook her head and explained that she did not want the tower he had spent years building to collapse because of her. He had worked tirelessly and passionately to reach where he was today, and she could not bear to see all of it disappear overnight. Gathering her resolve, Seolha stated that from now on she would handle her own problems. Situations like today's meeting could be attended alone, and after work she could go home by herself. She asked him to treat her no differently than any other employee. Lowering her head, she bowed before him. Jeongmu looked at her quietly before asking whether she could not hold on for just a little longer. He admitted that he was still not used to the idea of breaking up. Leaning forward, he softly asked her for one small favor. He asked if she could not continue choosing him for a little while more. Jeongmu remarked that if not, it would be dark soon, so he would just take her home for today. If even that was not acceptable, he asked her to at least allow him to take her to the front of her house, saying that alone would be enough. Back at her apartment, Seolha reflected that she knew well enough what kind of feelings Jeongmu had. Just as she wanted to hear his voice right now but could not, he must have been suffering as well. She resolved to meet her father that weekend and was reminded to ask him once again about the memories from that day. The next day at the office, Unsim received a message from Seolha stating that she would arrive soon. Unsim wondered how much Seolha was struggling again and thought she should at least make sure she was eating properly. While Taegun informed Unsim that he was on his way, Seolha realized she was running later than expected and hurried along, thinking Unsim must already be waiting. On the way, Seolha unexpectedly ran into Taegun, who questioned whether she knew him. Taegun replied that she was Unshim's friend and remarked that he assumed Unshim had not told her they were seeing each other. Moments later, Unshim called out to Seolha from behind, and Taegun noted that they had simply happened to run into one another. After they took their seats, Unshim apologized, explaining that Taegun had shown up unexpectedly. Seolha responded that it was fine and remarked that she would have been okay eating alone anyway. Taegun mentioned that he had wanted to meet her eventually, having heard she was Unshim's closest friend. Unshim affirmed this, jokingly stating that she had expected the relationship to end quickly and had not thought it would last this long. Taegun commented that he was beginning to feel hurt, then properly introduced himself. Seolha greeted him in return and asked him to take good care of Unshim. Elsewhere, Jeongmu found himself wondering whether Seolha was eating lunch properly. Since Unshim was with her, he assumed it was probably fine. He reflected that he had always feared she might let go of his hand someday. Something had felt different that day, especially her smile. Even so, he had not wanted to lose her, yet somehow he had done exactly that. Even after several days, thoughts of her continued to weigh on his heart, leaving him regretting that he had not treated her better. Later, after a meeting ended and the employees filed out, only Seolha and Jeongmu remained in the meeting room. As Seolha Henyoung to leave, Jeongmu mentioned that he had wondered whether she had gotten home safely the previous day. Seolha affirmed, thanking him and explaining that she had arrived home quickly. Jeongmu remarked that he had thought about their time at the wedding hall all night, and noted the saying that anyone who received a bouquet there but failed to marry within 6 months would remain single forever. Without Secretary Seolha, he commented that he might become a bachelor forever. Seolha attempted to dismiss it as nothing more than a made-up superstition. As Jeongmu reached toward her face, Seolha instinctively closed her eyes, only for him to casually remark that he still had a little work left to finish, catching her off guard. He then stated that he had merely been upset and wanted to say at least that much. Since he could not take her home that day, he hoped she would get home safely and avoid catching a cold before leaving. After work, Seolha noted to herself that it happened once again. She found herself wavering whenever she saw him. The rumors surrounding Jeongmu had finally begun to settle, and things were gradually improving. Looking up, she suddenly noticed an unfamiliar girl standing beside him, clinging to his arm. Seolha remarked to herself that she had never seen the girl before, and recalled Jeongmu saying he would probably remain single forever. Seolha stepped outside and noticed Jeongmu smiling alongside another woman. She wondered whether it was really possible to move on and meet someone new so quickly. Perhaps it was, but she still liked him far too much. Tightening her grip on her bag, she turned away and decided to head home. Looking any longer would only hurt her more, so she tried convincing herself not to look back. Meanwhile, the woman remarked that she had brought gifts back from France for their cousin, and since he could not handle alcohol well, she had bought books instead. Noticing Jeongmu staring elsewhere, she questioned whether something was behind them. Jeongmu casually replied that it was his ex-girlfriend. Surprised, the woman questioned him further, but Jeongmu withdrew his hand and suggested they hurry to the office. The woman groaned in annoyance, wondering whether he was using her to make someone jealous. It certainly explained why he had been unusually agreeable all day. Later, while sharing drinks she had brought as a gift, the woman questioned what had really happened with the article and who could have caused such trouble. Jeongmu explained that Taegun was responsible, and remarked that he was probably the person who wanted Venus ruined the most. The woman commented that despite his handsome face, he was nothing more than a thug. Lowering her voice, she then asked about the secretary Jeongmu had been seeing. Jeongmu replied that the rumors were half true and half false. Confused, the woman asked what he meant, only for Jeongmu to bluntly state that he had been dumped. The unexpected answer made her spit out her drink before bursting into laughter. She remarked that it explained why he had looked so miserable, and why he had suddenly brought up his ex-girlfriend earlier. She observed that they must have cared deeply for each other. Jeongmu responded that it was more than that, and admitted that even now he still wanted to hold her the moment he saw her. The woman quietly reflected that she had rarely seen him this honest. Ever since Haeun's accident, she had believed he lived only in the shadows. Smiling, she concluded that he had finally found someone precious, and declared that this Unsi would help him, provided he followed her advice. The following day, Seolha focused on her work while wondering why Jeongmu was taking longer than expected. She also found herself questioning the relationship between him and the woman, especially after seeing them together again. As the woman came out of the cabin, she glanced towards Seolha and offered a friendly smile, leaving Seolha uncertain how to react. Later, as Seolha entered Jeongmu's office to deliver the meeting materials she had organized, as she spoke, she noticed a lingering scent of perfume throughout the room. Jeongmu questioned whether something was wrong, but Seolha denied it and remarked that she would be heading home soon. Jeongmu then asked her to make a restaurant reservation for the following evening, and she readily agreed. As she left, she could not stop herself from wondering whether he intended to meet that woman there, though she repeatedly reminded herself it was no longer her concern, while Jeongmu silently watched her as she walked away. Back at her apartment, Seolha recalled Jeongmu mentioning that he was not accustomed to breakups. Looking through their old messages, she remembered how he would usually contact her around that time of night, talking about preparing side dishes for the next morning, hugging her, or calling whenever she was sick. The memories brought tears to her eyes. She attempted to send him a message asking whether he had gotten home safely and whether he was still working, but deleted it. Instead, she found herself typing that she missed him very much. Throughout the night, she repeatedly wrote and erased her thoughts until morning arrived without her even remembering when she had fallen asleep. When her alarm rang at 7:30 a.m., her phone suddenly buzzed. Startled, she discovered a missed call from Jeongmu, and immediately assumed she must have accidentally sent him a message calling him an idiot. Convinced it almost felt like a dream, she spent the entire day thinking about it. Later, while heading to a meeting with Jeongmu, she decided she should pretend nothing had happened. During the drive, Jeongmu observed that she looked as though she had not slept well. He then asked whether she had sent a message by mistake, and she reluctantly affirmed. To her shock, Jeongmu suddenly asked whether he could kiss her. Stunned by the unexpected question, Seolha demanded to know where such a request had come from. Jeongmu casually replied that he had heard it was an effective way to make her give in and simply asked once more whether he could do it. Jeongmu quietly asks Seolha if he can. She instinctively agrees before immediately realizing what she has just said. Her eyes widen in surprise as she questions where that sudden request came from. A faint smile appears on Jeongmu's face as he casually explains that he has been learning a few things lately. He remarks that next time he should ask people to teach him something even more useful, like how to ask someone out on a proper date, or how to invite someone to spend time with him. His unexpected honesty catches Seolha off guard. She quickly averts her gaze, her cheeks growing warm, and insists that tricks like that will never work on her. Jeongmu simply smiles and asks why not. He teasingly adds that people never know what the future holds. If they spend more time together, perhaps she might even discover a completely different side of him. Seolha slowly turns back toward him, only to realize he is standing just a breath away. Before she can react, Jeongmu gently closes the distance between them and places a soft kiss on her lips. For a brief moment, Seolha recalls the memory they shared inside the car. Back then, she knows she would have instinctively leaned closer to him without hesitation. Now, however, everything feels different. Even while standing so close, Jeongmu is carefully keeping his distance and respecting the boundaries she has set. The realization quietly settles in her heart. After a moment of silence, Jeongmu gently asks whether she had really been curious about the woman she saw with him. Seolha quietly affirms. Deep inside, she wonders how she could possibly not have been curious. Seeing him with another woman had left her restless enough to lose sleep the entire night. Watching the concern written across her face, Jeongmu suddenly looks a little nervous himself. He hurriedly explains that the woman is actually his cousin. Seeing Seolha's expression change, he admits he feels compelled to tell her the truth immediately because he cannot even bring himself to tease her anymore. He is afraid he would only end up hurting himself in the process. Looking at her sincerely, Jeongmu quietly asks her not to hate him. A gentle smile appears on Seolha's face as she softly tells him she does not hate him. Deep inside, she wonders how she could ever hate someone who is standing before her with such honesty and warmth. Later that evening, Seolha returns to her apartment. Standing near the door, she begins thinking once again. She tells herself she only needs one clue, just one piece of evidence, proving her father was never the real person responsible for the accident. If she can find it, then perhaps she will finally be able to stand proudly beside Jeongmu without carrying the weight of guilt. No matter how exhausted she feels, she refuses to stop searching. She believes there must still be something everyone has overlooked. Elsewhere, Jeongmu sits alone with several bottles of alcohol scattered across the table. His face is already flushed from drinking far more than he can handle. The door suddenly opens, and Moo-young walks inside. Letting out a sigh, he questions why Jeongmu is drinking again despite knowing he cannot hold his liquor. Shaking his head, Moo-young remarks that he cannot simply stay away whenever Jeongmu ends up like this. He quietly pours another drink before reminding him to drink in moderation. Jeongmu barely reacts. Instead, he quietly mutters about Hyunyoung's accident, wondering whether it is really possible that the incident had nothing to do with Seolha's father. Moo-young admits he is still trying to uncover more information, but the truth is they simply do not know yet. Jeongmu lowers his head and quietly confesses he is worried. If they fail to find any evidence, Seolha will only end up suffering even more. Hearing those words, Moo-young cannot help thinking how surprising it is to see Jeongmu care so deeply about someone. His eyes suddenly fall upon a small photograph resting on the table. Curious, he reaches for it, only for Jeongmu to immediately snatch it away and tell him not to look. Moo-young chuckles, remarking he is seeing all kinds of unexpected sides of Jeongmu lately. Embarrassed, Jeongmu says nothing and simply continues staring silently at the photograph of Seolha once Moo-young leaves him alone. The following day, Seolha arrives at the correctional facility to visit her father. Just as she approaches the entrance, she notices Kim Song-chan walking out of the building. She immediately recognizes him as the person who previously revealed that the individual her father had been talking about was Jeongmu's younger sibling. Seolha cannot help wondering why Kim Song-chan is visiting this place. At the same time, Kim Song-chan notices her as well. His expression stiffens and he nervously glances back while walking away. Deep inside, he thinks it is unbelievable they had to run into each other here of all places. Still, he quickly convinces himself it changes nothing. Regardless of where they meet, Seolha's father is still the person everyone believes committed the crime. Trying to calm herself, Seolha enters the facility and sits across from her father. The moment he looks at her, he quietly reveals that his memories have finally returned. Seolha freezes in shock. She immediately asks him to explain everything slowly because she believes there must have been some misunderstanding surrounding the accident. Her father lowers his head for a long moment before quietly shaking it. He admits there was never any misunderstanding. On that day, he truly caused the accident himself. Hearing those words, Seolha's face turns pale. Tears begin streaming down as her father painfully confesses that he killed that child. His voice trembles as he tells her she no longer needs to visit him again. He quietly insists that this father deserves to pay for his sins. Unable to process what she has just heard, Seolha leaves the facility in silence. When she first learned her father's memories had returned, she believed they would finally uncover the truth and prove his innocence. Instead, the truth she receives completely shatters the last hope she had been holding on to. She walks aimlessly without knowing where she is going, wondering what she is supposed to do now. Rain suddenly begins pouring from the sky. Within moments, her clothes are completely soaked. She continues walking through the downpour as tears mix with the rain on her face. Deep inside, she wonders if she only wanted to believe her father was innocent because she had fallen for Jeongmu once again. Perhaps she had simply become too greedy, desperately wishing reality would change to fit her hopes. Lost in those thoughts, she unknowingly steps onto the road without noticing the speeding car rushing toward her. At the last possible moment, someone grabs her arm and forcefully pulls her back onto the sidewalk. Startled, Seolha looks up through the rain. Standing before her is Jeongmu. His worried expression immediately catches her attention as he firmly questions who gave her permission to cry like that. After getting inside the car, Jeongmu tells Seolha that he only has his gym clothes with him, though they could stop by a nearby clothing store if she wants something else. Seolha shakes her head and says the clothes are more than enough, thanking him quietly. As she changes, Jeongmu quickly turns his head toward the window and awkwardly reminds himself to keep looking the other way. Trying to lighten the mood, he asks what happened and tells her she can talk about it if she wants to. Seolha opens her mouth to answer, but the words get stuck in her throat. A moment later, tears begin rolling down her cheeks. Jeongmu immediately looks alarmed and apologizes, saying he never meant to make her cry. Seolha wipes her eyes and forces a small smile, insisting it is really nothing. She explains that she visited her father earlier that day and thinks that is why she is feeling emotional. She apologizes for getting his clothes completely wet and asks whether he had any plans before running into her. Jeongmu tells her he did not have anything important to do. He had only gone out to buy snacks for the children. Since it is already late, he says he will take her home. As Jeongmu drives through the rain-soaked streets, the scene shifts to Jeongmu sitting alone in his apartment, reviewing documents spread across his desk. He glances at the clock and notices it is already 10 at night. He thinks that she is not going to call him today either. His gaze drifts toward his phone, where countless photos of Seolha fill the screen. He scrolls through them silently, wondering if she has already fallen asleep. Letting out a quiet sigh, he murmurs that he misses her before leaning back and closing his eyes. In his dream, he finds himself standing in a beautiful forest bathed in soft light. Seolha appears among the trees and walks toward him with a gentle smile. She asks whether he missed her today. Jeongmu immediately answers that of course he did, and complains that the weekend feels unbearably long. Seolha laughs softly and says she missed him too. The two of them step closer and pull each other into a warm embrace. Then Seolha looks up at him and quietly says she is going to miss him so much. Confused, Jeongmu asks what she means. Before she can answer, her body suddenly begins turning into smoke and ashes, slowly crumbling away in his arms. Panic overwhelms him as he screams her name. Jeongmu jolts awake, breathing heavily. For a few seconds, he simply stares into the darkness before realizing it was only a dream. Even so, an uneasy feeling remains in his chest. He immediately reaches for his phone, hoping nothing has happened to her. Meanwhile, Jeongmu sits alone in his apartment with a beer in hand. A cabinet filled with trophies stands against the wall nearby. He quietly thinks that all he has ever wanted was for Seolha to be happy, yet her past still refuses to let her go. In a way, he feels trapped by his own past as well. Hearing a faint rustling behind him, he asks whether she is awake and tells her she must be exhausted. He says he is going to get some water and asks her to wait a second. As he walks toward the kitchen, his thoughts drift back to Seolha. He wonders whether she is still seeing that boyfriend of hers, and suspects the man only brings her trouble, no matter how good he looks on the outside. He cannot help wondering what would have happened if he could go back to those days. A memory surfaces of them sitting in school together, and he thinks that if he had known how things would turn out, he would never have let her go. Smiling bitterly to himself, he mutters that he had simply gone out that day to get some sun and eat an ice cream, yet for some reason he kept thinking about the first time they met. Looking up in that memory, he had seen a girl crouching nearby. He had wondered then whether she was the new transfer student,